She allegedly left this house after an argument, but she has never come home. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Alicia Markovich. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time this case occurred, Alicia Markovich is 15 years old and she is a resident of Blairsville, Pennsylvania. Alicia was described as a really happy kid, very, very intelligent. She loved reading. She loved Agatha Christie novels. She attended Windber High School where she had a lot of friends, was very popular. She was also a really good student. She got solid grades and she was on the school's track team. But one day, she just vanished into the night. Alicia's parents were divorced at this time, and her mom had custody of her, but Alicia would still go to her father's house, which is this house here. That is where Alicia was on April 26, 1987. And again, this is located in Blairsville, Pennsylvania. So according to her father, the two of them had gotten into an argument because I guess it was over Alicia's grades had recently started to dip. And I guess they also argued about the increase in child support that the mom was asking for. So this argument, I guess, caused her to get really upset, and so she stormed out of the house. The father says he saw her walk out and that she never even turned around to look back, and she just kind of walked off into the night. He says he called out for her to come back, but she did not respond. He screamed out, "Please be home by 8 p.m. 8 p.m. came and went, and she never came back. Alicia has never been seen again. There was belief that maybe she kind of stormed off after the argument to a friend's house. They contacted all of her friends and nope. She was officially reported missing the following day. Now, the local police there, as they tend to do often, basically listed her as a runaway because the story the father told, it had all of the markings of a runaway. But Alicia had never run away from home before. Not to say she couldn't have started right then, but it just had never happened. Her mom actually said that Alicia was really not streetwise, and she was not equipped to just sort of be out there in the world on her own. Again, she's 15 years old. All of her belongings, her clothes, everything was still back at the house. And so while police initially stated that they believed she was a runaway, they would soon change their tune and say that they believe that Alicia was very likely murdered the night she disappeared. However, they have no suspects. A year goes by, no sign of her, no suspects named, no persons of interest named. And I know that people are going to probably say outright, oh, what about the father? He was the last person allegedly to see her, so have they looked into him? I don't know for sure, but I believe they obviously have. He has never been named a suspect. He has never been named a person of interest. The story he told is something that's quite believable. She could have very easily stormed out of the house and was just, by chance, met with a really bad person. This was what it looked like across the street from his house. It was close to, I guess, a highway. There is belief that she walked down this path, got to the highway, and maybe someone she thought she recognized picked her up, or she was forced into a vehicle. Like, these stories happen often as well, just as often as, say, like, the father or the stepfather did it. So basically, they don't know what happened to her. In October of 2000, the father would come forward to police to say that he had received a letter. He had just gotten it when he went to police in 2000. The letter stated that Alicia had been killed. She was murdered, and that she was buried in a certain spot. The letter was postmarked from New Bedford, New Hampshire, and there was even a return address on it. And so police go to that address in New Hampshire. The people that are living in that house say, we don't know anything about this case. We've never been to Blairsville, Pennsylvania. We don't even know anything about this case. And police really had nothing to go on to say, like, oh, you guys are being kind of shysty. Then furthermore, when they go to the location where the letter says the body was buried, it was buried near a river. They searched that exact area and then some, and they found absolutely nothing. So ultimately, they believe that that letter sent to the father was a hoax. A hoax by who, however, they don't know. And so unfortunately, it put police right back to where they were prior to that letter going to the father. They were back at nothing. They knew nothing. They have nothing. There's no evidence. They don't know where she is. They haven't found her body. There's no sign of a crime scene like in the father's house. No sign of a crime scene outside the house or in the nearby, areas. They have nothing. It's just, that's all they have. Nothing. Is the father telling the truth? I don't know. It's just as believable that he is telling the truth as it is believable that she could have gone to the highway and gotten picked up by some random stranger. So until you know actual information, until you have the actual facts and the evidence, you can't sit here and say, well, that person definitely did it. Because that happens far too often. And a lot of times that person ends up being completely innocent. So while the police do it all the time, we as spectators, I guess, people who read about these stories and talk about these stories, we do the same thing that police sometimes do. We just accuse a person without knowing the facts. Which is why I'm not going to ever sit here and say that this guy's a suspect, because I don't know who is. Most important here is that Alicia is gone. Someone did something to her, more than likely killed her that night. Was it someone she knew, or was it a complete and utter stranger? Did she get so upset that she ran out of the house just to blow off some steam, and she just so happened to come in contact with the wrong person? It is entirely possible. Until they find Alicia, they'll never know what happened to her for sure. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts or what may have happened to Alicia Markovich, please call 724-832-3288 or 724-357-1978. You can remain anonymous. He would confess to killing her, but would she ever be found? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Amber Swartz-Garcia. Viewer discretion is advised. Amber Swartz-Garcia was born on August 19th, 1980. Amber would never make it to her 8th birthday. She was born and raised here in Pinole, California, which is in Northern California. On June 3rd, 1988, in front of her home, she would vanish off the face of the earth. According to Amber's mom, Kim, Amber had gone out to the front yard of the house to jump rope. Something, Amber did all the time. She was a kid. She loved playing outside. And I do have to preface this again because some people say some not so nice comments about this. This is the 80s. Times were significantly different. The reason why you're more protective of your kids now is because, unfortunately, stories like this happened in the 70s and the 80s and the early 90s. These parents already have to deal with the loss of their child, and sometimes they're seeing comments about what bad parenting they had because they let their kid play outside by themselves. I'm not even a parent, but it gets frustrating sometimes to see. And moreover, from what I've read, Kim was not normally someone who would let Amber play out in the front yard on her own. But from time to time, she did allow it, and that's what happened this day. Within less than 5 minutes, Kim goes outside and she does not see her daughter. She does not see the jump rope. She is screaming out for Amber's name. She gets no response. She goes door to door to every single house in that neighborhood, banging on the door asking if they've seen Amber. Nobody has seen her, and so she calls 911 to report her missing immediately. 7-year-old Amber would never be seen again. There were really no witnesses who saw this happen. No one really heard anything. Like, she did, if she screamed, no one heard it. It's just Amber was there, and then she was gone. We all know that can happen, so someone had to have taken her. You also have the belief, well, maybe she was out playing in the street, someone hit her, and decided to pick her up and bury her somewhere instead of facing, the repercussions. The more likely scenario, though, is that she was abducted. The problem, though, is by who? Unfortunately, Amber's case goes cold pretty quickly. Her image, though, and her story would be put all over the news across the country. It even made its way onto Unsolved Mysteries. And I think even America's Most Wanted at one point. Years and years and years would go by. They have no answers, no tips, no leads, nothing that would prove fruitful. Fast forward to 2007. This mustachioed crypt keeper is Curtis Dean Anderson. Curtis Dean Anderson is a suspected serial killer who raped, kidnapped, and murdered little girls. This is more of what he probably would have looked like around the time of Amber's disappearance, and then this is what he would look years and years later, eventually landing on this. In 2007, I don't know the circumstances of how this all came to be, but in 2007, he told police that he would confess to killing Amber as long as he did not get the death penalty. When he speaks to police in 2007, he is already serving a 251-year prison sentence for the kidnapping, rape, and murder of an 8-year-old girl from Vallejo, California. He then pleads guilty to another case, a 1991 kidnapping, rape, and murder of another young girl in Vallejo. The victims were 8 and 7 years old. He got 50 years for the second victim. He was never getting out of prison. He tells police that on that particular day, he was driving around in Pinole, California, which later police would confirm with 100% certainty he was in Pinole when her case happened. He was driving down the street in this neighborhood, and it just so happened to be that Amber was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Well, really, you know what? She was not in the wrong place. She was at her home. She was just outside of it at the wrong time. He saw her and he just grabbed her and snatched her into the car and took off, presumably with the jump rope still in her hands because it wasn't found. He then tells police that he drove her from Pinole, California while she was still alive, took her all the way down to Tucson, Arizona, which is about 2 hours south of where I live. He booked a hotel room there where he raped the little girl and then he murdered her. And then he buried her in some desert somewhere. Police also confirm that he had family in Tucson, Arizona at the time this all happened. Police confirmed that he did go there at that time of the year. The police did a very lengthy investigation into his statements. For about 18 months, they had to go through and corroborate everything he was telling them. And for the most part, they were actually able to confirm every part of it. Not to mention, he had already been convicted of 2 different cases of kidnapping, rape, and murder of 2 other girls who were the exact same age as Amber. The only thing that he could not give them was her body. Now, by this time, he is an old man with failing health. His memory may not be the best. I think he gave police the general area where he thinks he buried Amber. Police go to that area, they do a pretty extensive dig and a search, and they find absolutely nothing. So the biggest part of this case that they need to corroborate is, where is she? That has never been answered, even still to this very day. It's not from a lack of trying. They have searched, but they're given such general areas that it's hard to find. You know, here in Arizona, especially in the Tucson area, it's just desolate. A lot of desert. You know, a lot of just miles of flat dirt and cactuses. And so Amber's mom is still fighting for her, because until they can find her, they can't 100% say that Curtis Anderson did this. The police are fairly certain that he did do this, but it's just so difficult to have a finality to this without her remains. By the way, this guy, this obviously him at a younger photo, he died in prison of natural causes roughly a month or 2 after he confessed to police, taking with him to the grave any more answers. They know Amber is gone. She is deceased. They just want to bring her home. And I think there's still that hope that maybe someone out there who knows Curtis, maybe he told you, maybe you're afraid to come forward. I don't know. But there is that hope that maybe he told someone where he actually buried her. Maybe someone helped him. And so surely someone somewhere out there has got to know the full truth. And perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Amber's remains, you were asked to call the Pinole Police at 510-724-8950. By the way, I forgot to mention this part because I know people will say, well, what about her father? So Amber's dad used to be a police officer, and he was killed in the line of duty in 1980. He died when Kim was pregnant with Amber, so they never met. And so now all Kim wants is to just be able to bring Amber home and bury her next to the father she never knew. He was last seen riding his dirt bike alone, and he has never come home. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Angel Garcia. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time this case occurred, Angel Garcia, pictured here with his mom, was 19 years old, and they were living in Connecticut. From what it sounds like, he and his mom were really close. But unfortunately, she has not had him home for over a decade. 19-year-old Angel Garcia was last seen on October 21st, 2011. He had been, I guess, hanging out with a group of his friends. They were on their bikes and dirt bikes, ATVs, that kind of thing. When they were done hanging out, they say that Angel left on his dirt bike, this exact one, and was going to be heading home. But Angel never got home. Angel has not been seen since. Relatively quickly, he is reported missing by his family. This is very unusual. He had nothing with him. He didn't have any of his belongings or anything. It was just him and his dirt bike. There were no indications that he planned to just flee the area for whatever reason. They truly believed that something bad had to have happened to him, but what is that thing? In the investigation, police have brought in dogs, they have searched on foot, they have brought in ATVs to kind of go through the more rugged terrain, they have had officers on the ground knocking door to door, but so far nothing has come from it. So I guess the belief was that he was going from Hartford, Connecticut, and he was going to be on his dirt bike going to East Hartford, Connecticut. And they believe he would have likely gone over the Connecticut River train trestle. And there's belief that maybe he fell in. But the thing is, to my understanding, they have very thoroughly searched this body of water. People searching from their boats, they've had divers going underneath, they've done everything they can think of to search this body of water, but he has not turned up. Neither has his dirt bike. But with this being a river, could he have been, taken pretty far down? Well, at some point, someone would have seen him, or especially his bike, but nothing. I don't see anything really mentioned about whether or not he maybe had recently gotten into an argument with someone, maybe he was in a beef with someone. I don't know if there were any, ex-girlfriends or anything like that, anyone who may have wanted to bring harm to him. I believe they have questioned all of the friends he was with that day, but I don't know what came from that. Ultimately, this is just a mystery. Where did Angel go? His mom just wants him home, and it's been 14-ish years since he vanished. There is always hope that maybe he is out there alive somewhere, hopefully safe. But as each year goes by, with no sightings of him, no activity spotted, I can understand that hope begins to dwindle. But crazier things have happened. If Angel met with foul play, then someone somewhere out there knows the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information that can help police find him or also bring justice to him, then you are asked to come forward, and you can remain anonymous if you need to. His mom, his family, they deserve the answers. And if he needs to come home to be buried, then that is also what they deserve. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Angel Garcia from 2011 in Connecticut, please call 860-722-8477. All that remained was her bike on the side of the road. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of April Fabb. Viewer discretion is advised. April Fabb was born on April 22nd, 1955, and she was born in Norfolk, England. By the time this case occurs, she is 13 years old. I know she has at least two sisters. I believe they're both older than her. April lived with her parents and one of her older sisters in the family home, and then the other sister lived in a town, I guess, just right next to them. On Tuesday, April 8th, 1969, April would get onto her bike, and she was going to go bike to her sister's home. So April and her family lived here in Metten, and then she was going to take her bike and go down to Rowton, which, appears to be a pretty quick little trip. April left her home at 1:40 p.m., but she never made it to her sister's home. Sometime around the 2 p.m. mark, April would run into some friends near a place called Harrison's Farm. April interacted with the two friends for about 10 minutes or so. Then just very shortly after 2 p.m., an employee of the farm saw April as well. That she was on her bike at that point and she was riding down Rowton Road. About 15 minutes later, another person is driving down the road. They see a bike knocked over next to a field. Now, April was last seen around 2:05 p.m. by that person on the farm. 10 minutes later, she's gone. They would eventually confirm that this was April's bike. This is a recreation, I guess. I think they used her bike, but they didn't. This is not a photo of when they discovered it. So the man who saw the bike at about 2:15 p.m., he just sort of drove by. And then someone else around 3 p.m. drove by and also saw the bike pretty much lying in the same position. This time, this guy takes the bike, puts it into his vehicle, and takes it to the local police. The police would open up the little bag that was attached to the bike. They found a pack of cigarettes, which apparently April had purchased and was going to be giving to her brother-in-law as a birthday gift. That's where she was heading. They found a small amount of money and a handkerchief. And those are believed to be all the items that she had left her home with, so nothing was stolen. But April is still nowhere to be found. Now, eventually, April would be reported missing, and then they were able to quickly link the bike they found as that of belonging to April Fabb. This is the road she was last seen riding down, which is where her bike was found, but this is what it looks like more like today. Once the police got involved, they conducted one of the largest searches in UK's history. They had people searching on foot. They were also going door to door, trying to get any kind of statements from people. Those men who saw the bike, the first guy who saw the bike came forward to say he saw it around 2:15. They spoke to the employee at the farm and they said, yeah, I saw her around 2:05. And so that's when police were able to discern that she disappeared in a 10-minute window of time. They also know that she never got to her sister's house. There were no real indications that, her bike had been struck. Maybe someone hit her on the bike. Her bike appeared to be in good condition still. I don't see anywhere mentioned if there were any kind of tracks, like tire tracks from a car, or any tread marks in the road to indicate maybe this guy drove away in a real hurry. Police have taken statements since this investigation began from almost 2,000 people. They did these house-to-house questionnaires. They did a little over 400 of them. But none of the statements, none of these questionnaires, none of the witnesses who saw her, none of it has helped find April. It didn't sound like she had any kind of enemy at school, or she was only 13 years old. So more than likely, this is probably a situation where she was on her bike and just so happened to be a predator in a car and somehow got her into the car and did God knows what with her. This happened in 1969. I'm filming this in 2025. Not a single trace of April Fabb has ever been found. Her mom passed away before ever knowing what happened to her. She does still have family, though, still out there. And even though it happened in 1969, there is still a chance. There is still some hope. They all know that she is not coming home alive. They just want to be able to bring her home and lay her to rest properly. And if her abductor/killer is still alive out there, he deserves to go to prison. Odds are he would be a pretty old man, but he still could be alive. Or she. Someone, somewhere out there, has got to know the truth about what exactly happened to April Fabb. If you have any information on her case, you can call. The number is, and this is obviously a number in the UK, 01953423819. And I guess the case manager at this time is Andy Guy. You can also report tips anonymously at 0800-555-111. If you know something, if you saw something, please say something. Fast asleep in her bed, a gunshot rings out, and the question still remains, who killed Ashleigh? Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Ashleigh Love. Viewer discretion is advised. Ashleigh Ann Love was born on September 17th, 1990, and at the time this case occurred, her and her family are living in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Her parents are Joe and Tammy Love. She had two brothers, Anthony and Alexander, and it sounds like there was another child, a baby named Angel, who is no longer with us. At the time this case occurs, 19-year-old Ashleigh Love is working at an Arby's restaurant where she is beloved by everyone. Customer service seemed to be the best thing for her due to her very friendly nature. Ashleigh's mom would describe Ashleigh as the sweetheart girl next door. She had a ton of friends. She was popular. She was well liked at school. She was always a very honest and upfront person. And nobody can figure out why anyone would want to harm her. But someone did one fateful night. It was October 6, 2009. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Ashleigh's mom was jolted awake by the sound of a gunshot. She then heard what sounded like at least one set of footsteps running away, like down outside the house. At one point, Ashleigh's mom opens her bedroom door and is seen right there in front of her, a man with a gun. It was a very quick moment. She said he may have been Hispanic, very light-skinned, and he had like this kind of black, almost spiky type hair, but it was also dark in the house. And once she sees this guy with a gun, she screams. She goes back into her room. She screams out for her husband, Joe, to wake up. And so the mom knows that there was definitely one person, but she thinks she saw a second person as well running out of the house and out to the street. When they go to Ashleigh's room to check on her, they are confronted with a parent's worst nightmare. Their daughter, 19-year-old Ashleigh Love, was dead. She had a shotgun blast to her face, and there was no saving her. And this just completely rocked this neighborhood and this community. Who would do this to someone like Ashleigh? Nothing was stolen from the house. I think they believe the front door was the entry point, but it doesn't sound like there was any actual forced entry. So I'm not 100% sure how the intruder entered the home, but it does sound like they left from the front door. And so now it's about figuring out who did this and why. Nothing was stolen from the home, and the house was dark. And so this person, whoever it may be, seems like they knew exactly where they were going, to Ashleigh's room. The police believe that she was targeted. Since nothing was stolen, she wasn't sexually assaulted. This just appeared to be someone who came in to kill Ashleigh. But why? Her parents have speculated, did she maybe see something she wasn't supposed to see? Did she hear something she wasn't supposed to hear? Did she anger a customer at Arby's? She did work that night. She came home afterwards, and then her and her family watched the Packers game. But she didn't say anything, like there was like a mean customer or anything like that. She did not have any boyfriends that anyone technically knew about. But police have heard rumblings, rumors, if you will, that Ashleigh, in the weeks leading up to her murder, was hanging out with an unknown man. They don't know if this unknown man was just a friend or a secret boyfriend. Her friends and family said Ashleigh is a very upfront and honest person, and she does not withhold information from anyone. And she never really mentioned this guy. And so it's really just based on the rumors around the area that she was seen with a guy that nobody knew or recognized. Could this mystery man have been responsible for this? They don't know, because they don't know who he is. Police would scour through everything she was doing on social media. They couldn't find anything that jumped out to them as someone she interacted with being a suspect. People that Ashleigh worked with were all interviewed. They were all, looked into. Again, they got nothing. Who on earth would just enter a home, walk into a random bedroom, and shoot a child in her face with a shotgun? Who would do that, and why? Again, they believe that based on how this all played out, she was the target. They just don't know why. If this was a random killing, that they just chose this house completely at random and killed the first person they came into contact with, that's utterly horrifying, first of all, and that's also really difficult to investigate. When asked, police have responded with, we do have evidence in this case. Because, they've been asked directly, do you have fingerprints? Do you have DNA? Do you have hair? Anything like that? The police have said, all we're going to say is that we have evidence. We have evidence we have sent to the crime lab, and it's all being worked on. But this happened in 2009. It's 2025 now, and nothing new has come out. So I'm guessing that any of that evidence has not yielded any particular suspect or person of interest. Could this mystery man that Ashleigh had apparently been hanging out with have anything to do with it? Well, first of all, they need him to come forward if he's real. They think he's real because there was at least one person who saw Ashleigh with this mystery man. They did not recognize the man, and it looks like Ashleigh did not want anyone to know about him. And so that's also just a giant mystery in this. Could also have nothing to do with it. Somebody ripped this 19-year-old girl from her family's lives and her friends' lives for no apparent reason. But they had to have a reason. There has to be. Someone somewhere out there knows the truth about what happened to Ashleigh Love back in 2009 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the murder of Ashleigh Love, please call 414-224-8477 or 414-933-4444. You can remain anonymous. 56. He stabbed her 56 times. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Barbara Sue Caulley. Viewer discretion is advised. This is a case about a young child. Barbara Sue Caulley was born on August 1st, 1973. She was the oldest of 3 kids. She had a younger brother and a younger sister, and the family lived in Ohio. When this case occurred, Barbara Sue was just 14 years old, just a couple of weeks away from her 15th birthday, but unfortunately, that never happened. It was July 17th, 1988. A couple of Barbara's young relatives were in their house looking for a puppy, just like, chasing around the house looking for it. These kids go down to the basement, this tiny little room basically, and as they're looking for this puppy, they see kind of stuffed behind a couch in this small room was Barbara. Barbara was dead. This obviously came as a complete shock to everyone. This 14-year-old child was stabbed 56 times, and her throat had been cut. And there was trauma to her vaginal area, which would indicate that this was a sexually motivated crime. A suspect was identified almost immediately. It was this man here, Robert Wells. He had been living with Barbara Sue's aunt, so that would be his sister. He was actually 25 years old at the time this case occurred. I don't have any younger photos of him. But the Caulley family didn't really know him that well. They just kind of looked at him and thought he was just sort of like a weird guy, but they didn't really ever interact with him. And while he was a bit creepy, no one really ever looked at him and said, oh, this guy's a danger. So police needed to get a warrant to take a cast of his teeth. That's because Barbara had a bite mark on her left breast. The warrant was granted, and they took a bite impression and they compared it to the bite wound on her, and it was a visual match. Bite mark evidence and stuff like that is really not like the most reliable thing in the world. But because of that, it sounds like he confessed. And he was initially arrested and charged with aggravated murder. It was more than obvious that Barbara, either there was an attempt at a rape or she was raped. So the motive is sexual in nature. What they believe happened, though, is that he tried to rape Barbara, but she resisted. She fought back. She fought like hell. And that really angered him. And so he took out this knife and he stabbed her. Then he stabbed her again and again and again and again and again and again and again, and then slit her throat. 56 stab wounds because she was resisting him trying to rape her. And I can't believe that I'm even about to say this, but he ends up getting convicted. And the judge did not convict him of aggravated murder. There were no rape convictions for this case. This judge, who has since died, convicted him of voluntary manslaughter. Voluntary manslaughter. And in Ohio, at that time, when you were charged or convicted of voluntary manslaughter, any kind of sexual assault or rape involved in that killing basically is disregarded. You can't attach a rape part to that conviction of voluntary manslaughter. By the way, that law has since changed. And so in February of 1990, he is sentenced to 10 to 25 years max for stabbing this 14-year-old child 56 times while trying to rape this 14-year-old girl. He slit her throat. He dumped and stuffed her body behind a couch in a tiny, cold basement. 10 to 25 years. Robert Wells first became eligible for parole around 2007. But obviously Barbara's direct family and the community really rallied around this and said, you cannot put this man back out onto the streets. And they listened and they agreed. So he was not going to be paroled. In 2013, Robert Wells was released from prison. He served his full 25 years. This was not a parole. This was just, you are free to go. And what makes it even more atrocious is because of that voluntary manslaughter conviction not being attached to any sexual aspect of this case, he did not have to register as a sex offender anywhere. He was allowed to get a home or an apartment right next to his school if he wanted to. Nobody was required to know that he was a sexual predator, that he attempted to rape a 14-year-old girl and then stabbed her 56 times. This obviously made the community and everyone extremely furious because a new law they had put into play happened after his conviction, but it would not be retroactive. So like his conviction, even with this new law change, they couldn't put it on his conviction because it already happened. It only mattered for current and future crimes of that nature. He fell through the cracks. It's just amazing to me that that man did what he did and was released from prison without any kind of parole. He doesn't have to report to anyone, and he still gets to live a very large portion of his life. Well, that was the idea. But thankfully, karma was able to give Barbara some more justice. Less than a year or so after he was released from prison, in July of 2014, Robert Wells died of a drug overdose. Personally, I kind of hope it was one of those he choked on his own vomit kind of overdoses. I hope it was awful. But I guess you can say that the good news is he's dead. He was absolutely going to pose as a threat to the community, but someone somewhere out there in the universe decided to take him, and he's rotting in hell. Barbara Sue, an innocent young girl whose life was brutally taken from her, got some legal justice and some cosmic justice. This is Worst Deaths Imaginable number 14, and this one is pretty horrific. Viewer discretion is absolutely advised, and I want to give you a warning that this one, it may be the worst one yet. So without further ado, hello true crimerers, we're going back to Russia. Specifically, we're going to the area of Siberia, where 19-year-old Olga Moskalyova and her stepfather Igor Sukinkov were camping. And they were camping near a river. No, not this one, just a river in Siberia. And this was back in August of 2011. When they were camping, a brown bear and her cubs came into their camp area. The only thing truly known is that Igor was attacked by the mother cub first. And I want to give another courtesy warning about this. So, the mother bear grabbed Igor and broke his neck. And then she smashed his skull and it killed him. Olga Moskalyova witnessed the attack and she tried to flee. It's reported that she got about 70 yards away when the brown bear caught up with her. The mother bear would grab Olga's leg and it threw her to the ground. As this was happening, Olga managed to call her mother on her cell phone. I don't know what was said on the first call, but the first call dropped. Olga is continuously being attacked by the mother bear, and then she calls back her mom a second time. Her mother hears the sounds of Olga screaming, and also the sounds of what would be the bear chewing her. In the second call to her mother, whose name is Tatiana, Olga said, and I quote, "Mom, the bears are back. She came back and she brought 3 of her babies. Mom, they're eating me. Mom, it's such agony. Mom, help." Followed by more and more screams of horror and terror. The bears are all now eating Olga, and she's still alive when they're doing this. The call dropped, and then by some crazy miracle, Olga manages to call her mom back one more time. Followed by more screams, Olga would then say, "Mom, it's not hurting anymore. I don't feel the pain. Forgive me for everything. I love you so much." And then her daughter went silent for the last time. And the mother could hear the sounds of crunching and tearing. She managed to call authorities in Siberia to go to where the campsite was, where they would discover the mauled bodies of Igor and Olga torn to pieces. 6 hunters would go into the woods to find the bear and her cubs, and all of the bears were killed. Oh my god. This one makes me feel really sick. It's so fucking horrifying. There is an active arrest warrant for this 17-year-old kid in Canada. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Belinda Sarkodie. Viewer discretion is advised. 26-year-old Belinda Sarkodie was actually originally from Ghana in West Africa. In 2024, she left Ghana to take refuge in Canada. And at the time, she was living in Hamilton, which is in Ontario. Everyone describes Belinda as kind, cheerful, supportive, seemed to always be smiling and have that kind of infectious personality type. She was originally from the area of Konogo in Ghana, and she was the youngest of 3 kids in her family. One of her big goals when she moved to Canada was to, earn an income so she could help support her mom back in Africa. Belinda was insanely intelligent. She had really big dreams for her future. She was warm, she was kind, and had a gentle spirit. But one day, very recently, she was unfortunately in the wrong place at the wrong time. It was July 11th, 2025. It was 5:25 p.m. Belinda and a friend or coworker was at this bus stop here just waiting for the bus, when all of a sudden a young white male approaches the area and he begins firing a gun. He was not aiming towards Belinda or the friend. Instead, he was aiming his gun and shooting towards, 3 other individuals. One of those individuals, who was his actual target, was struck by the bullet but survived. However, he kept firing, and one of the bullets struck an innocent bystander. That innocent bystander was Belinda Sarkodie. Once the chaos subdued, they called for an ambulance, but when they arrived, it was already too late. Belinda was dead. The shooter was identified, it seems like, pretty quickly. They discovered that this individual was under the age of 18, which, according to the laws there in Canada, legally speaking, you're not allowed to release the name of a minor, even if they are a criminal. However, they can make exceptions, and since they've considered this individual still armed and dangerous because he fled the scene and was not caught, they were able to get a court to approve to release his name and his image. He was officially identified as 17-year-old Michael Lavoie. An arrest warrant for second-degree murder was issued. They also have warrants for the 2 attempted murders on that same incident. However, they have not been able to find him. I'm filming this video on July 17th, and it looks like as recently as last night, they actually executed a search warrant of a property that apparently was associated with Michael Lavoie. However, they have not released anything in terms of if they found anything, but they have said that he was not there, and he is still a wanted criminal, a fugitive. I'm not sure if he will be captured by the time I post this, which I'm going to be posting today, but just in case, I mean, remember this image, especially if you are in Hamilton or in Ontario, Canada. If you see this guy, you need to contact the authorities. He is considered armed and dangerous, so do not approach him. The police have asked that if you do see him, call the police immediately. The number you can call is 905-546-4925. You can also just straight call 911 and they'll be able to help you as well. Again, he is considered armed and dangerous, so do not approach. Someone somewhere out there has got to know where this kid is and can help bring him to justice. So if you see him or know where he is, and I'm sure you can remain anonymous, please reach out to the authorities immediately. Belinda was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, an innocent bystander. She did not deserve this. Please help her get the justice she very rightfully deserves. She was found thrown away as if she were garbage. 12 years later, she would finally get her name back. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Brenda Gee Knight. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time this case occurred, Brenda Knight was 34 years old and she was a mother to 3 kids. Brenda grew up in the Church Hill area of Virginia. She would go on to graduate from Armstrong High School, and then she would become a beautician. And doing hair was like her passion. She loved doing it, and she was excellent at doing it. She even competed in shows. But during the week of Thanksgiving in 2000, Brenda seemingly vanished into thin air. Brenda was last seen alive by her friends and family on November 22nd, 2000. Now, at that time, Brenda was doing sex work as well. And Brenda was also mixed up in the drug world. But everyone, who knew her, who actually knew her, said that Brenda was a really, really good person. And she just got roped into and mixed up in the wrong things. And most importantly, she loved her children more than anything. But what happened to her? Where did she go? It was June 29th, 2001 at the Mattaponi River in Virginia. A canoeist found skeletal remains tangled up in a beaver dam in the river. So that person notified police, and the police got there and confirmed that this was the skeletal remains of a human. However, they did not know who this person was, and they would not know who it was until about 2012 or 13 or so. One of Brenda's daughters, she would later go on to say that, my mom missed my high school graduation. She missed the birth of, her children. And it really fueled her into trying to find out what happened to her mom. Where is she? And so when she was looking into this and she found the information about the skeletal remains found in the river, she wanted to know if that was her mom. And finally, in 2013, they would take those skeletal remains and they would determine that they were, in fact, the remains of Brenda Gee Knight. It doesn't sound like they have listed her cause of death, but they have stated that this is definitely a homicide investigation. But they aren't any closer to finding out who killed her. And like I said, her daughter, her kids are fighting now to find justice for their mom. The oldest sister would say that, my other siblings, they never really truly got to know her because they were so young when this all happened. And this monster took so many memories away from her kids, so many future memories. Did her murder have anything to do with her involvement in sex work? Did it have anything to do with the drug scene? They don't know. They don't know the motive here. Because there was such a large gap of time between when she was actually found and when she was identified, there's so much that is now just gone. There wasn't going to be any physical evidence at the crime scene because she was skeletal remains and she was in water. And so they don't know where initially this happened. They don't believe she was killed in or by the river. They determined that based on where her body was found, first of all, someone would have to know that specific area and would have to know that it was very secluded. But what they think happened is they just took her body and just threw her over the side of the bridge and she landed in the water below. And that's just where she was. They threw her away like she was trash. And that just I mean, all of it drives me insane, but that in particular, when they just disregard a human like that, it just makes me so freaking mad. Then again, they murdered her, so I guess they don't really care. Her family just wants to know who did this to her. They want justice. She was a good person. She was a great mom. She did not deserve to be treated like this. She did not deserve the horrible death she had to go through. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what truly happened to Brenda Gee Knight in 2000. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the murder of Brenda Gee Knight, please call the Virginia State Police at 804-553-3408. You can remain anonymous. Worst death imaginable, number 23. This is 12-year-old Josh Demarest, and he lived with his family in Greenwich, New York. And he was outside playing with his 12-year-old friend Tyler Day. It was a snowy day, and, as kids are in the snow, they wanted to build a snow fort. And plenty of witnesses saw them, playing in the snow. And then they went missing. No one could find them anywhere. So the police were called and they began searching the area. They used canines to track their scent, and they would also find the footprints leading to a particular snow pile. And when they got to that snow pile, they saw a sled sticking out of it. So searchers, rescuers, they all started digging like crazy at the snow pile. Everyone was freaking out. They were thinking the absolute worst. And the worst happened. The snow was very tightly packed, but they eventually found Tyler Day and Joshua Demarest buried in the snow. Both boys were brought to the hospital. Tyler Day did have hypothermia, but ultimately he survived. But Joshua would die. So what happened? As the boys were building their snow fort, they heard a dump truck backing up. They can hear the beep, beep, beep of the dump truck. And Tyler said at that point, everything just went dark. The drivers of the truck, they were working on this snow pile that the boys were at, but they never even noticed the boys. They were essentially buried alive under several feet of tightly packed snow. Tyler was able to find a small air pocket, which is how he survived. Unfortunately, Joshua was buried face down, and they were buried under the snow pile for 3 hours. 3 horrifying hours, not knowing if anyone was going to find them. Tyler Day's father, pictured here, was extremely grateful to the rescuers for saving his son's life. But the death of Joshua, well, it just gets worse. You see, Joshua's mother wasn't in town when he died because she was in New Jersey. Because her mother, Joshua's grandmother, she died that same day. And this wasn't the only tragedy for students of their school, because the March previous, a 7th grade student that attended the same school as Joshua and Tyler, he also died in a freak accident when a boulder fell on top of his head. The snowbank where Joshua died was turned into a temporary memorial. Joshua was a beloved friend and student. They said he loved sports, and he just loved being a kid. Stories like this, they just want to make you say I love you to everyone in your life, right? Because at any time, anything could happen. It's sad. They are obviously desperate to find her, but it has been 3 years. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Candice Caffas. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this case, Candice Caffas, or I'm not sure if it's pronounced Caffas or Caffas, I heard it pronounced 2 different ways on news clips. But when this occurred, Candice was 34 years old and she was living with her family in Meadville, Pennsylvania. Candice has Prader-Willi syndrome, which is described as a rare genetic disorder characterized by insatiable hunger, leading to, in some cases, obesity and other symptoms like low muscle tone, developmental delays, and behavioral issues. Candice is considered someone with special needs, and she did have a caretaker. I believe this is her pictured with her caretaker, but she also, has family and a mom and all that. But on a July day of 2022, Candice vanished into thin air, and she has never been seen since. So the last sighting of Candice is that she was seen near the railroad tracks at State Game Lands number 213 along Route 285. And from what I can tell, it's right on the border of Pennsylvania and Ohio. They are fairly confident that Candice had her ID card on her and roughly $13 in cash. I believe this is the road where Candice was last seen. After she was reported missing, a lot of people got involved in the search for her. But it's believed she was seen along that path between 5:30 a.m. and 5:45 a.m. on July 16, 2022. At the time she was seen, it doesn't sound like anyone thought she was in any kind of danger. She wasn't with anyone, not to my knowledge at least. And this is something, I guess Candice had done this before, where she had like left the house kind of unannounced. But she's always either back home or she is found within a very, very short period of time. But this time, that's not the case. It is July of 2025. As a matter of fact, it's July 15th. I am filming this essentially 3 years to the day of when she vanished. Candice is considered endangered missing. She does require special care and medications, and she is described as being at risk. Especially now that it's been 3 years, it's one of those things where it's like, where could she have gone on her own? First, when she was reported missing by her family, police were getting tips. They were getting a lot of people calling in. Like I said, they had not only police searching, but they had family and volunteers searching for her. And this isn't like a couple of people. This is a ton of people who have contributed to the search for Candice. But unfortunately, to this day, their search efforts have been fruitless. They haven't found anything, not even like clothing or her ID card, nothing. Like I was saying, all these tips that were kind of very front-loaded, meaning they got all these tips and stuff at the very beginning of this case, but those tips and leads began to dwindle down to nothing. But Candice's family is not giving up. They have continued their own search for her. The police will, investigate any tip or any lead they get. This is a fairly strange case because, she's not someone who ran into the wrong crowd. She didn't get mixed up in anything, bad. She didn't have like enemies or anything like that. So it's kind of like, what on earth happened to her? Could she have met with foul play, or could she have fallen somewhere? I mean, they've searched really thoroughly and they haven't found any trace of her. Could maybe someone have struck her with their vehicle as she was walking down that road? And instead of calling police and an ambulance, they panicked and did something awful. I don't know, it could be anything could have happened to her. Her family just wants to know what that thing is that happened to her. And most importantly, they want to bring her home, hopefully safe and alive. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what happened to Candice, especially if foul play was involved. And perhaps that someone who knows something is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Candice Caffas or what may have happened to her on that July day in 2022, you can report information anonymously, and you can call 814-332-6911. If you can help bring Candice home, please do so. She left her house to run some errands. She has never come home. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Cathy Moulton. Viewer discretion is advised. Cathy Marie Moulton was born in 1955. She was one of, I believe, 3 siblings. She also had 2 sisters. At the time this case occurred, Cathy Moulton is a 16-year-old junior here at Deering High School in Portland, Maine. And Portland, Maine is where she grew up. Cathy was popular, she had a lot of friends, and she was also a very responsible teenager. If Cathy was out somewhere, she would always call her parents to say, "Hey, I'm running late, but I'll be home very soon." She never missed a beat. She was just a very sensible teenager. She loved to write poetry. She loved sewing. Cathy was close with her parents, but especially her mom. Her mom at the time this happened was a stay-at-home mom, and they just said she was just a really good kid. And then one day, she vanished. It was September 24th, 1971. Cathy and her father Lyman would actually leave their home in his car, and the plan was he was going to drop her off in like this little shopping area so she can do some errands, and then she would walk home. It was like a mile-ish from her home, something that Cathy had done frequently. So Cathy was dropped off in this little shopping area. She would go into a store and buy some new pantyhose. She bought some tubes of toothpaste. There was, I guess, a big dance happening that night, something that Cathy was going to be going to. She was really excited. And so her errands for that day were just to get ready for the dance. She was seen going into a music store. I guess she had a friend that worked there, and so she just went in there just to talk to her friend for a few minutes. Cathy is then seen leaving. She's walking down Forest Avenue, and that's it. She had told her friend that she was going to be walking that mile-ish distance back to her home when she left the music store. Cathy never got home. When her parents realized she wasn't home for dinner, that was very, very unusual. They also got no phone calls from her. But, maybe Cathy wasn't in a place that had a phone. That being said, though, they would report her missing to police that same night. At first, police were like, she's a teenager, that's what teenagers do, they run away, blah, 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 blah. And so the initial search for Cathy, at least from the police standpoint, was not immediate. There was belief that Cathy left willingly on her own accord with a few friends. According to some witnesses, they saw someone who looked like Cathy, at least, getting into a blue car with two older boys on the day of her disappearance. One of them was, I guess, a friend of hers. His name was Lester Everett. The car, they think, was possibly a 1963 Cadillac, and it was blue. Well, it turns out that her friend, Mr. Everett, had stolen that car. They then go to pick up another friend of theirs. His name is Ronald Reed Purley. Then there was an employee at a local garage there in Portland, Maine, who said that he believes he saw Cathy and a few boys together. They had come into the store to buy some new tires for the Cadillac. At this point, the employee who saw these teenagers said that it looked like Cathy was being led around by Ronald Purley. Like, he walked her directly to the bathroom, waited for her, and then basically put his hand on her back and walked, back into the store. It looked at times that he may have even been holding, like, the back of her neck. The guy, though, just couldn't tell if that was, like, an affectionate thing or if he was forcing her into something. Other witnesses said they saw the teenage girl with her friends across the Tobique Reserve, and that they saw Cathy and Ronald Purley potato picking. The people who saw this, though, said that she wasn't calling herself Cathy, that this girl was calling herself Candy. But this witness saw this girl who looked like Cathy was, like, crying all the time. And at one point she said that she wanted to go home, tearfully. The witness said that Cathy appeared to be distressed. It appeared that she was possibly even afraid of the two individuals she was with. Again, one of them being Ronald Purley. The other individual being that other friend, Mr. Everett. Mr. Everett would say that he would end up dropping Ronald and Cathy off across the Canadian border. And when he did so, he was dropping off Ronald Purley and Cathy. And then that is it. No other sightings of Cathy was ever reported. Years down the road, Ronald Purley would be convicted of rape and also home invasion, completely unrelated to this case. Ronald Purley, whose photo I can't find, became a central focus to Cathy's case. The police officers actually offered him immunity or some kind of deal that if you could just tell us where she is, we'll help you out. He refused. He kept saying he had nothing to do with whatever happened to her. Police believe that Cathy was likely alive sometime on or just before Thanksgiving 1971, and that at some point, possibly Ronald Purley or someone else killed Cathy and disposed of her body. However, unfortunately, police had no physical evidence to connect Ronald Purley directly to foul play involving Cathy. Therefore, they were never able to secure a search warrant to search, like his vehicles or his home, his bedroom. This is a photo, by the way, of Cathy's sister holding a photo of Cathy. The other witness here, that Mr. Everett friend, actually would end up moving down to Florida, and sometime in the early to mid 80s, at the age of 35, Mr. Everett died of cancer. So if he possibly knew more about what happened to Cathy, and if Ronald Purley was involved, he took that to his grave. I believe Ronald Purley is still alive, but he's never been indicted or charged in connection to Cathy's case. Again, police believe that he likely did it himself or had someone do it or knows who did it, but he won't talk. It could also be someone completely different. He may have nothing to do with it. It is possible that perhaps he parted ways with Cathy some point and he doesn't know what happened to her. But the fact that she never called her family, like if she had been left on her own, it kind of goes to say that someone probably killed her. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what happened to Cathy Moulton. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts or potential murder of 16-year-old Cathy Moulton, please contact the Portland Police Department at 207-874-8479. If by chance she is still alive to this day, this is approximately what she may look like. If you know anything, if you saw anything or heard anything, please say something. They heard her horrified screams, but could not get to her in time. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Cathy Sposito. Viewer discretion is advised. Catherine Ann Sposito, who went by Cathy to everyone. She was born on September 7th, 1963, and I believe she grew up in New York, and I know she had at least one sibling, a brother. By the time this case occurs, however, she had moved out to Arizona, specifically to Prescott, Arizona, where she was going to college. She attended Prescott College there, and that is where she lived as of 1987. On June 13th, 1987, 23-year-old Cathy would go to the Thumb Butte area to do some hiking, something she did all the time. At the time that Cathy was doing her hike, a couple other hikers heard the sounds of just absolutely horrified screams, a woman pleading for help. Then they heard a gunshot. These other hikers were desperate to find where this person was because they clearly needed help. Eventually, they came to this location off the trail, and they saw a woman, and there was blood everywhere. By the time they got to her, she was deceased. The victim was positively identified as Cathy Sposito. Cathy had been bludgeoned with a wrench. She had also been stabbed and shot through her eye with a .22 caliber gun. Nobody saw the actual attack. They just heard it. And no one saw the assailant either. They had absolutely no idea who did this. Now, this again is in 1987. This is literally just as DNA is becoming kind of a thing, this new investigative tool. But it wasn't really advanced yet. From what I understand, I think they believe that the person attempted to sexually assault her, but there was no evidence that she actually was. However, on the handle of the weapon that was used to stab her, because that was left behind, they had it tested and they found, this new DNA on the handle. But, this is before things could match really quickly. And so while they had it, there was nothing they could do with it. But they stored everything properly. Fast forwarding all the way to 2023, DNA technology, as we all know, has greatly advanced. They were able to take that DNA found on the handle of one of the weapons and they put it into their database and they created a profile. However, there was no match to whoever this DNA belonged to. So they were kind of back at square one. But as we all know now, that is hardly the end. Because now we have genetic genealogy, something that has helped crack so many unsolved and cold cases from decades ago. And they believe they found their guy. So the genetic genealogy with, Ancestry.com type websites led them to two brothers. One of those brothers was this person here, Brian Scott Bennett. Brian and his brother were actually both living in that general area of Prescott, Arizona back when this occurred. However, if he was Cathy's killer, he will never face justice. In late 1993, while living in Kentucky now, he took his own life. This was after he was being investigated for several other rapes and attempted murders, which eventually DNA would link him to a couple of those rapes. One of the rapes and attempted murders actually happened in the same park that Cathy was killed in, and it was hauntingly similar to what Cathy went through, except this time, thankfully, the victim lived. It's unfortunate that she will never get the justice she deserves. The silver lining, if you will, though, is the fact that he took his own life in 1993. And so from that point moving forward, he would never hurt another woman ever again. They believe Cathy was actually his first victim. And so all we can really do at this point is hope that she is finally at peace. A 5-second phone call and she was gone forever. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Cherryl Pearson. Viewer discretion is advised. Cherryl Pearson was born on August 21st, 1964, and at the time this case occurred, she's living in Bartlett, Tennessee. Cherryl lived here in this home by herself, and she was a doctor. She was a really well-respected pediatrician, a job she absolutely loved doing. She was known to have a great heart, and she was a very compassionate person. But one day, she just vanished. On January 4th, 2002, Cherryl, along with a couple of her friends, had gone to a Grizzlies game in Memphis, Tennessee. Cherryl then heads back to her home after the game, where a couple of her friends come over to hang out for a bit, and they left her home around 1 o'clock in the morning. According to the friends, she was in good spirits, everything seemed normal with her, and by all accounts, she was planning to just go to bed. The following morning, Cherryl was actually supposed to be babysitting her sister's kids. But when the sister got to her home the following day, she didn't answer the door. And also, her car, Cheryl's car, was not in the driveway. It just was very unusual. Cheryl's not the type of person who would just, bail on someone like that, especially her sister, and especially for the two kids that she adores. And so the family reports her missing. 2 days later, at this apartment complex, which is just down the road from where she lived, Cheryl's car was found in the parking lot. It was a 2001 dark blue Audi. She did not know anyone that lived in this apartment complex, which made this even more baffling to people. In the car, police did find evidence. They found her doctor's bag, which she also used as a purse, and all of her belongings were in it, like your typical purse belongings. This included the car keys and $140 in cash. Something that also jumped out to police was that the car had been wiped. There was not a single fingerprint found. That's extremely unusual. I mean, the person who drives the car all the time, you're going to find their prints, but there was none, which would then make them think that this is possibly foul play. At Cheryl's home, they found her cell phone and her pager. Another thing that was very unusual because she was actually on call that night, and so she would have had to have her pager with her, but she left it at home along with her cell phone. Police then find out through looking through her phone records that she received a call from a payphone at this gas station. The call lasted about 5 seconds, and that was it. But police can tell that the call was answered. So what on earth would a 5-second phone call be like? At 1:58 in the morning is when the call came in. This is roughly an hour after her friends left. Well, that's the thing. Nobody knows what that happened on that phone call. It could have been a wrong number to Cherryl, and that was all it was. It could have been someone saying, meet me here, now. A lot of things you can speculate, but they don't know. What they do know, though, is that she left her home sometime after that 1:58 5-second long phone call. And she clearly rushed out of the house because she didn't bring her phone, her pager. She is not the type of person who would ever just sort of, forget her job, especially being an on-call pediatrician. And so this indicated to police that she knew someone that she met that night that may or may not have done something to her. And while they cannot rule out the fact that she could have just left on her own, it seems extremely unlikely. They do believe that she met with foul play or that this is at least an endangered missing person. They did uncover the fact that there was a $150,000 life insurance policy that would be given to her sister, the same sister whose kids she was supposed to babysit that day. And so when police are looking for suspects, that kind of jumped out to them. To my knowledge, by the way, the sister has never been able to collect the insurance policy. But her sister was dating a man, this man here. He was a bank robber. He was actually out on bond when this case occurred. He gave police the alibi. They said for the most part they can kind of confirm the alibi, but they also can't say with absolute certainty that his alibi rules him out. He was eventually found guilty of the bank robbery and was convicted and sentenced to a time in prison. And police have no evidence that he did anything to his sister-in-law, Cherryl. And Cherryl has never been found. Something else alarming is that she's diabetic, and all of her medication for her diabetes was at home. That's another reason why they think that she definitely met with foul play. Why was the car in that parking lot to that apartment complex? Who called Cherryl from that payphone and spoke for 5 seconds? Who did Cherryl meet? Was she meeting someone? The answers to these questions are still unknown. The whereabouts of Cherryl Pearson are still unknown. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Cherryl Pearson, please contact the Bartlett Police Department at 901-385-5558. There is a manhunt underway for this man here who murdered 2 people in front of their children. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Clinton and Cristen Brink. Viewer discretion is advised. This case occurred just the other day at Devil's Den Trail, which is in West Fork, Arkansas, at Devil's Den State Park. It was just on July 26, 2025, when this couple here, 41-year-old Cristen Brink and her husband, 43-year-old Clinton Brink, were on a walk with their 2 daughters, aged 7 and 9. At 2:40 p.m., 911 received a phone call that the two of them had been attacked and that their attacker has fled the scene. Details are currently limited, as in, I don't know the motive, I don't know what prompted the attack, I'm not sure. But this man here attacked the couple and killed them both, and he was seen fleeing the scene in a dark-colored four-door sedan. And it sounds like they believe he entered either the 220 or the 170 near the park. But that's pretty much all they really seem to know, or at least that's what they've released. They do believe the suspect was likely injured and probably cut himself, because this was a stabbing attack. The individual is described as a white male. He had on a long-sleeved shirt with the sleeves rolled up. He was wearing dark pants, a dark baseball cap, sunglasses. He had a black backpack on and was wearing fingerless gloves. They believe the dark-colored four-door sedan he fled in was possibly a Mazda, with the license plate covered up with either duct tape or electrical tape. And then the vehicle traveled on State Highway 170 or State Highway 220. They're not sure exactly which one. A manhunt is currently underway for this couple's killer. Again, I don't know if this was just a very random attack, if this was a robbery. I'm not sure. Their two children, by the way, are safe. They are unharmed physically. I don't know exactly what they witnessed, but I hope it... But obviously, they're going to be extremely traumatized. So again, this happened on July 26, 2025. That was just this past Saturday. And again, it was at Devil's Den Trail, and it happened approximately around 2:40 p.m. Someone somewhere out there recognizes this man. Someone somewhere out there knows where he is. Perhaps that someone is you. There are two children, two young girls, 7 and 9, who now no longer have their parents because of the actions of this man. If you have any information on his whereabouts or any information at all to provide police, you can be anonymous if you need to. Please call the Arkansas State Police at 479-751-6663. This is an image of a murderer, allegedly. So thank you for posting this comment, and then you shared the image. I also went to the Facebook page, and it says, Arkansas State Police have released a new photo of person of interest in Devil's Den double homicide. The public is urged to help identify the man. If you click the comment, you'll see the video I posted this morning with regards to the double homicide of Clinton and Cristen Brink, who were murdered in front of their two children, who are safe. As of right now, this is the only image I've seen that's publicly out there of the man. Again, this is all allegedly innocent until proven guilty, yada, yada, yada. But it does sound like they believe that this is the guy. Unfortunately, it's only of his back, so they don't have an image of his face, at least not that they have posted yet. But maybe someone will recognize the clothing, the way they're standing. He actually seems pretty short, kind of, right? But maybe you recognize the bag, the thing he's wearing. Maybe you recognize the clothes, the hat, anything. Maybe someone knows who this is. And then this is directly from the Washington County Sheriff's Office in Arkansas. So this is the side-by-side of the actual photo and then the composite drawing of his face. Someone has to recognize this man. We are in a day and age where everyone has a cell phone. There are cameras everywhere. Someone has to know who this man is, because he allegedly just murdered two people a few days ago. I think there's some belief that possibly, because this man was seen getting onto a nearby highway, he may not even be in Arkansas anymore, but they don't really know for sure. Again, the homicide occurred on the Devil's Den Trail, which is located at Devil's Den State Park there in Arkansas. If you know anything, any information at all, especially the identity of this man, please call 479-751-6663. There is a major update in the Devil's Den double homicide that occurred just a few days ago. An arrest has been made. You can click on the comment to go back to my original video covering this case. But 41-year-old Cristen Brink and her 43-year-old husband Clinton Brink, the two of them were hiking along the Devil's Den Trail at Devil's Den Park in Arkansas with their two young daughters, when an assailant came from somewhere and attacked both of them and killed them both. Two daughters were left physically unharmed, obviously emotionally and mentally. It's unfortunately going to scar them for life. But they are both safe with family members. There was a sketch released of the suspects that circulated. They had a general description of their car. This was the composite drawing that was made of the attacker. It turns out this is a 28-year-old man. 28-year-old James Andrew McGann, McGann, was arrested today at 4:57 p.m. in Arkansas time, and he was arrested at an unknown business. He has been charged with 2 counts of capital murder, and capital murder typically means death penalty. Not always, but it usually means that. As of right now, of course, he is innocent until proven guilty. I don't know what evidence they had to connect to him directly, and the police have also not announced any motive in this case. I don't know if they know the motive or not, but they haven't said anything publicly. Obviously, with this arrest being, fresh and the trial obviously hasn't even begun yet, they're probably going to keep a lot of things close to their chest. That way they're not, interfering with the potential jury pool. But I'm sure they will be able to release some information, over the course of time. But from what it sounds like, they are very confident that this is the man. The sketch, honestly, is kind of like, I don't personally see it, but it doesn't really matter because hopefully he is the guy. And hopefully this wonderful couple will get the justice they rightfully deserve very soon. It's just very sad and tragic that their 2 daughters not only have to grow up without them, but have to have this image in their minds for the rest of their lives. And hopefully this case has a positive outcome, or as positive as it could be. He wanted the inheritance, so mass murder. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Coulson family murders. Viewer discretion is advised. This is a rare case where I don't have any photos of any of the victims. I have been searching newspaper after newspaper article, and I cannot find one. This is Robert Coulson. Was Robert Coulson. He's dead now. We'll get back to that shortly. All I could find was their headstone. On November 13th, 1992, the Houston, Texas Fire Department would respond to a fire at the Coulson residence. When the fire was put out, they found several bodies. 5, to be exact. Otis and Mary Coulson were the parents. One of their daughters, Sarah Coulson, another daughter named Robin, who at the time was married to a man named Rick Wentworth. Otis, Mary, Sarah, Robin, and Rick, all found murdered inside this home. The way they died was the perpetrator put plastic bags around all of their heads, taped those plastic bags shut, tied their hands and legs so they could not take the bag off, and slowly let them suffocate to death. Then the killer dumped gasoline all over their bodies and all over the house and set the house on fire. One member of the Coulson family was not there. That would be Robert Coulson. Police weren't sure if he was another victim or if he was the perpetrator. So it turns out that Robert Coulson was at his friend's property, and his friend was named Jared Althouse. Jared and Robert were hanging out on his farm when Jared's brother went to Robert and said, "Your family's dead. We just heard about it." And so Robert and Jared go to the home to see what's happening, which would then prompt police to bring Robert in for questioning. They also brought Jared in for questioning. Seeing as how Robert was the only survivor of all of this, he did not seem to be too emotionally distraught. And also, within a few days, he's inquiring, hey, where do I get the inheritance? He wanted all the money. He wanted to inherit the house and everything. He didn't seem to care about the family being dead. But Robert swore up and down he had nothing to do with their murders. Robert told police, "I was with my friend Jared. We had stopped to get gas. You can probably get the receipt to prove that we were not anywhere near the farm." They bring in Jared. He says, "Yeah, I can confirm that. We were hanging out. And here's the receipt of the gas I purchased." He even allowed police to search his vehicle. They found nothing. But then a few days later, police are notified that Jared Althouse wants to talk to them again. He recants his testimony. Now he's saying that on the day in question, he dropped Robert off at his parents' farm property. He then left. And then he picked Robert back up a few hours later, having no idea that he just killed his family. Allegedly, he was threatened by Robert and said, "I'll kill you and I'll kill your family too if you say anything." Then a few more days go by. Jared says, "Okay, I lied that time too." Now he admits to helping Robert plan the murder of his family. He went with Robert to purchase all of the supplies needed to kill the family that day. He bought Robert a stun gun because a stun gun was used to subdue the family members one by one. He also bought the gasoline. He then admits that he dropped Robert off at the family's house at 4:15 p.m. He then immediately turned around, went to a gas station to purchase gas for the sole purpose of getting a receipt for an alibi. And so with this, Jared and Robert are both arrested. Robert's motive was clear, a very large sum of money. Somewhere between $250,000 and $600,000, not to mention the farm property. There was also indication that Robert had impregnated his sister. His sister Sarah had given birth sometime shortly before this, and the baby was put up for adoption. I don't know if they ever proved if he was the father or not. Robin, by the way, one of the victims, was also 6 months pregnant when this occurred. According to Jared, Robert talked about killing his family for not just a couple of days or weeks, but for years. He and Robert had lived together, and Robert seemed to fantasize about this. For this particular instance, he had been planning it for roughly 3 months, and Jared obviously would eventually admit that he assisted. Jared did not actually kill anyone, however, he was just as responsible, really, because he knew about all of this, he helped buy the supplies, he dropped him off, he created an alibi. Fuck him. However, Jared was extremely valuable to the prosecution because they all knew Robert was the one to do this. They knew Robert killed all of them, that Jared didn't. And so using him as the testimony, the big testimony at trial, was better for them. So eventually, Jared is convicted of his role in this crime, and he is sentenced to about 10 years in prison. They were going for the death penalty for Robert Coulson. However, they said they did not want that for Jared Althouse. And his testimony was very, very damning. Robert was broke. He was deeply in debt, and he had lost his job. So his only solution was to kill 5 members of his family, burn their bodies, burn the house, all to collect inheritance. And he did not get a single penny of it. Robert Coulson goes on trial, and I believe they only put him on trial for the murders of Robin and Rick Wentworth, his sister and brother-in-law. He was found guilty, and he was sentenced to death. After exhausting all of his appeals, Robert Coulson was executed by the state of Texas by lethal injection. His final words were, quote, "I'm innocent. I had absolutely nothing to do with my family's murders. I want to thank the people who supported me. I hope they will continue the fight." That's all. No one bought that. But he is exactly where he should be now. I hate the court of public opinion so goddamn much. If you don't know what the court of public opinion is or what that means, it's essentially when we as a society, we rule a person guilty of a crime even though the law hasn't done that necessarily. When we, through watching news clips, reading news articles, when we talk about it like on social media, we will say, well, I mean, that person looks really shady. That person's got to be a suspect. And a lot of times it's because police initially state, well, this person's a person of interest, this person's a suspect, and then we as a society, we run with it. But then, later down the road, the police will come out and say, we have looked into this individual, we have checked their alibi, we have verified their alibi, we have them on video at their alibi, we have the DNA and fingerprints that do not match this person. This person is no longer a suspect. It's over. They're free to go. But we, as a society, go, nah, he's still guilty, though. You guys got it wrong. Just because you proved his alibi does not mean that they weren't involved. And so people on social media will continue to drag that person, and that person who is no longer labeled a suspect in any way, shape, or form, they have the scrutiny of all of these millions and millions of eyeballs on them. They're trying to get a job. Then people on social media will call those places and say, you cannot hire them. They're a suspect in a murder case. They may have killed their wife or their girlfriend. And of course, the place they're trying to work at is, well, we can't have that on us. We can't have that drama. Because even though the employer will find out, like, oh, okay, that person's been cleared by police, we still have the issue of the public harassing us to not hire this person or whatever. Or to not have this person as a client or whatever the case may be. We are too stubborn to admit as a group that we are wrong. And so we need to latch onto that person and still go with it and try to find ways to connect that person to a crime. Well, they could have hired someone to do it. And so even though the legal system, the justice system has said this person is not guilty, they are still guilty in the court of public opinion. That person's life will never be the same again. They will always have that cloud hovering over them because, and it's a lot of times it's because of social media. It happens in wrongful convictions as well. Like a person will spend 25 years in prison, then DNA and fingerprint technology and all that actually clears that person. Their conviction is overturned and they're released. In a lot of cases, they're actually deemed innocent by the courts. But still, a lot of times the court of public opinion will go, were they really innocent though? I mean, they were in prison for 25 years for it. They must have had something to do with it. It's like we ignore the facts. Why do we do this? Like, why does that happen? Why are we so okay with ruining a person's life forever because we're too stubborn to say we were wrong, that person's not a suspect? You got people who can't leave their house anymore because they're bombarded by media. They can't go on apps like TikTok or YouTube because people are making video after video about how they think that they still killed their, wife or girlfriend. And don't get me wrong, there are actually armchair detectives out there who have legit helped police, who have solved cases. And those people are great. But those people are also they're going about it the right way for the most part. They're not basing their armchair detectiving off of just what they want to believe. And that's what it is. It's just, we want to believe something, so therefore it has to be true. We're like, oh, well, I mean, usually it's the boyfriend. Usually it's the husband. Usually it's the father or the stepdad. So they have to be guilty in this case because they're one of those people. Can't be anyone else. And then down the road, it turns out it actually was somebody else. It was a serial killer. It was a coworker. And more often than not, you end up having a murder victim or a rape victim or a kidnap victim. And then you have another victim in the case, and that's the person that's dragged by the court of public opinion. It's just annoying, and I fucking hate it. So anyway, sorry. Oh my fuck. This is not only one of the most unusual deaths, but it's also one of the most insane stories I think I've ever told on this page. This is Worst Unusual Deaths, number 9. Viewer discretion is advised. I don't have any confirmed photographs of the man, but 31-year-old Daniel John O'Brien was in Trinidad on vacation with some friends. He apparently had mental health issues and was allegedly not able to get the medication he needed. On a January 1990 afternoon in their hotel room, Daniel's friend and bunkmate would wake up with Daniel's hands around his throat. He was straddling him and trying to choke him. Daniel's friend takes a nearby lamp and he smashes it across Daniel's head, which gets him to fall off the bed. Daniel then takes off every article of clothing, grabs the fire extinguisher in the hallway, begins to run down and starts spraying the fire extinguisher stuff down his throat. Now, they were also really close to the airport. There was a chain link fence with barbed wire on top separating, the outside world from the runway. Daniel, again nude, jumps over not one, but 2 fences like this and begins to run onto the runway of this airport. Now, security guards were there and they were able to chase after him and get him to the ground, and then they put him in one of their Jeeps. This is just a scene from a movie. And that's kind of what the story is like. Now, apparently Daniel wasn't cuffed or had anything to kind of like securing his hands behind his back. When he was then able to, I guess, either elbow or punch the officer next to him, and then he chokes the driver of the car to the point where the driver stops, and then Daniel takes him and throws him out of the car. Daniel then drives the Jeep towards a plane that was being taxied. The engine was basically going full speed. He crashed the Jeep into the plane. It didn't cause this explosion, and it tore the roof off of the Jeep. And he had one more thing left to do. Now, after the fact, they believe that obviously his lack of medication plus his mental health issues would cause him to obviously go way over the edge. But as the plane's engine is going almost at full speed at this point, Daniel manages to jump somehow in front of the engine when it then sucks him in and it obliterates his body. Witnesses described it as his body was literally minced to death, and his body parts literally flew all over the runway. Yes, this is a real story, by the way. You can find several sites talking about it. It's just fucking insane. Oh God, by golly gum. Whew. You cannot sneak up on people like this. Is this a bug? Anyway, there's some very good news today. Justice has finally been served for Crystal Rogers. Brooks Houck and Joseph Lawson have both been found guilty with their connection to the murder of Crystal Rogers. The jury has recommended the maximum sentence for both. Brooks Houck was convicted of murder as a principal or accomplice to the crime and also complicity to tampering with physical evidence. Joseph Lawson was convicted of conspiracy to commit murder and tampering with physical evidence. The maximum sentence for Brooks Houck would be life in prison, and the maximum sentence for Lawson would be 25 years. And formal sentencing is scheduled for August 21st. Crystal Rogers, pictured here with her family, was a mother of 5, and she vanished off the face of the earth back in 2015. I covered her case a while ago. And part of this case also saw her father, Tommy Ballard, also killed. He was shot to death while hunting with his grandson. Most people believe this was an intentional homicide. Tommy was adamant about finding his daughter's probable killers. Crystal Rogers from Bardstown, Kentucky, was last seen alive on July 3rd, 2015. Her and her boyfriend, Brooks Houck, did not exactly have a consistently good relationship, and they have never really established the true motive behind this, but they have established that he was responsible for her murder. Oh, Jesus, every time. And that this guy, Joseph Lawson, who was a friend or acquaintance of Brooks Houck, well, he assisted. And the kind of extra twist to this whole case is not only did Crystal Rogers and Tommy Ballard meet with foul play, about 1.5 or 2 years prior to Crystal Rogers' disappearance, an officer, Jason Ellis, was killed in the Bardstown area in what they described as an ambush. And then Kathy Netherland and her 16-year-old daughter Samantha were found murdered in their home in 2014. And there's always been some kind of theory that all of these murders were somehow related to one another. You know, possibly did Crystal find out about what happened to them, and that's the reason why she was killed. Then her father, Tommy Ballard, was killed because he was trying to uncover what happened to his daughter. Maybe he got too close. Officially, they're not considered linked at this time. But the murders of Tommy Ballard, Jason Ellis, and Kathy and Samantha Netherland have all remained unsolved. But at least one of the victims so far has gotten justice, and hopefully her killers are given the maximum sentence. And to this day, by the way, it's now 2025 in July, Crystal Rogers' body has never been found. It's always baffling when one person disappears, but 2? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Danielle Imbo and Richard Petrone. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time this case occurred, Danielle Imbo was a 34-year-old mother to a 1-year-old child. She was in the process of getting a divorce. Danielle was described as an incredibly warm person. She was incredibly outgoing. She made friends really easy, and her son was her entire world. She would do anything for him. You know, people said that she would give her own life to protect her son. Danielle at the time was dating this man here, 35-year-old Richard Petrone. They had, I guess, a very on-again, off-again relationship, but every time they were off again, it wasn't because of like animosity. It was because their goals weren't aligning at those times. But they had a very friendly, very amicable relationship. And at this point, they're now back together. Richard is also a father. He had a teenage girl, so both Danielle and him had children from previous relationships. And his daughter meant the world to him. It sounds like the mother of his child was no longer in the picture, or like was not in a place where she could take care of a child. And so basically he was a full-time father. And Richard also was helping his father run the bakery, something he loved doing. On the night of February 19th, 2005, Danielle was actually supposed to be meeting up with a friend, but she ended up canceling that plan kind of last minute. And I think it was to go out to hang out with like her mom and Rich's mom. And then one of the women that she was with that night, around 9:30 p.m. or so, dropped Danielle off here at the Abilene Bar in South Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, because that's where Rich was at this point, and Danielle was going to be spending the rest of the evening with him. And they were there with another one of their couple friends, and I think someone else. But at about 11:30 to 11:45 p.m. or so, Richard and Danielle left the bar. They got into Rich's pickup truck, and they drove away. And that was it. Nobody has ever seen them again. According to the friends that they were with that night, and according to the people that Danielle was hanging out with prior, both of them seemed to be in really good spirits. They had a really happy, fun time. They were laughing, they were joking, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. There were no fights or anything like that, no arguments. And by the following morning, Danielle did not show up for a hair appointment that she had scheduled. And the person who usually does her hair, someone she knew, thought that was really strange. And then family members of each eventually started to call them. They got no responses. No one answered. They began to call around to see if anyone had seen them. They're still getting, no, we haven't seen them at all. They go to the place where they lived. They weren't there. The truck wasn't there. Something's off. Something is not right here. Richard's teenage daughter was literally all she had. And he absolutely adored her. And there's just no way he just picks up and leaves. Danielle would lay down her life to protect her child. He was everything to her. Again, there is no way she just picks up and leaves him. Something is not right. And so eventually the couple is reported missing to police. And unfortunately, there really isn't much information from beyond this point. Eventually, the Mount Laurel Police Department, who was the one investigating this case, they were stumped, and so they contacted the FBI to help them. So the police and the FBI working together, they have gone, door to door. They have been asking for tips and for leads. I saw one news clip where they stated that they went through every conspiracy theory possible just to make sure none of them were correct. And all of that led to nothing. Police and FBI have interviewed over 300 people. And eventually, rumors started, and then you have that game of telephone being played where the way the story was told initially is now something completely different. It's a high profile case that a lot of people in that area know about. And unfortunately, all the, he said, she said, and the hearsay and all these rumors and stuff, it really kind of muddies the whole investigation. There was a news clip of one of the parents being interviewed, and she said, because they asked her, do you think foul play was involved? And she said, well, I don't think it was aliens that came down and snatched up these two people in a truck and then took them into space. Yeah, I think there is foul play involved, basically is what she said. Because again, this is a couple who was very, very happy with one another. Everybody said that they were in really good spirits that night. It doesn't mean that there wasn't something, bad going on behind the scenes that maybe people didn't know about, but there was never any indication from anyone, and especially from these two, that would say, help, we're in trouble here. It's just really not possible that they made themselves disappear. And the fact that nobody has seen them since, not even false sightings of them. Their bank accounts haven't been touched. Their social security numbers haven't been used. They're gone. But with both of them really not having any enemies, there were no jilted exes involved, no spats with coworkers or friends or family. It's all a mystery. And the truck is missing too. The truck has never been seen by anyone. So this is the exact truck, and then that is the license plate number of said truck. Now, obviously, if foul play is involved, this truck is probably long gone, but you never know. Or maybe someone recognizes it from 20 years ago. Because that's how long it's been. It's been 20 years now. It's 2025 when I'm filming this. This happened all the way back in 2005. Someone, somewhere out there, has got to know the truth. And perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts or what may have happened to Danielle Imbo and Richard Petrone back in 2005, there is a $50,000 reward for info that helps lead to bringing them home. You can call 215-546-TIPS, or you can reach out to the FBI office there at 215-418-4000. Hello, true crimerers. This is Worst Deaths Imaginable number 22. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured here is Tilikum the killer whale. In 1983, he would be captured in the waters of Iceland when he was about 2 years old. He then lived the remainder of his life in captivity, beginning at a park called Sealand. I guess it's like the Kroger brand version of SeaWorld. He would be forced to live with a female killer whale who would attack him repeatedly. He was withheld food for the purposes of training him, and during one of the shows at Sealand, Tilikum, along with other killer whales, would drag trainer Kelty Byrne to the bottom of the pool where they removed her clothing and bit at her until she died. Sealand would then close, and Tilikum and other killer whales were purchased by SeaWorld in Orlando, Florida. This was Dawn Brancheau. As a child, she would frequent SeaWorld in Orlando, and that's where she got her passion for animals. And all the way dating back to her young years, she aspired to become a trainer at SeaWorld. And her dream would finally come true. And just 2 years after starting her job at SeaWorld, she became a killer whale trainer. In fact, she became the face of a killer whale show. She would be plastered on billboards advertising SeaWorld, and she was a beloved member of the SeaWorld staff. She adored doing what she did, and you could always see it during the shows. She was an animal lover outside of SeaWorld, too. She would volunteer at animal shelters over the weekends. She rescued dogs. But on February 24th, 2010, this would all come to a very tragic end. During a show called Dine with Shamu, that would feature Tilikum the whale, a whale that Dawn had a very strong bond with. Dawn would be on a landing that was kind of like where the killer whales would come up to get pet and fed by the trainers. She bent down to rub Tilikum's head, when then Tilikum grabbed her by the ponytail and dragged her into the pool. Other people would say they actually witnessed the whale grab her by the arm and dragged her in. And with Dawn in his mouth, he dragged and threw her around the pool. He would sever her spinal cord, and he never let her above water again. He would continue biting down on her body, creating blunt force trauma, and she would eventually die by swallowing too much water, and she drowned. It would come out that SeaWorld knew of about 30 previous incidences with Tilikum, including another trainer's death, but they never told the trainers at SeaWorld. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Amityville house. And no, we are not going to talk about the popular series of films that was based on the Lutz family in the 70s claiming the house was haunted by gurus and demons and goblins. Which, by the way, that true story was proven to be a hoax, if you did not know. So most of you know that part of the story, but a lot of you guys don't know about the actual murders that took place in the Amityville home. So let's go. Viewer discretion is advised. November 13th, 1974, somewhere around 6:30 p.m., 23-year-old Amityville, Long Island, New York resident Ronald DeFeo Jr. runs into a bar called Henry's Bar, screaming, "You've got to help me! I think my mother and father have been shot!" So, concerned, a group of his friends run out of the bar, and they hurry over to 112 Ocean Avenue, to the DeFeo home, where Ronald DeFeo Jr. lived with his parents and his 4 siblings. The friends enter the home, and upstairs they find the dead bodies of Ronald DeFeo Jr.'s parents. Both of them were shot dead. So they immediately call the police. And when the police entered the home, they again found the bodies of Ronald DeFeo Sr. and Louise DeFeo, each shot twice. And they also found the 18-year-old sister of Ronald DeFeo Jr., Dawn, shot once, his 13-year-old sister Allison, shot once, his 12-year-old brother Mark, shot once, and finally his 9-year-old brother John DeFeo Jr., shot once. All 6 family members were deceased, all shot with a .34 caliber rifle. That same evening, Ronald would tell the police that he thinks it was a hitman who did it. He even gave him a name. Oh, Louis Fellini. That sounds really mobby, if you ask me. So the police go to verify Fellini's whereabouts. Guess what? He's not even in the same state. So that theory was shot down. Ronald DeFeo Jr. here would continue changing his story, like little inconsistencies here and there. Enough that it really concerned the police. And they had to wonder, why were you the only survivor of this massacre? Where were you? Well, the following morning, he couldn't keep it in anymore. Ronald DeFeo Jr. confessed to the murders of his entire family. He said, and I quote, "Once I started, I just couldn't stop. It went so fast." So he was charged with 6 counts of murder. October 14th, 1975, his trial began. He tried to plead insanity. He said he did it in self-defense because he heard his family's voices plotting against him. Not true. The psychiatrist would say that he was well aware of his actions and knew what he was doing. And he knew that it was wrong. November 21st, 1975, he was convicted of 6 counts of murder, and he got 6 life sentences, and he died in prison. And, oh, that's a ghost in the house.
A family in Michigan is asking for the public's help to find their missing loved one. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Devlin Tait. Viewer discretion is advised. So this case actually occurred just a few months ago in April of 2025. This is 19-year-old Devlin Tait. According to Devlin's family, he is diagnosed with cerebral palsy, ADHD, Tourette's syndrome, and fetal alcohol syndrome, all of which he is medicated for. This case is from Lake Odessa, Michigan, and this community knew Devlin well. Devlin was known to take long walks, around this area. It was April 21st, 2025. I don't know if this is the exact one, but he was last seen at a Carl's supermarket in downtown Lake Odessa. I guess he was seen on CCTV. He had bought some groceries and was seen leaving, and it does not appear that he was in any kind of distress or that anyone was necessarily following him. Now, Devlin is 19 now, but he was still 18 when he vanished. But he has not been seen by anyone since he left that supermarket. His family trying to call his cell phone, it goes straight to voicemail. Devlin used something, I guess, called a bridge card, and it was last used at that Carl's supermarket at the time he was last seen. There is no other indications that he has gone or been anywhere else. Obviously, he is somewhere else. They can't track where. I don't know if they've pinned the cell phone or not. I'm sure they have. Devlin does not have his medication on him. It's all at home, and it's something he needs. But outside of that, I don't really have much more information. It doesn't sound like anyone does. This is just a real big mystery. He was seen, and then he was gone. And people, especially nowadays, they just don't vanish into thin air. And his family just wants him home, hopefully safe. That's the most important thing, is him coming home safely. So, Devlin, at the time this occurred, was 18 years old. He is 6 foot tall, approximately 170 pounds. He has shorter brown hair and brown eyes. Devlin was last seen wearing a white t-shirt, a black zip-up sweatshirt, blue jeans, and black cowboy boots. And again, he has a few ailments that he needs medication for that he does not have. His loved ones just want to know if he's okay. Maybe if he is out there and he sees videos about his story, contact your family if you can. They miss you. Someone somewhere out there has got to know where he is or what may have happened to him. Again, hopefully it's nothing severe. If you have any information on the whereabouts of 19-year-old Devlin Tait, please contact the Lake Odessa Police Department at 616-527-5737.
Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Dinya Farmer from Phoenix, Arizona. At around 7 p.m. on September 7th, 2016, 49-year-old mother Dinya Farmer was on her way home from work. Starting around 7:20 p.m., she would actually call 911. And this is because before she got onto the freeway, she had stopped at a stop sign, and then she noticed a white workman's pickup truck with ladders and stuff on it. That truck came to a stop behind her, and then men got out of that truck and began to approach her. And she said one of them was wearing an army shirt. Nervous, of course, she sped off. And then the men got back into the truck and started to pursue her. Dinya had told the 911 operator that she had gotten onto the 51 freeway here in Arizona, but the operator said it actually appears that you're on the I-10 freeway. And Dinya would say, "I'm so sorry, yes I am, I'm just really nervous." She would tell the operator, "They're right behind me, what do I do, what do I do, I don't know what to do." Unfortunately, Dinya did not get a good look at the license plate number. Then, a few moments later, Dinya tells the operator, "Okay, they're right next to me." Then, the transcript and the 911 operator would say that there was some sort of unknown noise, and then Dinya Farmer no longer responded. The operator is trying to get her attention. She's saying, "Ma'am, hello, are you there? Ma'am." She would say, "This is dispatch. Ma'am, can you hear me? Please respond." But, as it turns out, one of the men in the white work pickup truck pulled out a gun and had shot Dinya through her window, killing her. And then her car crashed into a cement median. And it turns out, by the way, Dinya Farmer was correct. She was on the 51 freeway. Unfortunately, that wouldn't have changed anything, just because things happened so quickly. The three suspects, in their white workman's pickup truck with ladders on it, I want to keep saying that, got off on Thomas Road, and then have never been seen again. We are nearly at 5 years later, and her murder, her senseless murder, has gone unsolved. Unbelievably, no one has come forward. There has been no solid witness testimony to say what they saw, no other descriptions of the vehicle or the men in the vehicle. The needle on this case has moved very little. Police do suspect that this was not a random shooting, that they appeared to be following Dinya for some reason. Some people suspect it was some sort of like traffic incident that got them mad, but that's just suspicion. No one truly knows what the motive was. If you were there on September 7th, 2016, and you have any memory of what happened, please inform the Phoenix authorities. These murderers cannot go unpunished. Dinya needs her justice, as does her family. This is the final image of a man shortly before he would die in one of the worst deaths imaginable. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured here is Dion Dreyer. He was from South Africa and he was a diver. On December 17th, 1994, the 20-year-old was diving. This was at Boesmansgat Cave, which is located in South Africa. And I guess this is a particular area known as Bushman's Hole. He was doing a practice dive there, but he never made it up. And his body never floated to the surface. They believe he may have died from oxygen toxicity. They had sent people down there to see if they could recover his body, but it never became a possibility. Until 10 years later. This was diver David Shaw. He was originally from Australia and he was a technical diver who had done well over 300 dives. Well, one day he decided he was going to attempt to go to the bottom of Boesmansgat and try to retrieve the body of Dion Dreyer. He went down there, he found the body, which was unbelievable to begin with. He then had to go back up to the top, which is where he would tell Dion's family, I found him, I'm going back down and I'm going to get him. It was January 8th, 2005. This photo was taken moments before that particular dive. He had also gone down there with a partner. This is kind of a visual representation of what this dive would have looked like. Very deep, very dark. The two divers did manage to get themselves to the bottom, where they did find the body of Dion Dreyer again. Now, as Dave is trying to basically get hold of the body, what they didn't really account for was that the body had become very buoyant. This was because, I guess, of like the skeletal remains, but also partially covered with the diver's scuba suit. It like developed this soap-like kind of material that caused the body to float. So Dave is beginning to kind of struggle with all of this. He puts his underwater light down on the surface of the cave, which there's a bunch of wires connected to that light. As he's struggling with the body, the wires get caught around him. Dave becomes entangled in these wires. They're becoming entangled with the cords of the body bag they were using as well. Dave is struggling to free himself. His partner was also getting entangled. That individual does manage to begin to resurface because he needs to. But Dave, unfortunately, is kind of left tangled in these wires down below. As Dave struggled and struggled and struggled, the high pressure of being down that deep would create severe respiratory issues. There will be a large buildup of carbon dioxide, which then caused him to black out, where he then died. 3 days later, Dave Shaw's body and the body of Dion Dreyer would both float to the surface of Bushman's Hole. At Wit's End. This is a cleverly named true crime docuseries, which is now available to watch on Hulu. It is 4 episodes long, about 45 minutes each episode. I've been watching a lot of docuseries recently. So I had never heard of this case. So the victim here is Melissa Witt, which is why the At Wit's End is such it's a clever title. A real quick rundown. Melissa Witt was a 19-year-old girl, and in 1994, she seemingly vanished off the face of the earth. Her vehicle was found a couple of days later at this parking lot of a place called Bowling World, obviously a bowling alley, and there was blood kind of leading away from her car. There was like a young witness who saw some kind of fight happening between a man and a woman, but it was a very dark parking lot when this all happened. Roughly 6 weeks later, Melissa Witt's body is found in the Ozark forests. This is a good 50, 60 miles away from where her car was found. So if you're looking for like a really kind of fast-paced and just like info coming at you every couple seconds type of docuseries, this really isn't the one for that. I actually really enjoyed this a lot. And the reason why is because of how, what would be the best word? How thorough this was. I don't recall ever seeing a true crime show like this where it goes into such detail in terms of like the investigation. Like we see several meetings of all of these law enforcement people, FBI and whatnot, discussing this case, going over every piece of evidence. They're going over every single witness statement, and they are very methodically looking at every single suspect, which they had suspects in droves. This was also around the same time where Morgan Nick, the little girl, disappeared. It was from the same area. And they also look at a couple other cases where elderly women were murdered in their home. We get to see kind of insight into potential serial killers who may have been involved in Melissa's case. But yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't know how to describe it. It's just I feel like we as the audience are put into the investigation, if that makes sense. And I don't know, I appreciate this approach. It makes for a much slower show. It is, I guess, to some people, this may be considered kind of on the boring side. But for me, because I love this kind of stuff, I love seeing the crime scene photos, I love the meticulous stuff, I love hearing the witness statements and seeing the news clips, I love seeing the science side of true crime. It's like an all-encompassing type of show. And, like I said, again, it's a case I had never heard of before. Turns out her name was already on my super long list of names to cover. But yeah, so it's 4 episodes long, 45 minutes a piece. This is not a paid sponsor. Once again, I just watched this on my own. But if you have Hulu, it's called At Wits End, WITTS, and I would highly recommend it. It's very, very good. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Donna Emmel. Viewer discretion is advised. This case occurred in Newport, North Carolina, all the way back in 1975. That is where 15-year-old Donna Emmel lived. She was born on October 16th, 1959, and on June 16th, 1975, she vanished. It sounds like back then, at least, Newport, North Carolina was a relatively small community, and, Donna growing up there was very popular. She was well known, she was well liked. One of her cousins would say, though, that Donna, if you ever kind of got in her face, she was a spitfire and she would fight right back. And her family would describe her as the epitome of a tomboy. She preferred cut-off shorts, going outside, getting dirty. She did not wear dresses. She wore dresses on 2 occasions, according to her cousin. Once was to a school dance, and the other was when she was buried. On July 16th, 1975, Donna Emmel had gone to a local hangout spot. It was called Grice's Grill, also known apparently as the America Service Station and Grill there in Newport, North Carolina. It was just off of a highway that I guess was between some Marine bases and the beach. And on that night, she went to the grill because it was a popular hangout spot for teenagers. She had fun, and her mom had called the location and said, "Hey, you need to come home now." And so she, according to witnesses, left the house and began walking home. She never made it home, however. And so her parents report her missing, and they would find her almost right away. The teenage girl was found deceased in a drainage ditch just across from where she lived. She had been strangled to death, and there was no evidence of a sexual assault. According to her brother, I guess her brother that night when she was supposed to be walking towards home, he saw her just outside the house or near the house walking with a man that he did not know, that he did not recognize. And it appeared at a point where Donna had walked into a wooded area and the man was following closely behind her. Whether or not she knew this man, no one really knows, because no one knows who the man is. No one knows if he was the one who killed her. I mean, if the brother truly saw that, if he truly saw his sister being followed by a man and then she is found murdered, 2 + 2 is 4. Police would end up questioning hundreds of people. They questioned everyone they could find who was at the grill that night. They interviewed people in her neighborhood. They got tips, they got leads. They had to investigate all of them, but none of them have turned up with anything substantial. There is, however, one suspect that some of you may recognize, especially if you're familiar with the Making a Murderer Stephen Avery case. The suspect's name is Gregory Allen. He was in the Marines and he was stationed in North Carolina at the time this murder happened. Police did interview him in 1975 with regards to the murder of Donna, but they never had any evidence to say he was the one responsible. In the early 1990s, he is arrested for committing a rape, and then that's when the Stephen Avery case comes in. Stephen Avery had been convicted of a rape in Wisconsin, which is where Gregory Allen was originally from. That rape happened in 1985, and as many of you know who know this case really well, DNA from the case that Stephen Avery had been convicted for was actually not his DNA, but Gregory Allen's. There were people in Wisconsin who were telling them that the composite drawing of the person who committed this rape that Stephen Avery was convicted of, well, he actually looked a lot like Gregory Allen. But I can go on forever about the Avery case, but essentially the police and the sheriff's department out there were very corrupt, and they just really wanted Stephen Avery. But he was released from prison, and Gregory Allen was then charged with the rape. So there were records from the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department that indicated that Gregory Allen was a potential suspect in the Donna Emmel case in North Carolina. They tried to ask him about it at a much later date, when he was convicted of the other ones, but he denied having anything to do with Donna's murder. He is still in prison to this day, and Donna Emmel's case has gone cold. Now, I am assuming that there was no substantial DNA found with Donna, because I know they had Gregory Allen's DNA, but again, there was also no indications that she was even sexually assaulted. Gregory Allen may just be a red herring, but her brother did see him with a man, which I think he described as an older man, or at least, several years older than Donna, but unfortunately, Donna's case remains unsolved. And as we say, someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about who killed Donna Emmel. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the murder of 15-year-old Donna Emmel, please contact 919-662-4500. Hey, so I need to clarify something real quick. If you click this comment, you'll go back to the original video about the case of Donna Emmel. This is 100% my bad. I failed to mention this. Donna's brother is not a suspect. Donna was 15 years old when she was murdered. Her brother was actually a few years younger than her. And when the brother had mentioned that he had seen, a slightly older guy walking with her, he told the mom that night because she was reported missing that same night, the night she disappeared. And this part, I don't know. I'm not sure about this aspect, but to me, I'm guessing the brother didn't really know if Donna, knew this man, because it didn't seem like she was in any kind of distress or anything. So the brother, again, who is younger than her, may have thought she knew this guy. But once she didn't come home, that's when the brother told the mom, and then everything would lead to her being reported missing and whatnot. So that's 100% on me. That's my bad. I completely neglected to mention any of that in the video. Do apologize for that. But yeah, just so you have some clarification on that part of this case. Worst deaths imaginable, number 16, and it's also a theme park death. Viewer discretion is advised. And for this one, we are going to Queensland, Australia. Sorry, Jared, I know this is your neck of the woods, but I just had to do this one. This is a theme park called Dream World. It opened in December of 1981. It now includes 47 different attractions, including 4 roller coasters. In December of 1986, it opened Thunder River Rapids, a ride much like many others around the world, where you would board a raft like this one that simulates what a raging river would be like. In October of 2016, a horrible tragedy would occur that would shut the ride down forever. 6 passengers boarded one of the rafts: Kate Goodchild, Luke Dorset, Ruzba Argai, and Cindy Lowe. Also on the raft were 2 children, Kieran Lowe and Ebony Goodchild. Now, at the end of this ride, much like all the other rides just like this one, you go up a conveyor belt that will lead you to the place where you depart. Now, when you get to the top, the water is supposed to be there to kind of help bring the raft along. But on this day, the water levels were not where they were supposed to be. There were 2 large water pumps, and one of those pumps had failed. The water pumps are absolutely essential to this ride operating safely and properly. But because of the failure of one of them, the water levels rapidly dropped. Now, what happened was one raft got to this area, the water levels were dropped, and so the raft itself got stuck. And then the raft holding the 6 passengers I mentioned earlier, well, this happened. I'll give you a trigger warning, but this is just an animation. So the raft with the 6 passengers on it flipped. The picture behind me is the aftermath. There is nothing graphic about it, but this is the end result. And yes, this is the exact photo. By some miracle, the 2 children were actually thrown to safety. But sadly, the 4 adults would not be so lucky. Again, nothing graphic is shown here. But what happened was that when the boat flipped, it flipped completely over. And 2 of the adults got stuck under the raft and they drowned. Drowning takes a while. Drowning is considered one of the worst ways to go. Now, the other 2, because the ride's operator didn't know which emergency stop button to hit them both! The conveyor belt was still going, and 2 of the adults got trapped inside the conveyor belt, and they were slowly crushed to death, slowly and painfully. Thunder River Rapids was then permanently closed.
He probably would have gotten justice had the FBI not lost the crucial evidence. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Edward Kriz. Viewer discretion is advised. This case begins in the early morning hours of November 10th, 1962. Edward Kriz and his wife Bernice were working here at George's Buffet Tavern, located in Iowa City, Iowa, still open to this very day. Edward and Bernice, I guess, had this little thing they did every single time they were done with work. They would walk down this alleyway to another little restaurant where they would get a sandwich and a drink. And this time they asked if their coworker wanted to join them, and the coworker did. So I think they would leave through this back door of the restaurant of George's and then would walk down this way through the alleyway. They then go to the restaurant, which was, I think, right here. I'm not sure if it's the same one or not. And they were there until about 1:45 in the morning. And then they left through a side entrance of the restaurant. And then they were going to walk down this alleyway back to George's, because Edward and Bernice actually lived in an apartment above George's. But as the trio left the other restaurant, as they walked into the alleyway, they were suddenly confronted by a masked man. He was wearing a dark-colored jacket and trousers, and he had on some kind of Halloween mask. This is the eventual scene of the crime, but this masked person also had a gun. And at some point, it sounds like Edward Kriz tried to stop this person, lunged at him to, prevent him from causing anyone harm. But then the gun went off, and Edward Kriz was shot. And then he shot the gun a couple more times. Edward was struck in the arm and in his chest, and also once through his foot. All done with a .45 caliber. Edward was rushed to the hospital, but unfortunately at 2 o'clock in the morning, he would be pronounced deceased. And it became immediate news there in Iowa City, Iowa. This kind of thing just didn't happen there. Bernice and their co-worker were obviously direct witnesses to this, but they also found other witnesses who saw or at least heard this all happen. And a few minutes after this, a University of Iowa co-ed was walking nearby that reported that a man, dark-haired, 5 feet 6 inches, 150 pounds, ran across a yard near the restaurant and jumped into a small foreign car and sped away. This is believed to be the shooter. Now, Edward was not the target. This was, unfortunately, I was in the right place but at the wrong time kind of situation. Literally anyone who would have walked out that door at that exact time would have likely been in this situation. The only real piece of evidence they had at the crime scene was a button. And the button was believed to have been ripped off of the shooter during this altercation. And then all of that kind of somehow led to police getting a tip about an individual who may have been responsible for this. It was actually an 18-year-old construction worker named Robert Joseph Schneider, this guy right here. His name had come up because he had also been involved in a robbery of the North Liberty Supper Club, using the same type of weapon that was used to kill Edward. And they had evidence that this guy was really desperate for money. During the Supper Club robbery, he wore, I guess, pantyhose or stockings over his head. The Supper Club thing actually happened roughly a month before Edward's murder. And so Robert Joseph Schneider is arrested and charged for the robbery of the Supper Club. When police have him in custody, they're able to look through some clothing items. They find a coat that was almost identical to the coat the shooter was wearing. And this is according to both Bernice and the co-worker. This coat also was missing a button. The threads of that button were still there, but the button was gone. So the button was apparently handed over to the local FBI office by the police to do some further examinations on it. However, when it came time to compare that button to the missing button on the coat they found, the button was lost. The FBI lost it. The one piece of evidence that would connect directly to this coat that this person was wearing was gone.
Now, he would still be charged and indicted with the murder of Edward Kriz. And he goes on trial in January of 1963 for the Supper Club robbery. He ended up being acquitted of that because they couldn't prove he was the one who actually did the robbery. He admitted to writing a note that was passed during the robbery, but it was actually somebody else who actually did the physical holdup. And then more bad luck. In February of 1963, after he is acquitted of the other crime, his defense team would go to the courts for the murder charge and says there's no evidence to connect him to this. And the courts had to agree because the only evidence they had was the button. They didn't have the gun. He was wearing a mask when this all happened, so Bernice and the coworker and any other witness did not see the person's face. All they had was that goddamn button, and it's gone. Now, they can sit here and say, yeah, the button we had looked very similar or was identical to the buttons that were found on the coat, but we can't tell you that for sure. And so, charges against him were dropped. 2 days before his 19th birthday, Robert Joseph Snyder is released from jail. All charges dropped. No convictions. No time in prison. He got away with murder. Allegedly. More than likely. He would be, I think, 80 or 81 years old today. I don't know if he's still alive. I didn't really check. But because he was never actually acquitted, just the charges were dropped, double jeopardy is not in play, which means there is still a chance, if alive, he could be rearrested for this and go to trial. And so, as we always say, someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about who really killed Edward Kriz that night. And perhaps you have the evidence that it was Robert Joseph Snyder. If you have any information, please contact the authorities at 319-356-5275. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Edward Wayne Edwards. Yeah, that's his real name. Viewer discretion is advised. Good old Edward Edwards here was born in 1933 in Akron, Ohio. Yep, that sounds about right. He claims he was abused by nuns during his upbringing because he was raised in an orphanage. Just a tick later in life, he would join the U.S. Marines, but then he would go AWOL and would be dishonorably discharged. Off to a good start so far. Around the mid-50s, he would impersonate Marines, to which he got arrested for this, and he was put in jail in Akron, Ohio. In 1955, he broke out of jail. He was reapprehended in 1956 after he burglarized a few places. In 1960, he broke out of jail again, and this time he was added to the FBI's 10 most wanted list. Maybe put a leash on him, fellas. He was caught again, got 17 additional years, and he would eventually become paroled in 1967. And this is when he would become a serial killer. I mean, are you shocked his middle name is fucking Wayne? Of course he's a serial killer. 1977, Ohio. William Billy Lavaco and his girlfriend, Judith Straub. Well, EWE, or EW, Edward Wayne Edwards, well, unfortunately for this couple, he would come across them, robbed them, and shot them both with a shotgun, killing them. 1980, Concord, Wisconsin. Tim Hack and Kelly Drew. Well, again, unfortunately for them, they came across EW, and he would strangle and stab them to death. This case was labeled the Sweetheart Murders. Now, obviously, EWE, he wasn't caught for the first set of murders, and he wouldn't be caught for these murders for quite some time. 1996, Burton, Ohio. This is Danny Boy Edwards. Yes, again, that is his real middle name. He was the foster son to EWE. Well, his foster father would shoot him in the face for $250,000 of insurance money. Now, little side note, since you all know I'm a big fan of Making a Murderer, there is a popular theory going around that Edward Wayne Edwards is also the real killer of Teresa Halbach, the woman who was murdered that Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey are now serving life sentences in Wisconsin for doing. Remember, Edward Wayne Edwards is familiar with Wisconsin. EWE was known for trying to frame other people for his murders, and it's widely believed that Stephen Avery was framed for the murder of Teresa Halbach. This is a scene from Making a Murderer. There in the background behind Kenneth the Walrus Kratz, many people speculate is in fact Edward Wayne Edwards. This is all mainly a conspiracy theory. Thanks to DNA evidence, he would be caught in 2009. He was convicted of 5 murders and sentenced to death. But he would die of natural causes in Ohio in 2011. Ew. A family had hoped that she would still be alive, but unfortunately that was not the case. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Elizabeth Barclay. Viewer discretion is advised. This is obviously a case about a child. At the time of this case, Elizabeth Barclay was just 7 years old, and that's all the time she got on this earth. And she grew up in Dallas, Texas. On October 23rd, 1979, her family would be changed forever. On that day, 7-year-old Elizabeth was walking with her younger brother and a friend somewhere along this road near their home, when, according to the two other kids, a dark-colored vehicle pulled up next to them. They saw a male, they described him as a black male, getting out of the car, where he then just grabbed Elizabeth Barclay and threw her into the car. A witness from afar also saw this man do this and was striking Elizabeth over her head. She was struggling to get away from him. It all happened so quick that the adult witness who saw this happen was trying to get there in time, but they didn't. The man was able to speed away with Elizabeth in his car. And so this is immediately reported to the police, and her family finds out right away. They report her missing officially, and they offer a reward for any information that helps either lead to bring her home safely or to capture who did this. And for days, they searched and they searched and they searched. They checked everywhere that she could have possibly been. They were looking for cars similar to what the children described. The other witness to this crime said that the individual was a black male somewhere between 30 to 35 years old, but that's really all the info they had. This was such a quick event that no one really had time to process what was happening, especially these two other kids. I mean, her brother was younger than she was, and she was 7. They don't know or understand what's happening. While they're searching, they're also continuing to push the reward. They are going door to door. They're asking everyone in the neighborhood, interviewing and questioning any person they can, but they come up empty. Her parents were heavily involved in the search. I mean, they were completely distraught. This was the nightmare scenario that every parent has heard about, but thinks, it can't happen to me. But unfortunately, it did. Then, in December of 1979, the worst case scenario happened. The decomposed body of a young girl was found along a rural road in Van Zandt County. They did not release her cause of death, but they did state that this was very clearly a homicide. I mean, obviously, given the fact that she was abducted off of the street by a person that nobody recognized or knew, and then she's found murdered. But I think the decomposition may not have been able to tell the cause of death, or they're just keeping that private, secret. Police will do that kind of tactic all the time, where they don't want to reveal too much information to the public, so that if they actually have the killer in front of them and they say something that only the killer would know, they'll know they have their person. But sadly, Elizabeth's case went cold pretty quickly. Any tip or lead they got dried up. Nobody recognized the man that did this, and no one really recognized the car that this was seen happening in. The Texas Rangers had recently reopened this case to look further into it, but sadly, they just haven't been able to produce any new evidence, any new witnesses. The vehicle, by the way, was described as a dark-colored, possibly 2-door Buick, but it doesn't sound like they're absolutely positive on that. But somebody somewhere out there has got to know the truth about who did this to 7-year-old Elizabeth Barclay. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the murder of Elizabeth Barclay, please call 1-800-252-8477. You can remain anonymous. Please help Elizabeth and her family get the justice she very rightfully deserves. They said she stabbed herself 20 times. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Ellen Greenberg. Viewer discretion is advised. Ellen Greenberg was born on June 23rd, 1983, and at the time this case occurs, she is living in Philadelphia. She would end up getting a degree in communications and then got her teaching degree, where she was now working as a first grade teacher. And she absolutely loved her students. She was always just like the happiest teacher. Ellen was just described as just a really happy, bubbly person. She always had this big smile on her face. She never really battled any issues with depression. A short time before this case occurred, she had been battling some anxiety issues, which she was given medication for, but nothing, unusual. She was also engaged to be married. Her and her fiancé Sam had just sent out all of these save the date invitations. And from outward appearances, it appeared that Ellen and Sam had a good relationship. They looked to be a normal, happy couple. And then January 26, 2011 happened. And it gets incredibly bizarre. The couple lived here in this apartment building in Philadelphia. Ellen had gone to work that morning, but at some point in the day, it was snowing, and so everyone was sent home from the school. Ellen stayed behind to make sure all of her kids were picked up, and then she left herself. That evening, her fiancé, Sam, had gone to the gym, and then he claims he got back to the apartment where the door was now locked. He then sent these text messages in order. He sent these to Ellen's phone. Hello? Open the door. What are you doing? I'm getting pissed. Hello? You better have an excuse. What the fuck? You have no idea. At one point, he claimed a security guard helped him break down the door, but then another story says that he himself nudged the door open, or he forced it open, because he said that the hook latch on the inside had been locked. This is the exact latch. The implication was that only the person inside the apartment could have locked this. Once he gains entry to the apartment, he finds Ellen, who's basically kind of like slumped or leaning onto a cabinet in the kitchen, just covered in blood. Blood was everywhere. So he calls 911. He doesn't actually notice that there is a knife, this knife, sticking out of Ellen's chest. He realizes this, apparently, on the 911 call and tells the operator she stabbed herself. She fell onto the knife, which is an interesting leap to make. Police and rescue arrive, and they do confirm that Ellen is deceased. According to Sam, the police gave him the go-ahead to take things out of the apartment, and the crime scene itself essentially was contaminated in that regard. That people were allowed to go in and out and take things out of it, which is mind-blowing to me. So initially, at the autopsy, the coroner initially determines that this was clearly a homicide, because Ellen had not been stabbed once or twice. She had 20 separate stab wounds, including about 10 stab wounds to the back of her neck. Also, it pierced one of her vertebrae. But then the coroner holds what is described as a private meeting with the police who were investigating this case. When that meeting is over, the coroner changes the cause or the manner of death. He said it's no longer a homicide. This, in fact, was a suicide. 20 stab wounds, including 10 to her neck, the back of her neck, and at least one of those stab wounds had pierced part of her spine, which would have made it impossible for her to continue stabbing. Not to mention, there were a couple of knife wounds that had entered and pierced her skull, but they were like, yeah, suicide, case closed, we're done. What? That's insane. Her parents knew immediately there is no way she did this to herself for multiple reasons. One, their daughter had never been suicidal or depressed or anything. Not to say that it's not possible, of course it is. A lot of times people can hide these things very well. But this way? How does someone stab themselves 20 times? The wounds weren't all superficial. They were like stab wounds. They also found a half-made fruit salad on the counter. She was in the middle of preparing a dinner. She had a very happy conversation with her mom just the morning of her murder. She had recently gone to a therapist where she was prescribed medication for anxiety, but not for suicidal thoughts or tendencies or anything. But again, 20 times, including 10 to the... Who does that to themselves and how? I mean, is that even humanly possible to do? But the police were like, nope, it's done. Suicide. It's over. Why? Now, her parents they're like, no, this isn't possible. So they actually hired Cyril Wecht, the renowned pathologist. He reviewed all the autopsy stuff, and he was like, yeah, that she was stabbed by someone other than herself. What are we doing here? How are we saying suicide? But the original coroner was still like, no, it's a suicide. It's done. They hired other medical experts who all came to the same conclusion. This was not something she did to herself. This was done to her. They were able to show and prove that it is actually very possible to lock that latch from the outside of the door. You can do it. One of the medical experts that the family was working with saw that there were bruises on her neck, bruises that would indicate someone had strangled her. They also found other bruises around her body, as if she had been in some sort of domestic situation, bruising that looked like that kind of thing. And one of the experts determined that there were at least 2 stab wounds that would have happened after she was deceased. But still, the police were saying, no, this is not a homicide. Of all the cases to be this gung-ho about saying this is not the one. I don't think I have ever seen anything like this. So furthermore, they do find out that initially, when Sam said he had gotten a security guard involved, well, the CCTV footage from the building showed that was not true. The CCTV footage actually shows him leaving the gym because the gym was in the apartment building. He got back to the apartment at the time he said he did. But there's images of him kind of going back and forth, like just sort of wandering around the building. But this could be the fact that he can't get a hold of, Ellen to open the door because he's knocking and pounding on the door. She's not answering, and that's why he sends all those texts. So maybe he just doesn't know what to do, so he's wandering around. It needs to be said that Sam has never been named a suspect or a person of interest. Never. And I'm certainly not going to sit here and say that he is. But I do know that there are going to be people who ask that question. And it takes an investigation to determine who did this. That is what her parents want. That's what her family wants. Ellen's parents would eventually sue the Philadelphia Medical Examiner's Office, and they did so in order to change the cause of death or the manner of death from suicide to at least undetermined or homicide, like they had originally done. They presented evidence at these trials that, based on a 3D recreation, there were a couple of these stab wounds that were physically impossible for her to actually do herself. It's just, you cannot do it. In 2022, the Pennsylvania Attorney General's office would reaffirm that the death was suicide. Then in February of this year, 2025, there was another lawsuit, but this time a settlement was reached. And a part of this settlement was that the original coroner, who actually, ruled this a suicide, has now signed a document stating that he does not believe it's suicide, but it is an undetermined cause of death. The medical examiner said, quote, "It is my professional opinion that Ellen's manner of death should be designated as something other than suicide," end quote. And that's actually where it stands now. Her death is not listed as homicide, and her parents are still kind of just playing the waiting game to see what the authorities do next with this case. Are they going to reopen it and investigate this as a murder? I can't say. And so at the end of this, it is still a mystery. And I would just say that if you are out there and you have information on this case, you need to come forward. You can do so anonymously if you have to. If you have any information on the death of Ellen Greenberg, please call 215-686-3388. So this is a wild story that happened at a Disney park. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Alan J. Ferris. Viewer discretion is advised. I do not have any photos of the suspect in this one. I found several news articles, but none of them actually showed his image. But this case occurred at Epcot Center, which is located in Florida. It is a Disney-themed park. And this happened in September of 1992. Alan J. Ferris at that point was 37 years old. He actually lived in Rochester, New York, and he had a girlfriend who worked at the Epcot Center in Florida. Her name has never been revealed. So a short time before this case occurred, she had broken up with him, which he did not take so well. So Alan gains entry to the Epcot Center. He is just walking around as a normal guest. And then when the park closed, he kept lingering around trying to hide from people. What they did not know at that time, though, was that he actually was armed. He managed to smuggle in a gun. It was a sawed-off shotgun that he smuggled in, and he had stored it in this big bag he was carrying around. So when the guards finally found him and said, "Hey, you have to leave," that is when he pulled out the shotgun and fired 4 shots towards them, but missed. He then is confronted by 2 guards who are, I guess, not armed, and Alan points the shotgun at them and forces them in to a restroom. And he held them hostage for about 10 to 15 minutes. He was there looking for his girlfriend because, well, I guess he wanted to kill her. There was speculation later on that he took security guards hostage because his girlfriend allegedly worked in the security department, but they don't know for sure. They never will know. At this point now, there are several guards and police have arrived, and they're basically demanding he turn in his gun, let the hostages go. They screamed at Alan, "Drop it, drop the gun." And he replied with, quote, "No, just shoot me. Shoot me. You're going to have to kill me," end quote. He then walks out of the bathroom. The 2 hostages now are basically able to walk away. He takes his gun and he points it at his head. The police are telling him, "Please put the gun down. We're not going to shoot you." But then he pulls the trigger and he fires 1 round into his head, killing him instantly.
It turns out that Alan was under court order to not be in the vicinity of his girlfriend, ex-girlfriend. And apparently they had been dating at some point a few years prior, where she had broken up with him at one time before, and afterwards he had threatened or attempted to take his own life. But then fast forwarding all these years later, I guess they were seeing each other again, but she broke up with him again, and now the belief is that he came there to kill her. But I don't even think she was there that night. I don't know if he even knew that. Obviously, this guy needed help. I mean, he was unwell, so I don't know why people in his life didn't notice or try to do anything, or maybe they did and he just refused help. I don't know. But, I guess you can say thankfully he wasn't able to kill anyone else other than himself, tragically. But if his goal was going there to hurt her or someone, then I guess that's a victory. But is it? He was murdered in his own church, and his case remains unsolved. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Father Alfred Koontz. Viewer discretion is advised. Alfred Joseph Koontz was born on April 15th, 1930. He was born in Wisconsin, and it sounds like that's where he lived his entire life. He came from a big family. He had, I think, 6 or 7 siblings. In the mid-50s, he became a priest. He would end up back in Dane, Wisconsin, where he was the priest at St. Michael's, this church here, and that is where he worked until his death. The time this case occurs, he's not married, he doesn't have a wife, he doesn't have any kids. He lives a very quiet and very private life, the life of a priest. And apparently Father Koontz was very polarizing in Dane, Wisconsin. Some of the parishioners there would call him a saint. Others said he was way too rigid. This is a very small community. At that time in Dane, there was like a population of 1,000. So even people who didn't go to church knew Father Koontz. For the most part, he seemed to be a pretty well-respected person in the community. This obviously being with the Catholic Church, he was never really involved in any scandals himself. But we'll get back to that here in a little bit. It was the very early morning hours of March 4th, 1998. 911 receives a terrified phone call that someone had been stabbed inside St. Michael's. The victim was found covered in blood in the hallway near the lockers, and this is some of the blood that spattered onto the lockers. It was a very bloody crime scene, and unfortunately the victim was already gone. There was no saving him. The victim was identified as Father Alfred Koontz. He had been stabbed multiple times, but also his throat had been slit from one end to the other. It was a slow and agonizing death. And obviously, from the moment this came to be, it was a huge story there in Dane. Again, while he was a polarizing figure, he was never a figure that people disrespected. There wasn't like any known animosity towards him, but he was killed in an incredibly brutal way, left for dead in the hallway of this church. The crime scene initially did not really yield a lot of evidence. Pretty much the majority of the blood they found was the victim's blood, but it would be years down the road when they determined that there was other blood sources at the crime scene, and thankfully they preserved the evidence well. But blood evidence was found, later on that did not match Father Alfred Koontz, and they believe that was probably the DNA of their killer. But that DNA has never matched anyone yet. So, who would do this and why? The first theory that actually came to be was a robbery theory, because apparently other churches in that area of Wisconsin and outside of it had been robbed. And so it's possible that he may have interrupted a robbery, or the robbers didn't realize he was there and they killed him in some kind of struggle. The other thing is that they believe that he did fight back, because he was a well-built guy, he was healthy, and he could hold his own if he needed to. And so maybe he saw someone doing something they weren't supposed to do, and that person reacted. A fight happened, and then they ended up stabbing him. However, they've never been able to determine if robbery was the actual motive, because they couldn't really tell if anything was stolen. It didn't appear to be anything stolen. But it could have been like it was interrupted, so they didn't actually steal anything, but that was their plan initially. The second theory that came about was just basically who he was as a priest. That because he was so polarizing, that he was either really well loved, or people thought he was just way too rigid, way too strict. Maybe they did not like the way he approached being a priest, and perhaps he was killed for that. He had very, very traditional beliefs, and he was not a priest that would, conform with the times as they moved along. That he stuck by the original teachings, and that rubbed some people the wrong way. But would you kill someone over that, though? I mean, really? The third theory has everything to do with the Catholic Church and the sexual abuse scandals.
but it may not be what you're thinking in this case. Father Koontz was never actually implicated in any sexual abuse scandals himself, but he believed that there were other priests, other people at this church and the surrounding churches that he believed may have been involved in that kind of thing. And so Father Koontz actually launched his own investigation to look into these sexual abuse allegations. So it is possible that he was about to uncover someone's dirty secret. That person found out and killed him. If you really think about it, the way he was killed was brutal. He had about 8 or 9 stab wounds, and then one, his throat was cut from end to end. That's brutal. That's hatred. That's anger. It did sound like that there were some people who believed that he may have actually been involved in the sexual abuse scandals himself, but his parishioners would stand up for him, and other people would vouch for him as well, that he was not that person. He was trying to stop that from happening. So did that lead him to a body bag? I think that theory definitely holds the most weight. Obviously a humongous scandal, one we all know about, and I'm sure there are plenty of these people who would want to protect their secrets, and they might kill for it. And did they? Did they kill for it? I don't know. No one really seems to know. And that's the thing. His case has remained unsolved. So like I said earlier, they have retested the evidence in recent years, and they found DNA that did not belong to him, but unfortunately it has not matched anyone in the CODIS database. So his killer remains out there somewhere. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the murder of Father Alfred Koontz, please call 608-284-6900. Listen, we all love forensic files, right? All of us in the true crime world, forensic files is basically one of the OGs of true crime television programs. What feels like 8,000 episodes across 400 seasons, we all love it. It's great. I have rewatched the show numerous times, but I'm here to call Forensic Files out because they did us dirty on a number of occasions. You would sit through that entire 25-ish minute episode trying to figure out who the killer is. They're doing the interviews, right? And then that last fucking second, they pull back the camera on someone they're interviewing to reveal it's a fake backdrop, there's a prison behind him, and he's in prison garb. All episode, they've been hiding. They've been just showing the guy from, the very tippy top of his shirt up, right? It looks like a white shirt or a blue shirt. You're like, it looks like a shirt. No, it's his prison uniform. Because he's the killer. He's been the killer the entire time we've been watching this. And they've been hiding that shit from us. And that's wrong. Do better, Forensic Files. Well, you're actually not... Well, actually, no, there was a Forensic Files 2. I'm not sure if that show's still on or not, but do better. So rude. A killer convinced people he was reformed. Spoiler alert, he wasn't. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Jack Unterweger. Viewer discretion is advised. Jack Unterweger, he was born on August 16th, 1950 in Austria. Jack's father was actually an American who served in the U.S. military. His mother, by some accounts, was a sex worker. She had been arrested, I guess, numerous times. It got to a point where eventually he basically had to end up living with his grandparents. Growing up, he committed a lot of petty crimes, which he was in and out of jail for. And this was close to 20 different convictions. In 1974, he met an 18-year-old West German girl named Margaret Schaefer. He would go on to sexually assault and murder her. He strangled her with her bra. He was fairly quickly apprehended for the murder. He was charged with the murder, and then he was convicted. And for that murder, he was sentenced to a minimum of 15 years. While in prison, he allegedly wrote a book called Purgatory. This was basically years into his sentence. In this book, he claimed that he was a reformed killer. He has changed his ways. He's learned his mistakes. He was a new man, and he wanted to get out and educate youth, especially the young men, on how to better their lives. He actually convinced people that this was authentic. There were a lot of people in Austria who believed him and were trying to get him pardoned. But the Austrian president was like, no. In 1990, he served his minimum 15 years and was granted parole. By 1991, he was hired by an Austrian magazine and wanted him to write articles about crime and murder in Los Angeles. So he would travel to Los Angeles and spent a good time at the infamous Hotel Cecil. He was supposed to especially work alongside, like, the sex workers of the area. Maybe not such a good idea. While he was out doing that and promoting his books, police in Czechoslovakia, they discovered through investigations that Jack had murdered a woman there named Blanka Bakova. And then in Vienna, Austria, they were investigating more murders that had happened in 1990, shortly after Jack was released from prison. All of these women died pretty much the exact same way. They were all strangled to death with their own bras, which is exactly how Jack Unterweger killed his first victim in 1974. While in Los Angeles, 3 sex workers in the area near Hotel Cecil were also murdered, killed by being strangled with their own bra. It's reported Jack Unterweger killed between 12 to 15 women, all after he was reformed and released. He was arrested again in Austria and charged with 9 total murders, but then he hung himself in his jail cell.
In a 26-hour time frame, a family would tragically lose 2 people to suspicious deaths. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Jade Winston and Jerome Mitchell. Viewer discretion is advised. Jade Winston was born on May 3rd, 1989, and at the time of this case, she's living in Carrier Mills, Illinois. She was a part of a big family, and Jade, at her young age, was considered just a really exceptional person. She was just a few weeks away from starting her senior year at Carrier Mills High School, and she also worked at a local Arby's. Jade excelled in many areas. She was a volleyball player, a softball player. She was a dancer. She was a part of the cheerleading squad. She was a very active student at the high school. She was part of a whole bunch of different clubs. She got really good grades. She was very spirited and just loved by everyone. Jade was living here in this apartment in Illinois with her sister and a friend of theirs. And it was here, behind this door, on August 17th, 2007, that their family's lives changed forever. Jade clocked out from her work shift at 9:44 p.m. She walks over to the Walmart right next to where she worked because her sister worked there. She took the car that they both shared and she drove it back to their apartment. One of her uncles would drop by the apartment around 10:30 p.m. and said he dropped off a couple of CDs to her. The friend that lived there would then take the car and go to pick up her sister from her work at Walmart. The friend leaves the apartment at 10:45 p.m. and 9 minutes later, she was dead. At 10:54 p.m., 911 receives a call from the next door neighbor saying that they heard a loud pop and then a loud thud. And right around the time that pop happened, a bullet went through the wall and into the neighbor's apartment. Police arrive and they are able to gain entry to the apartment, which is on this side here. And in the apartment, they find a body. The body, right here, was Jade Winston. She had a single gunshot wound through her head. I don't know if she was face up or face down, but a 9mm handgun was found under her left leg, and there was a clip of ammunition in her left hand. When the first officer arrived, when he saw the scene, he said, okay, I'm calling this in as a suicide. But when another officer arrived, they said this looks like a homicide scene. Given the positioning of Jade's body on top of the gun under a leg, and the fact that there was a pool of blood and then her body seemed to be kind of moved a few inches away, which would indicate to him, this other officer, that her body was moved after she was shot. But the first police officer was like, no, this definitely looks like a suicide. There was a lot of miscommunication and a lot of inexperience here, so they actually had to end up doing a coroner's inquest. They would call essentially like a grand jury type thing to figure out what the cause of death or manner of death was. The coroner and other witnesses said there's no doubt this is a homicide. The positioning of her body, where the gun was located, and this string is where they were trying to figure out the path of the bullet. Well, the path of the bullet and where it entered her head and where it exited it was in a position where she was not going to be able to do that herself. And so it was determined that this was definitely a homicide. Police can confirm without a shadow of a doubt that her sister and that friend who lived there with them was definitely not in the apartment when this happened. I see some kind of conflicting reports on this, but about 2 weeks prior to this, either a current boyfriend or an ex-boyfriend that she was having an issue with. There was like jealousy issues, and she apparently had gotten in some kind of argument with the boyfriend either that night or like recently, before this all happened. And so I know that the boyfriend was looked at by police, and they were able to confirm, again, physically,
that his alibi held up. Again, this is a very tiny window of time. It was 9 minutes of time between when the friend left the house and when 911 was called. When the pop went off, the neighbor did not see anyone leaving, and they could already see that the car was not in the parking area, so they knew that no one else was home. But again, there was a lot of inexperience in this police force. They had not really dealt with a lot of homicides. They just did not have the people equipped for this. Now, this is Jerome Mitchell. This was Jade's brother. The two of them were very close. And he obviously took this very hard. And according to family and friends, there is a belief that Jerome was on to someone, meaning he figured out possibly who may have killed his sister. 26 hours after Jade's murder, Jerome Mitchell is in his car. And this is the outcome of what happened when he got into that car that night. The family has said he was drinking a little bit, but they said that he had gone out there because he knew something, and he was going to, if police aren't going to do anything, he's going to do something. They don't know who he was going to see. He didn't say who this person he thought killed his sister was, but he ended up getting into a very serious car accident, and it cost him his life. Again, his family did say he had been drinking a little bit that night, but there's one really weird aspect to this. He had a passenger in the car with him that night, a passenger who survived, seemed to be completely unscathed. When police talked to this individual, the individual said, "I have no idea what happened. I can't remember." He said, conveniently, his memory of the car accident was gone. He also said he only met Jerome literally just, I guess, moments before. I can't confirm this, but it sounds like that perhaps this person, I don't know his name, was walking down the road. Jerome picked him up for some reason, and then they got into this horrible car accident where the guy got away basically unharmed and with this very convenient memory lapse. The family didn't know who this guy is. So it's just very strange. And now, all these years later, because now, filming this in 2025, the family feels like the police have just completely given up on them. They don't even really want to give any tips or information to the police because they don't feel like the police is actually actively investigating this. And it sounds like that the police are trying to go back to it was a suicide. It was an accident. And so they're not taking Jade's case seriously because they have this mentality. Even though the coroner's inquest and the coroner himself said this is a homicide, it sounds like police are just like, we don't want to deal with it, so let's just say it was a suicide and maybe they'll forget. Jade didn't deserve this lack of care. Jerome didn't deserve to die the way he died. And by the way, I forgot to mention this, but there is, I guess, indications or belief that he was run off the road. There was no other car. It was just his car that was physically damaged, but there is belief, I guess, that the car was basically sideswiped off the road. But police have never investigated his case as anything other than a car accident. And they will not say that it's connected to Jade's case at all, despite the fact that he said he was going to go see someone about Jade's murder. It's just sad. Two young people whose lives were gone forever, and a family who misses them dearly and who just wants answers and who wants justice. If they were both murdered, they deserve justice. They deserve their day in court. If there is a killer out there, why would you want them still on the streets? Because it's just easier to say she killed herself? It's frustrating. But someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth. And perhaps that someone is you. And this is a tricky one because I don't know exactly where to tell you to call. But I do have to, just to, be technical here, I'm going to give you the number to the local police office, even though they don't seem to care about this case. So if you have information, you can contact the Carrier Mills Police at 618-994-4411 or the Saline County Sheriff's Office at 618-252-8661. I know it's probably not a very trustworthy place to call, but I don't know where else to direct you. But hopefully someone can come forward and actually get this case solved. What they found on these steps is something they will never forget. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Jeremy Jerome Jackson. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this case, Jeremy Jerome Jackson was a 30-year-old father to 3 kids. His children meant the entire world to him. He was focused on raising them right. There was no doubt in anyone's minds that his kids were his priority. Jeremy was described by his family as a really funny person. He could easily make you laugh. He loved being a jokester. He loved telling stories. He grew up in a really big family. He actually had 9 siblings. And when this occurred, he is living in Jackson, Mississippi. Jeremy was last seen alive on June 9th, 2017. One of his brothers, Corey, had given him a haircut because he had a job interview, and then I think the brother took him to that job interview at a Mexican restaurant. And it sounds like he was offered the position. And, this was all about getting money to support himself, but also, more importantly, his kids. But he would never get to work there because no one saw him after that night, not alive. In the morning hours of June 10th, 2017, an absolute nightmare would begin. 911 was called at 9:19 a.m., and this was due to a severed head being found on these steps. The head was soon identified as belonging to Jeremy Jerome Jackson. A short time and short distance later, they found the rest of his body. His decapitated remains were found completely burnt. Who did Jeremy know at this house? No one. This house had no connection to him or anyone in his family or any of his friends. They did not know the person who lived in this home. But that is where Jeremy's severed head would be placed. His brothers and his family thinks that this was some kind of message. A message just to the community? They weren't really sure. And then to add on top of the already horror story going on here, the coroner determined that his cause of death was the decapitation, meaning he was alive when his head was removed. They do believe that he was not alert or awake when it happened, but he was alive. They also determined that his head had been removed with one single cut. Someone with an incredible amount of strength, using likely a very sharp machete in one fell swoop, cut his head off, which obviously killed him instantly. There aren't many people who are capable of doing something like that in terms of the strength needed to do this. Police obviously searched around the home. They questioned the homeowner, but they, again, had nothing to do with him. It appears this house was just randomly chosen for this. They interviewed people in the neighborhood. They wanted to know if anyone witnessed this fire happening, but unfortunately, they have not gotten much information from anyone. They even put out a $20,000 reward for information that would help lead to arresting the person or persons responsible for this. There actually is a belief that more than one person was involved because he had other injuries to his body that indicated he was likely being hit by something or two different things at the same time. Police did reveal that there were some persons of interest in this case, but no one has ever been labeled a suspect in Jeremy's murder. Within about 3 or 4 weeks or so, Jeremy's family stops getting notifications from the police because they don't have anything. They are still desperate for information that could help, move this along. I'm assuming things and items have been tested for DNA and fingerprints and all that stuff, but with his body being burnt and there's the weapon isn't found, the murder weapon's not there, there's very little to go on. And this is not something that someone does and then stays quiet about. This is something that person likely has talked to people about and bragged about. And maybe they said it to you and you're terrified to come forward. This is a father to 3 children who now have to grow up without their dad, doing everything he could think of to make a better life for his family and for his kids. And then this horrific thing happens. And one day his kids are going to learn what happened, if they don't already know now. Decapitating a person just on its own is a very personal thing. But to do it with the amount of force that it only takes one clean cut, it sort of seems to add extra fuel to that fire that this is a personal thing, that someone who knew him did this. But they also don't know that for sure. This could have been a very random attack. Was he in the wrong place at the wrong time? He has siblings who now refuse to leave their homes because they're terrified, understandably. Someone, somewhere out there, has got to know the truth. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on his murder, please call 601-355-8477. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Jodi Huisentruit. Jodi was an anchor on a morning show called Daybreak in Mason City, Iowa. On the afternoon of June 26, 1995, Jodi was participating in a golf tournament, and that's according to her friend, John Van Sice. After the golf tournament, they went to John's house and they watched a birthday video that he had planned for her. At 4 a.m. on June 27, 1995, Jodi is late for work, which is extremely unusual for her. So Jodi's producer, Amy Coons, gave Jodi's apartment a call. And Jodi actually answered the phone. She said, "Oh my God, I overslept. I'm headed to the studio right now." But then 6 a.m. rolled along and Jodi still wasn't at work. And then 7 a.m., still nothing. So her co-workers then filed a police report. So the police head straight to her apartment and they go knock on her door and there's no answer. The police were told that Jodi drove a red Mazda Miata, so they went to the parking lot looking for that. And they found it. Now, Jodi wasn't in the car, she wasn't near the car at all, but police would describe the scene next to her Miata as a sign of a struggle. As a matter of fact, they found her red high heel next to the car. They found the key to the vehicle next to the car, and the key was bent. Her hairdryer was even by the car. And this is probably because she was in a hurry, so she was going to, I guess, blow dry her hair either at the studio or I don't know. And they would also show signs that something or someone was dragged. So police, of course, started to interview her neighbors. And her neighbors would say that there were screams heard that morning. On top of that, one neighbor said they saw this white van, or a van that looks just like this, with its headlights on, parked in the parking lot, around the same time as they heard the screams. But the owner of this van never came forward and it was never identified. There was no DNA or anything like that left near the car, but there was a palm print left on the car. There was a little, body of water behind her apartment, so the police, they started combing through that and nothing. Her friend, Scott Van Sice, would come forward and say, I may have been the last one to see her alive. Van Sice would say that Jodi was like a daughter to him. Police would confirm that he was given a polygraph and he passed. They also issued a search warrant of his vehicles in 2017, but I can't find any information that says what came of it, but he has never been arrested. Former college basketball player Tony Jackson was also a suspect. He's currently in prison for life for several other sexual assaults, but there was never any physical evidence connecting him to Jodi. In 2001, Jodi was officially declared dead. Her case is still open. She's been missing for 25 years, 11 months, and 28 days. What happened to Jodi Huisentruit is a mystery.
What actually happened to Jodi Huisentruit? Well, Hulu explores that in a 3-episode docuseries called Her Last Broadcast, The Abduction of Jodi Huisentruit. And once again, another fantastic true crime docuseries. No, this is not a paid sponsorship. I feel like they've been churning these things out a lot lately. But anyway, I watched it last night. I've covered Jodi's case before years ago. I actually just recently reposted that video on my On This Day repost things. But Jodi Huisentruit was a news anchor in Iowa who disappeared in 1995. It was June 27th, 1995. The news station she worked at called her that morning and said, "Hey, you're late. Where are you?" She answered and said, "Oh my God, I'm on my way. I slept in." She never got to work. She never even left her parking lot. Jodi was reported missing by her co-workers. When they go to her apartment, they find that there is a scene around her red Miata. One of her shoes, the key to her car, slightly bent. Items from her purse, like her hairdryer, were dumped out on the ground. There were drag marks indicating that someone had been dragged away from the car, and witnesses heard screams coming from a woman around the time this all would have happened. And Her Last Broadcast gives you all of the details of the investigation so far. Jodi Huisentruit has never been found. No one has ever been arrested. No one has ever been indicted. When I made my video years ago, I talked about 2 suspects. Her close friend, a much older than her, a gentleman named John Van Sice. He was the last person to see her, and he actually admitted that to police. And then I also talked about this guy here, the third one over, Tony Jackson, who was a serial rapist who is now in prison for the rest of his life. Honestly, the guy's a piece of shit. He's a serial rapist and he's in prison where he should be, but it was a stretch to even call this guy a suspect, so it sounds like he's been pretty much ruled out. But they talked about 2 suspects that they had not really discussed publicly before. This guy here, Christopher Revac, is a suspected serial killer who, just by coincidence, had a girlfriend who lived next door to this guy, John Van Sice. Insane coincidence. But I would say watch the docuseries to see kind of what his involvement is like. But for me, the suspect they talk about, who I had never heard of before for this case, was the ex-husband to her best friend. And his name is Brad Millerburn. And I gotta tell you, that everything they presented about this guy, I'm like, shit, he's gotta be the one. He ticked all the boxes.
He drove a large white van at the time, which was seen in the parking lot of Jodi's apartment complex that morning. He had this kind of weird obsession with her. He even admittedly drove his van to pick her up one day, not the time of the case, but prior. He and Jodi's best friend had gotten divorced just 3 days prior to Jodi going missing. And he was said to be an angry man who would respond to things very angrily. And he is still alive, and he is sort of kind of cooperating with police, but also sort of not. John Van Syce died in 2024. Christopher Reback died a while ago. Tony Jackson, like I said, is still in prison, and he is the only one who is out there just free as a bird. But this actually goes into a lot of really great detail. It tells you a lot of things that I had never heard about for her case before. And I know that her case is definitely one of the more popular ones in the true crime world, because it's just so damn bizarre. It's mysterious. And in this case, there is no debating it. She was abducted from right outside of her car. You know, with her shoe on the ground, with her belongings from her purse dumped out onto the ground. And I think she was even as close as having the key in the car, unlocking it when she was attacked. Because the key was partially bent, which to me would indicate that she had the key in there. Then she must have got knocked out, which bent the key and threw it out. And then people heard the screams and they saw the white van. No one saw the actual abduction though. And it was 6 o'clock in the morning when the people heard these screams, and most of them were still in bed. They didn't have time to react. So where the hell is Jodi Huisentruit? Who abducted her, and who, more than likely, killed her? I would definitely recommend watching this if you have Hulu. It's 3 episodes long. Each episode is about 45 minutes or so. It's a really, really good watch. Gives you a lot more insight into her case. So, yeah, check it out. She planned a road trip to Michigan, but sadly, she would never come home. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Jodi Brandt. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time this case occurred, Jodi Brandt is a 16-year-old girl, and she's actually living in Georgia. She was living with her mom and her stepdad. Her biological father was not really a part of her life. And sadly, her mom had an issue with drug addiction. So she kind of grew up in not a normal household. But growing up that way, she became a very independent person. Jodi was very self-sufficient. She got everything done that she needed to get done, and she never needed to ask for help. So Jodi was actually born and raised in Michigan, but like I said earlier, she was living in Georgia at the time of this case. And in May of 1994, Jodi had planned a solo road trip from Georgia to Michigan. And I think the plan was for her to go there and meet her cousin. On May 27th, 1994, Jodi got into her recently purchased 1987 black Ford Escort. This is not her actual car. This is just a car that looks very similar. So Jodi hopped on to the I-75 and began to drive up north to Michigan. It's a drive that she had actually made a few times before. It's a lengthy trip in car, but, it's not super long. So at one point, Jodi calls back to her home and speaks to her brother, and she says she's lost in Erie, Ohio. But later on, when police find this out, they think she probably thought she was there, but she was really in Toledo, because Erie is in Michigan. It's kind of right there on the border of Michigan and Ohio. She said she was lost, and her brother gave her some directions. Later that same day, she actually leaves a voicemail around 6 p.m. on one of her friend's answering machines. On this message, she told a friend, "I've made it to Pontiac, Michigan, and I'm doing okay." Jodi has not been seen or heard from since. They determined that Jodi never got to her cousin's residence, and it would only be bad news from there. 2 days after Jodi leaves her home in Georgia, and about approximately a day after she left that voicemail, Jodi's 1987 Ford Escort was found completely burnt. All of Jodi's belongings, like her suitcases that she had packed, were still in the car, completely burnt. The key was in the ignition. They believed the car was actually running when the fire was set. They determined that the fire in this car was set deliberately. This was an arson. They were able to pinpoint the starting point of the fire, which was on the passenger seat. And based off of tips and witnesses and stuff, they believe the fire was set sometime around 10 p.m. the night prior. The driver's seat had been pushed all the way back to indicate that possibly a taller person was driving it. Certainly not in a position that Jodi would have been able to reach the pedal. That's one of those things. It's one of those really common things that these people seem to forget. If you're trying to hide evidence, trying to hide a vehicle, for example, putting the seat all the way back because maybe you're a taller person, they never think to put it back up. Does that also mean that Jodi could have been driving the car and maybe just for some other reason the car seat got pushed back? Sure. It doesn't necessarily guarantee that that was like her killer had been driving the car. But the more likely scenario is that someone else was sitting there and not Jodi. And then another twist. In their investigation, police in both Georgia and Michigan determined that Jodi, about a week or so prior to this trip, had driven up to Michigan to deliver about 10 pounds of marijuana. And so there was speculation that perhaps this time was also going to be something like that, and maybe she lied about going up there to visit her cousin. I don't believe there were any drugs found in the car, but that also could have been the motive, maybe a theft. But I don't think they know if she even had brought any on this trip at all. You know, they interviewed her cousin, and it does sound like that was like the plan was for her to visit the cousin, but it could also be a cover. They don't know. So until you can rule out this possibility, you have to kind of keep it there just in case. Because they found the car burnt out, Jodi is missing. All of her belongings were in the car. No one has seen Jodi. No one has heard from Jodi. Police in Michigan say we're going to be treating this as a homicide. The more likely scenario is that she was murdered. However, they just don't know who did it. They don't know the actual motive of why it happened. Her stepfather believes that she was abducted, and that honestly is the likeliest scenario. How many times have we heard true crime stories where, you know, a woman is driving by herself and she gets pulled off to the side of the road because maybe car trouble, and then a supposed good Samaritan tries to help the victim and then kidnaps them and kills them. That was a big thing, especially in the 70s through the 90s. Or maybe Jodi pulled off to the side of the road to help what she thought was maybe a stranded motorist, but it was just all a ploy, a trap. They just don't know. They have no idea. There have been virtually no sightings of her. The tips and leads have dried out, and they don't seem to be any closer to knowing where Jodi is or what happened to her. The photo here on the right is an age progression photo of what Jodi may look like around this time. She would be about 47 years old today. And so there's always hope. Until you can actually find a body, you have to hang on to hope. Cling on to that hope, because you never know. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth. Perhaps that someone is you. Perhaps you can help bring Jodi home so at least her family can lay her to rest. And perhaps you can help get justice for her as well. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Jodi Brandt or what may have happened to her, please contact the Michigan State Police at 313-242-3500. She remained unidentified for 37 years, but now she has her name back. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Julie Doe. Viewer discretion is advised. It was September 25th, 1988, near Clermont, Florida, specifically at an area called the Green Swamp. There was a man out there just looking for some lumber when he stumbled across what he thought might be a human body. As he got closer, he confirms this was a person, so he contacts police immediately. The victim in this case was wearing a bluish-green tank top and acid-washed denim skirt. She also had pantyhose partially on her body, and they found breast implants with her. Remains were so badly decomposed, however, that they were unable to confirm her actual cause of death, and they were not able to confirm if she was sexually assaulted or not. Now, even though they couldn't say for sure that she was murdered, they're still treating this as a homicide, given that these remains were found just tossed very deep into the woods, in an area where people don't just wander there and die. Based on her level of decomposition, they were able to determine that she likely died about 2 to 4 weeks prior to her being found. The coroner also determined that based on her pelvic bone, it appeared that she might have given birth at some point in her life. Unfortunately, her remains went unidentified for a very long time. They came up with several composite drawings over the years, starting with this one. They also had this one, and they had these ones, and eventually these ones. Because you see, in 2015, they were able to take DNA extracted from the victim's bones, and they determined something that they were kind of surprised by. They assumed that she had been a female at birth, but the DNA would show that she was actually assigned male at birth. And that's the reason why they had some images of her looking more feminine, and some images maybe of her looking more masculine. Based on the pelvic bone, which told the coroner that she likely had given birth at some point, well, what it actually meant was that she was in the process of going through gender-affirming care and was likely on some level of hormones or hormone replacement medications, which could cause the changes in the pelvic bone that basically tricked the coroner. Still, they did not know who she was. They still had no name. Because they discovered that she was assigned male at birth, that's how she got the nickname Julie Doe. The LGBTQ advocates would give her that name because of the movie To Wong Foo, Thanks for Everything, Julie Newmar, which led to Julie Doe. Took another few years of trying different labs, different scientists, different experts before they were finally able to find out who she actually was, which was actually a very painstaking process. In 2025, just this year, just a couple of months ago, she was identified as Pamela Walton. The reason why it was so tricky was because they used genetic genealogy to trace down to her family. But they found out that she had been adopted when she was about 5 years old. She was never reported missing by her adopted family. I can say that she was last seen alive on July 6, 1988, because she had actually been arrested. She had been arrested with charges due to sex work, but then the charges were dropped. And then a couple of months later, she's found dead. The only photos of her that are really out there are the photos of her before her gender-affirming care. Don't unfortunately have any images of what, she may have looked exactly like at that point. It did sound like she was kind of maybe a wanderer, kind of just bouncing around from place to place. So kind of tracing her exact whereabouts leading up to her body being found is very difficult. But one thing still remains. Who killed her? That question still has not been answered. It has been 37 years since she was found. Her killer could be in their 50s, 60s, definitely still very much alive. Could also possibly be deceased, of course, but the point is that they are not, so far gone that they can't be found. They don't really have much physical evidence to plug into a database to get DNA or fingerprints or anything. They're just hoping that someone recognizes her and, can say, oh my gosh, I saw her on so-and-so day, and I saw her with so-and-so. Maybe the person who killed her spilled the beans, talked, and they told you. Well, again, it's been 37 years. It's time to come forward. Just because her adopted family was not really looking for her or didn't report her missing, per se, it doesn't mean that she was just a nobody who doesn't deserve justice. She was a human being. Yes, I already know there's probably going to be anti-trans comments below. I'll just delete them or block them, whatever. Because, no, we don't do that here. She was a trans woman, and she was murdered. She deserves justice, if justice can come. Someone, somewhere out there, has got to know the truth about who murdered Pamela Walton back in 1988 in Claremont, Florida. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information, please contact the Lake County Sheriff's Office at 352-343-2101. After running away from this school, a young boy would be found murdered. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Kenny Joe Johnson. Viewer discretion is advised. I don't really have a lot of background information on Kenny, but he was born on December 28th, 1972, and he lived in Iowa. I know he had at least one sibling, a sister, and she was 17 when his story happened. Kenny was originally from New Liberty, Iowa, but when this case occurred, he was actually living here, I guess, at Hillcrest Family Services in Dubuque, Iowa. And he was attending Central Alternative High School. This is about 60-ish miles away from where he was from, New Liberty. Kenny, I guess, had some learning disabilities, and he did have a history of running away. There was at least 2 major occasions where he did that, but he came back each time. It was October 8th, 1987. Kenny was at his school that day when he got into some kind of verbal altercation with a teacher. Kenny would last be seen running down the halls and out the door and running away from the school. And at that point, nobody would ever see him alive again. The 14-year-old boy would be reported missing, but unfortunately, he was found 2 days later. A fisherman at a local park there in Dubuque, Iowa, came across the body of a young child. The body had been wrapped up in a carpet and I guess was near the shore of the lake. The coroner would identify the victim as 14-year-old Kenny Joe Johnson, and they ruled it a homicide. The young boy had actually been strangled to death, and he was also sexually assaulted. I guess the toxicology report also showed that he had small traces of alcohol in his system. They said that Kenny had behavioral issues. His sister would later go on to say, quote, "You take a 14-year-old away from everything that they know and place them somewhere where they have no idea what's going to happen to them or what kind of people they're going to be around. It's kind of a shock. kind of traumatic, really. And to expect a child to just be compliant, and on top of that, his history with teachers and the school systems, end quote. It sounds like Kenny wasn't really known to be like a bad kid. He just was in a bad situation. And I think most kids would probably lash out from time to time. But at any rate, there was unfortunately not a lot of evidence that they were able to collect. This was clearly a dump site, but he was probably not murdered there by that lake. So they don't know exactly where the murder actually happened, or the crime scene was. And for a very, very long time, they had nothing. Then in 2021, the police there in Iowa named one man as a potential person of interest, a man named Eugene Lewis. They were able to discover that he was living in Dubuque, Iowa at the time of Kenny's case. He had been arrested in the past for public intoxication. But the other thing to this is police have not stated why they believe this man was potentially responsible for what happened to Kenny. Like, what led them to him is not really known. But they had something enough to say this guy might be it. That being said, officially, the Dubuque, Iowa police have not really said that this guy is an actual suspect, and they haven't named any actual suspects. Eugene Lewis, the one person of interest, died in 2002. He was killed. Now, I don't know if they have DNA. They were able to determine he was sexually assaulted, but I don't know if they were able to do a rape kit and get any kind of substantial DNA from that, and if they have tried to connect that DNA, if they have it, to Eugene Lewis. The Dubuque, Iowa police just say that this is still an ongoing open investigation. They are hopeful in recent years that a new set of eyes on this case, a cold case team, will be able to crack this. He was a 14-year-old kid, a teenager. Teenagers lash out. Teenagers run away. He specifically was just in a situation that, a kid just can't really get used to. And by the way, I don't really know the official background of why he was in that facility, where, his parents and family were. I'm not sure. But, just because he had been a runaway before, just because he had behavioral issues, this is still a kid. And someone murdered him and raped him. And whoever did that horrible act to this child deserves to be found, if they are still alive, and arrested, charged, and go to trial, and hopefully get convicted. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the murder of Kenny Joe Johnson, please contact 563-587-3806, and you can remain anonymous. Help Kenny and his family get the justice they rightfully deserve. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Khymbrly Scruggs. Viewer discretion is advised. This case occurred in Sacramento, California, and the year is 1980. 19-year-old Khymbrly Marcella Scruggs was a student at Sacramento State University, and she was living in an off-campus apartment with one roommate. It was January 12th, 1980. Khymbrly was home in the apartment alone that night because her roommate had been spending the night with a boyfriend or a friend. According to a friend of Khymbrly, Khymbrly spoke to this friend on the phone, and this was sometime around 6:30 p.m. or so. According to the friend, Khymbrly said she was just going to be having a quiet night in, she had no plans, and everything seemed completely normal with Khymbrly. The following morning, the roommate comes home to their apartment on Howe Avenue and Fair Oaks Boulevard to see that Khymbrly is actually not inside, but all of her belongings are. Purse, her ID, all of her clothing, everything. The only thing missing from the apartment was Khymbrly herself. The roommate would call Khymbrly's work, and the work said she hasn't shown up either. She didn't call, and that's very, very much unlike her. The roommate, I believe, reaches out to family and everything, and no one has heard from her. The fact that every single thing she owned, including her identification and her purse and her wallet, the fact that it was all still in the apartment said something was very wrong here. Because Khymbrly, from that point moving forward, has never been seen since. She is reported missing to police. Police do kind of look at the scene where all of her stuff is still there, and they pretty much begin to think immediately that there might be foul play involved here. And allegedly, there is a neighbor that was potentially a suspect in this case, because I guess this neighbor, he had fresh-looking scratches and bruises on his face and stuff. which could indicate that perhaps he had recently been in a struggle or a fight with someone. But when talked to by police, this neighbor said, "I had nothing to do with whatever may have happened to her." And police found no evidence that he had anything to do with it. First and foremost, they don't have Khymbrly. They need her to even know that she was murdered. It does need to be said, though, however, that this neighbor, this potential person of interest, not too long after this story happened, well, he was arrested, charged, and convicted of rape. He was in prison until about 1989, and then he has kind of fallen off the face of the earth. It does go to show that, with those fresh scratches and bruises on his body, and the fact that he has now for sure raped another woman, this could be the guy. But again, they have no evidence. Just because this particular guy looks and sounds like a potential suspect here, you still need proof. But again, most importantly, they need Khymbrly. It is firmly believed that Khymbrly is deceased and that she likely died that night. They just need to know by who and where she is so that her family can bring her home and lay her to rest properly. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the disappearance of Khymbrly Scruggs, please contact the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department at 916-874-5467. Did he kill her because she rejected him? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Laura Donnelly. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time this case occurred, Laura Donnelly was 22 years old and she lived in the Glasgow, Scotland area. I think specifically she lived in the Paisley area. The 22-year-old was actually engaged to be married to her boyfriend, but sadly, the wedding would never come. It was the night of July 31st, 1999 in Paisley. 22-year-old Laura would go out to have some drinks and go to a disco with her friends. And then at some point that night, she left the establishment and she was walking home. Something it sounds like was pretty normal for her to do. But Laura Donnelly never got home. And pretty quickly, she would be reported missing. It would not take long to find her. Pictured here is the Ferguslie Cricket Club. There was an individual who was walking on the grounds when they came across something very horrific. They found a woman, and she was very clearly deceased. That woman would soon be identified as the missing 22-year-old Laura Donnelly. It was more than obvious that this was a homicide, and there was a sexual assault nature to the case as well. So police found out that she was at the Furry Murray's Club that night. And so they wanted to track down and interview anyone they could who may have seen her that night, including her friends. They did determine that Laura left on her own, and there was no footage or anything of her. They then began to kind of interview people around the area where she was found, and they had hundreds of people come forward who were willing to give their DNA to test against DNA found on her remains, but they were not having any luck. They were also able to rule out the boyfriend, soon-to-be husband. And then they heard the name of Thomas Brophy. Thomas Brophy was a 21-year-old living in the area. I believe they got tips with regards to this man. And they found out pretty quickly that he actually had a previous brief connection to Laura Donnelly. I guess when she was murdered, she was working as a manager at a particular shop. However, she used to work at a Blockbuster Video, which honestly, I did not know even existed outside the United States. But they found out that Thomas Brophy had gone in there when she was working, and he hit on her and asked her out. And she said, "No, I am going to be getting married to my boyfriend." And that did not make Thomas very happy, but he left. On the night in question, Thomas Brophy had gone out to a bar or a couple of bars. He would flirt with other women. He would buy other women drinks. He himself had thrown back about 18 or 19 pints that night. One woman on that night, he actually hit on her, and then he tried to kiss her, and then she responded by slapping him across his face. And that very clearly angered him. So once police found out all of this information, they collected DNA from him. The DNA was a match. His DNA was found on Laura Donnelly's remains. What they believe happened that night is that Laura was walking on her own. It was pretty late at night. And somewhere along that walk, Thomas Brophy just so happened to see her. He then abducted her and dragged her onto the cricket club's grounds, where he proceeded to rape her and then kill her. And then he just left her body there like it was garbage. She was strangled to death, by the way. Now, they also had evidence that Laura fought like hell. Actually, I believe they think she had her keys in her hand, meaning she was really close to her home. But it sounds like she was able to fight back with him and scratch him, and she got a few good jabs in. That may have also led to additional DNA found, because I'm sure she probably scratched him and got, stuff under her nails. I know it's a grim thought, but always fight back if you can. Try to leave a part of yourself on them or a part of them on yourself. So, horrifying, terrible thought to even have to consider, but if you can do it, do what she did and fight like hell. Thomas Brophy was arrested and charged with her murder. He goes on trial, the jury deliberates for a short amount of time, and they find him guilty of the murder of Laura Donnelly and the rape. He is sentenced to life in prison with a parole period of 20 years. At some point, Thomas and his attorney would fight the conviction. In particular, it was with regards to his sentence. And somehow he won this appeal. While he was still convicted of her murder, the minimum parole period went down from 20 years to 16 years. He would first become eligible for parole in 2016. I have been searching, and I don't know if it's because I'm in the States, and I can't easily find the records out there, but I'm assuming he's still in prison. I just don't see any articles mentioning whether he is or is not. I hope he is, though. So if someone in that area knows, let us know in the comments. Hopefully he is there for as long as humanly possible. But thankfully, Laura Donnelly was able to get the justice she very rightfully deserved. She was kidnapped right from her job, and her case remains unsolved. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Laurie Murninghan. Viewer discretion is advised. Laurie Murninghan was born on February 18th, 1954, and she lived her entire life, which was only 16 years, in Lansing, Michigan. And she was actually the daughter of the former mayor of Lansing, Michigan. His name was Max Murninghan. Laurie worked here at this business, which was called Gallagher's Gifts and Antiques. And that's exactly where she was on July 9th, 1970. Laurie worked here part-time, and she was there that particular day with the shop's owner. On that day, a man entered the store, and he was armed with a gun, and he walks up to the owner, and he basically pistol whips her and knocks her out. The man then steals about $60 from the register, and he kidnaps Laurie Murninghan. The shop's owner was found, and she was found alive. And she gave a description. This is what the man, she said, what he looked like. He had a goatee, and probably between the ages of 20 to 25 years old. And immediately, the police begin their search for Laurie, especially considering, her dad was the former mayor, had a lot of pull, and so they made sure that this was like headline news there in Michigan. Unfortunately, other than the description of the man who did this, they really didn't have any other evidence. The community would band together, and they searched for her. They searched, and they searched, and finally, she was found. But sadly, not in the way they had hoped. 8 days after she was kidnapped, right here where this arrow was pointing, the body of a younger female was found. They were able to quickly identify the victim as 16-year-old Laurie Murninghan. Laurie had been shot through her head with a .22 caliber. And unfortunately, this goes from a missing persons kidnapped case to now a homicide investigation. But it doesn't sound like the body or the clothing or anything yielded much physical evidence either. This was also in 1970, so the technology we have now wasn't even close to being a thing back then. I can only assume and hope that they preserved any evidence they had to do future testing. And maybe they already have and have gotten really not much information from any of it, because her murder remains unsolved. This was a robbery attempt that turned into a kidnapping and a murder. No one knows if that was the guy's plan to begin with, or if it was just a robbery and then he made a hasty decision to kidnap Laurie, or what? I mean, what was his goal? I guess it doesn't really matter because he did what he did. A 16-year-old girl didn't get to go to prom, didn't get to graduate high school, didn't get to have her first job, didn't get to meet, her future, possibly husband and have children. Her entire life stopped at 16. And sadly, nobody will ever get to know what she would have done with her life. Innocent, well-liked young girl, gone forever. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about who did this to Laurie. And I know this was way back in 1970. This is what he would have looked like in 1970, but maybe someone out there recognizes this image. If you have any information on the murder of Laurie Murninghan in 1970, please call 517-483-4600 or 517-483-7867. You can remain anonymous. 2 workers were shot for no apparent reason. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Lealon Spaulding. Viewer discretion is advised. This case occurred in the 6300 block of 3rd Avenue in Phoenix, Arizona. So basically, it's near the crossroads of 3rd Avenue and Lincoln Street. And when this case occurred back in 1994, this was a very industrial area. I think it still pretty much is. It's not too far from me. 35-year-old Lealon Spaulding and 23-year-old Harun Bhatti, they both worked as surveyors, and they did so for a company called MFS Network Technologies Incorporated. Lealon was from Phoenix, but Harun Bhatti was actually from Tucson. It's about 2 hours south of Phoenix. It is July 29th, 1994, at approximately 5:40 in the morning. A woman who lived in an apartment complex right next to this industrial park called 911. She said she heard a man screaming very, very loudly, and she heard at least 4 gunshots. She then sees a man who she described looking like this. She worked with a police sketch artist to come up with this rendering. She thinks that he maybe was in his 20s or 30s and appeared to be a black male. He had short, curly black hair. He was about 5 feet 8 inches tall, but at the same time, she didn't get a very long look at him. When police arrive at the scene, they find 2 men lying next to a white work truck. 23-year-old Harun Bhatti and 35-year-old Lealon Spaulding had both been shot numerous times. Both men would be rushed to the hospital. Harun Bhatti would actually end up surviving his injuries, but Lealon Spaulding did not. He would be pronounced dead at the hospital a short time after he got there. According to the witness and to Harun Bhatti, once he was able to speak, basically this guy just walks onto this work site. Nobody there recognizes him. He just takes a gun and he shoots these 2 men. Harun doesn't recognize him. They obviously don't know if Lealon recognized him. They don't know if any of them were targeted. Was Lealon targeted, but Harun was nearby, so he had to be shot too, or was it the other way around? Was this just a random attack? If so, those are usually the hardest ones to figure out. Trying to find a completely random person with no connections to either victim, no apparent motive, nothing was stolen. It's just remained a mystery ever since. Someone somewhere out there knows who did this. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the attempted murder of Harun Bhatti and the murder of Lealon Spaulding, please call 480-948-6377. You can remain anonymous if you need to. Please help these 2 men get the justice they very rightfully deserve. 47 years later, her murder was solved. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Maria Hansel. Viewer discretion is advised. Unfortunately, I don't really have much information about Maria, like who she was as a person. I do know that she was born on March 23rd, 1962. She was born in Texas, but when this case occurred, she's now living in Colorado Springs, Colorado with her family. And from what I can tell, she also had siblings. So Maria lived here in this apartment complex located on the 5400 block of Nevada Avenue in Colorado Springs, Colorado. And Maria would frequently babysit a neighbor's children. And their apartments were really close to one another. February 7th, 1977, 11:21 p.m. Colorado Springs Police Department received a panicked phone call from a woman stating that there was a young girl stabbed in her apartment. Initially, it was believed that the girl had done this to herself. That's what the person who discovered her body thought. Now, the person who discovered the body was the woman that Maria was babysitting for. The body was Maria's. She was 14 years old. The coroner would later determine that this was definitely not a suicide. She had been stabbed multiple times. She had stab wounds to her chest. She had stab wounds to her neck. Now, the 2 children she was babysitting that night were asleep when their mother came home and found Maria's body. The children were completely unharmed. They did not see or hear anything. There was not a lot of physical evidence found at the scene. Maria was wearing a blue jumpsuit very similar to this one, and from what it sounds like, they found a single strand of hair that was not Maria's, and they also found a drop or two of blood that they believed was not Maria's. Now, this was before DNA was even a thing in terms of investigating cases. But thankfully, all of this evidence was collected and stored properly. And it would be several years later when they determined that that blood and that hair did not belong to Maria, once DNA technology had advanced enough. However, they were not able to link that DNA to anyone for a very long time. But in their investigation, they were stumped. They didn't know who did this. They didn't know why this was done. I don't see any indication, however, if she was sexually assaulted. So if that wasn't the motive, what was exactly? They would go door to door in that apartment complex, interviewing anyone they could find. They, talked to people directly in Maria's life, her friends, her family, people she went to school with. She had no enemies. No one knew who would want to do this to her or why. The Colorado Springs police would really not let this case die. They investigated it throughout the decades, because that's how long it took, decades. So they would re-examine evidence sometime around 2019 or 2020 or so. They would take that strand of hair and the blood spots found on her jumpsuit, and they would submit it to the Parabon labs. It would be in 2024 when they finally were able to successfully find out whose DNA it was. It was a man named William Charles Kernan. This is what he would have looked like back when this case occurred. Had been attending a college right near the apartment complex, but he also was acquainted with the woman who Maria was babysitting. But it sounds like not even she would have suspected that this was the guy to do it. But was she the target? And she wasn't there, and so he did this to Maria because she was simply there. Well, they don't really know, and unfortunately, they never will know. William Kernan died of natural causes in 2010. This monster got to live a full and free life. He got to murder a 14-year-old child, stopped her life at 14 years old, while he got to go out there and just enjoy life. And he died. I mean, he died not being known as a killer. That still wouldn't come for 14 more years. Maria will never get justice. But you can also look at a case like Maria's and go, this was nearly 50 years later, almost. And so let this be another example. I know I've said this many times on cases like this, but it bears repeating. Let cases like this give you hope that if you have a loved one who was murdered decades ago, maybe a loved one went missing decades ago, and it's just gone unsolved ever since, please let this case tell you that it is very, very possible, even 5 decades later, that you will at least get the answers to what happened to your loved one. And hopefully, justice will come too. 14-year-old girl, brutally murdered for no apparent reason. But thankfully, her killer will never hurt anyone ever again. Did a previously convicted murderer murder his wife's murderer? Maybe. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Marilyn Duncan. Viewer discretion is advised. Unfortunately, I don't really have any information on Marilyn. This happened way back in 1960. 16-year-old Marilyn Duncan worked as a waitress in Chicago, Illinois. On April 29, 1960, Marilyn was working her shift, which she got off sometime around 9 p.m. She was last seen in the company of this man here, 17-year-old Jerry Nemke. But then Marilyn never got home. Just the following day, the body of Marilyn Duncan was found. Marilyn, who had been reportedly dating Jerry at that time, was found bludgeoned with a brick. She had been struck in her chest and in her head, and when they found her, she was still alive, but she was not conscious. But a couple of days later, on May 1st, 1960, Marilyn, who never woke up, would be pronounced deceased. She was bludgeoned to death. Her boyfriend, Jerry, at the time was questioned. He was brought in for questioning on the night the body was found. Jerry would initially deny having anything to do with Marilyn's murder. However, they said they found physical evidence at the crime scene that linked Jerry directly to it. He was initially released, but then he was caught stealing a vehicle and trying to flee the state. However, he was captured and he was arrested and charged with the murder of Marilyn Duncan. Jerry Nemke goes on trial and he is found guilty of the murder of Marilyn and he is sentenced to death. However, 2 years later, his conviction is completely overturned. This is because there were issues potentially with him being coerced by the officers. And so he was retried again, and this time he was also convicted, but sentenced to 75 years in prison with the possibility of parole. Unbelievably, in 1978, he was released on parole. A short time later, he would eventually meet this young woman here, Lee Rotatori. I believe I've covered her case as well. They eventually got married. They married in December of 1981, but their marriage was very short-lived. On June 25th, 1982, Lee Rotatori was found stabbed to death in her room. Initially, they considered her husband a person of interest, but they were able to confirm he had nothing to do with it. Her murder would actually go unsolved for quite some time. Decades would go by and DNA from Lee's case was processed. It came back because they used genetic genealogy, and it came back to a set of brothers. One of the brothers was not old enough to have committed the crime, but the other one was. And that was this man here, Thomas O. Freeman. They were able to get DNA from Thomas's daughter. She willingly provided it, and they confirmed that the DNA was a match. Thomas Freeman was Lee Rotatori's killer. So let's arrest the guy. Nope, can't do that. Because Thomas O. Freeman was shot to death in 1982. He was killed just 4 months after Lee was killed. His body was discovered dumped in a ditch with numerous bullet holes in it. Lee Rotatori's husband, Jerry Nemke, was close acquaintances with Thomas Freeman. They knew each other back when all this happened. So there is an unconfirmed belief that Jerry Nemke discovered that Thomas Freeman killed his wife, and that Jerry Nemke decided he was going to take revenge. He's killed before, why not try it again? That being said, though, Thomas Freeman's murder has remained unsolved ever since. There is no proof to tie anyone directly to the murder, but it certainly looked like some kind of revenge killing. Jerry was a previously convicted rapist and murderer who savagely beat to death a young woman, a 16-year-old girl named Marilyn, to which he would confess. Now, Jerry didn't kill his wife, but he may have killed her killer, for which, no judgment here. But let's not forget that he is a convicted rapist and murderer, and he just got to die of natural causes. Marilyn got no justice. Lee Rotatori also got no justice. Well, legal justice, if you will. Even back in the 60s, times were wild. This commenter says, "Bro, you just copied Mr. Ballin's speech pattern exactly." Oh. Okay. Well, first of all, Mr. Ballin obviously is awesome. He has been a humongous help to me in the past. The reason I even have a YouTube channel is because of him, and I couldn't be more grateful. And one thing that Mr. Ballin and I have in common is that we both tell these stories as if we were just in the same room as you guys talking to you. We both talk like we both talk in real life. You know, there's no performance or fake cadence or anything like that, which works really, really well for a lot of creators. This doesn't work well for me personally. Hence why I just talk to you guys through video form the way I would talk to you if we were in the same room. I've been telling true crime stories here on TikTok for now over 4 years. And it's just me, you know? I don't know what to tell you, but this is just me. Also, I'm like 4 years older than Mr. Ballin, so I was like doing life stuff like 4 years before him. I don't know what that was supposed to do. Anyway, yeah, no copying here. Even still, I'll take it as a compliment because, again, Mr. Ballin is awesome, so. But anyway, I won't change the way I just naturally speak, so sorry. A day before this image was captured, this man murdered one of his neighbors. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Megan Kanka. Viewer discretion is advised. This is obviously a case about a child. At the time this case occurred, Megan Kanka was just 7 years old. She was the youngest of 3 kids. This is her brother and her sister. And 7 years is all she got. Growing up, she was just a really happy kid. She just loved being a kid. She loved her siblings. She loved playing outside. She loved riding her bike. And little did her family know there was a monster living just across the street. It was July 29th, 1994. Megan was outside on her bike, and this was in Hamilton Township in New Jersey. But Megan never got back inside the house. Megan was then reported missing, and the community began a gigantic search for the 7-year-old girl. And it did not take long to find her. Very shortly after her disappearance, Megan's body was found at Mercer County Park. This innocent child had been raped and strangled to death, they believe, with a belt, and then just dumped like she was garbage. Pictured here is Jessie Temendequaz, who was their neighbor from across the street. This image was captured by the local news just a day after Megan was reported missing, and this is him just playing fetch with his dog in his yard. He continually looks over at the cameras and at all the commotion going on. As police are questioning and interviewing people from around the neighborhood, they uncover something about Jessie. You see, Jessie Temendequaz had previously been convicted on 2 separate occasions of sexually molesting children. In 1979, he pled guilty to attempted aggravated sexual assault of a 5-year-old girl, also in New Jersey. He was given a suspended sentence for that. Then in 1981, he pled guilty once again to the sexual assault of a 7-year-old girl, also in New Jersey. He was not sentenced to prison for this. He was imprisoned at the Adult Diagnostic and Treatment Center in New Jersey for 6 years, in which Jessie pretty much never participated in the treatment plans. I'm not even sure how that happens. Like, aren't they forced to? I don't get it. One of the therapists who worked at this location with him said that he was just a whiner. He was lazy. He just slept all the time. Okay, why are we not forcing him to do the program, though? Another therapist at this location said that they believed with their whole heart that this man would commit another crime just like these ones if he is out there in the world. But after 6 years, that's where he was put, back out into the world. He lived here in this home in New Jersey, literally just across the street from where Megan lived. Her family had absolutely no idea that he was a convicted child predator, that he had committed sexual assaults of children. A day after Megan's body was found, he was arrested and charged with her murder. He confessed to doing it. Along with his confession, they found physical evidence of the murder taking place inside his home. They found Megan's blood, they found fibers, they found hair, they found all sorts of things that placed Megan in his home. She also had a bite mark on her hand, which apparently matched the bite of Jessie. But, bite mark evidence is shit. But thankfully there was other physical evidence. Jessie was charged with about 8 different charges, including murder, rape, kidnapping, and he was found guilty and convicted of the murder and sentenced to death. And death row is where he remained until December of 2007. At that point, New Jersey had abolished capital punishment, and so basically now he is serving life in prison without parole. And Megan's parents just wondered every single day if they knew who this man was, if they knew his background, would Megan still be alive? There's a very good chance that yes, she would be. And so from that point moving forward, Megan's parents have been champions. They have vowed to make sure that at that point moving forward, you will know if there are people like this in your neighborhood. So when this case occurred, there was the Jacob Wetterling law already in effect, I believe, which essentially says that police have to be aware of any and all history of sexual assaults, whether they are children or they assaulted adults, but the public necessarily would not know. That would be up to the discretion of the police force. And so what Megan's parents had then fought so hard to have happen was what we now know as Megan's Law. So to piggyback off of Jacob Wetterling's law, they then added to that it is now required that if there are sexual predators, convicted sexual assaulters in your neighborhood, you are basically required to be told. There are now apps that you can log into on your phone that'll literally point out every single one of them, that the community will be aware of a monster in your midst. With a law like that in place, Megan would probably still be alive. Her family could have, moved, or they would have known not to ever let her be out there alone with this monster across the street. She was playing outside, by the way, just outside of her front house like we all did, in the 80s and the 90s. So please don't judge the parents or anything. She was right outside. That's how we were kids back then. But the point is if her parents knew about this Jessie character, that Megan and her 2 siblings likely would have never been in a situation where they would be in potential contact with this man. There would have been more protection in place. Unfortunately, Megan Kanka had to die for Megan's Law to come into effect. And the one thing you could say positively about this is that Megan has helped save countless children. Hello, true crimerers. This is the story that begs the question, what happened to Mitrice Richardson? Mitrice Richardson was born on April 30th, 1985. Oh, that's about a month after I was born. And on September 17th, 2009, she was 24 years old and living in California. Now, on the evening of September 16th, 2009, Mitrice was dining at a restaurant called Jeffrey's, and this was located in Malibu, California. Allegedly, at the restaurant, Mitrice's behavior was apparently erratic, and she was not able to pay her bill, which was about $90. So, the restaurant people actually called the police on her. And when the LAPD officer got there, they gave her a sobriety test, which she passed. She did not appear to be under the influence of alcohol, drugs, nothing. So they arrested her on suspicion of not paying her bill, and for possession of less than 1 ounce of marijuana. Now, her personal belongings were put inside of her vehicle, and then the vehicle was towed. And then she was booked at the Lost Hills Sheriff Station. Her mother was contacted, and her name is Latisse, that's her right there. So she told the officers that Mitrice had some mental health issues. I believe the thought was that Mitrice suffered from bipolar disorder. The mother just wanted to promise that she wouldn't be released until morning so that she could pick her up safely. But the officers released her anyway. At 12:28 a.m. on September 17th, 2009. Her car was at a tow yard on Pacific Coast Highway in an area of town she was not remotely familiar with, and all of her belongings, including her cell phone, were in the car. The police spokesperson would say she exhibited no signs of, mental health issues, intoxication. She's an adult. She was fine. She wasn't. Hours later, at 6:30 in the morning, Mitrice was seen sitting in the backyard of a total stranger named Bill Smith. And he actually happened to be a news anchor for KTLA. He yelled out to her, "Are you okay?" And she said, "I'm just resting." And then she was gone. And she was never seen again. So obviously she was reported missing. And they conducted a massive, massive search for her. They would search 18 square miles. They searched by land and by air. Creeks, trails, ridges, everywhere. She still wasn't found. August 9th, 2010. Almost a year after she went missing, her mummified remains would be found in an area called Dark Canyon, a nearly impossible area to reach by foot. And this was about 8 miles from the Lost Hills Sheriff Station. Allegedly, there were reports of screaming in this area a few nights after Mitrice went missing, and she happened to be found in an area next to a ranch that films pornography. Her clothes were found away from her body. The police showed no interest in investigating this. They ruled it an accident, not a homicide, and nothing since. 3 men set sail, and none of them would ever come home. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Modesto Robles. Viewer discretion is advised. It was a clear September 8th, 2000 day at Matagorda Bay in Texas. 3 friends would set sail on this boat at Matagorda Bay, and they were planning to do some fishing, some deep sea fishing. The 3 friends were Modesto Robles Jr. and also Hilario Larry Cardenas and Daniel Danny Gonzalez. I do not have any confirmed photos of these second 2 men. I can only find a photo of Modesto. Modesto, at the time this case occurred, was 43 years old, and he was married. He had been married for 22 years, and the couple had 3 children together. He had 2 sons and a daughter. Unfortunately, though, I don't really know much else about him, and I don't know anything about the other 2 individuals who he went fishing with that day. The boat was a 25-foot 1985 Wellcraft, and it's described as having a Bimini top, a cuddy cabin, and twin 115 horsepower Yamaha outboard engines. And it had been out to sea many, many times. They were supposed to be home just later that day, but that never happened. Their boat never docked. Their families would never see them ever again. Once they were reported missing, and the situation being that they were likely lost at sea, the Coast Guard got involved and they did some very extensive searches of the area. In their initial search, however, they found nothing. They didn't find the boat, they didn't find any of the men, they didn't find a thing. Then, a couple of days later, they do finally find something. They find a cooler floating in the sea that was tied to a shoe. The cooler was later identified as belonging to one of the 3 men. But again, no boat is found, and most importantly, no people are found. And then a few days later, the Coast Guard stopped the search. And then on September 18th, 2000, the first horrific discovery was made. A severed leg was found along the beach of Mustang Island, which is also in Texas. This leg appeared to have been severed just above the knee, but no other remains were washed up on shore, just the leg. And September 22nd, 2000, along the beach of Padre Island, also in that area of Texas, partial human remains had washed up on shore. They're described as skeletal remains, but I'm not sure exactly how that happened so quickly, because the remains found here and the leg found on the other location were both, through DNA testing, determined to be 2 of the missing 3 men, the remains of Larry and Danny. I think I'm just confused as to why it's described as skeletal remains, because it'd only been like 10, 11 days since they disappeared. They also don't know how the body had been, separated the way it was. They don't know if that was likely like a shark thing or some kind of sea animal, or did something more nefarious happen? Well, unfortunately, they don't have all of the remains, so they really don't know. Modesto Robles Jr., though, has never been found. None of his, body has washed up on shore. He can confirm now that his 2 friends are deceased. So what happened? That's the big question. The weather was clear. There were no storms, no rogue waves. These are also 3 extremely experienced fishermen and very experienced with operating these boats. And what baffles police, I think, the most is the fact that the boat has never been found. You have a cooler tied to a shoe. You have the partial remains of 2 of the 3 men, but not a single trace of the boat. Sure, it could have sank, and I'm pretty sure they searched a certain area to see if that was the case, but they didn't find it. It doesn't mean it could have sunk somewhere else. Ocean's a big place, so it's not like it's going to be like an easy to find thing. So it is entirely possible that they met with some sort of accident and the boat sank, and then the men, I don't know. It's just the timing of all of it sounds just crazy. 2 bodies that are basically ripped apart, found within 10 or 11 days of them going missing, the boat not being found anywhere. I don't know, it's just all very mysterious. Did the men encounter someone, out there while fishing? Something they weren't supposed to see, someone they weren't supposed to notice. The boat have, scraped against some rocks or crashed into something. Entirely possible, yeah. Were there possibly waves that could have toppled the boat over? Again, it's possible. And you have 2 of the 3 families who are devastated, but they are still able to put their loved one to rest. But one of the families is still missing their loved one. The Gulf of Mexico, that area, there are sharks there. It is possible the remains could have just been eaten or taken by sharks. So I don't know if his family is ever going to get a definitive answer, the truth, or anything. And that's just one of the saddest types of missing persons cases, where you kind of know that you'll probably never find them, but you still have to hold out hope. Because if this was something other than a tragic accident, then it's possible he is out there somewhere. And hopefully one day his family gets the answers and are able to bring him home. Amy Bradley is Missing is a new Netflix true crime docuseries that I would highly recommend. No, this is not a paid sponsorship. If you have never heard of Amy Bradley's case, I wouldn't be too surprised, because it's never been one of those super well-known true crime stories. I have a feeling that now it probably will be. But in 1998, Amy Bradley went on the Rhapsody of the Seas cruise with her mom, her dad, and her brother. By all accounts, Amy was having a really lovely time. She was super happy. She was excited because she has a new job she would be starting after they get home. She just got her own apartment. She's got herself a new dog. But unfortunately, Amy never made it home. Because on that fateful 1998 evening, I think this was near Curacao, Amy seemed to vanish into thin air off of the cruise ship. Never to be seen again. Maybe. This here is actually one of the last known photos of Amy Bradley, because within a few hours of this being taken, she's gone. She also took this photo with her brother on the same night. The last confirmed sighting of Amy Bradley was around 5:30 in the morning in her stateroom, which she actually was sharing with her brother and her parents. Her dad kind of woke up and he thinks he saw Amy on the balcony of their room. Then he kind of just sort of falls back asleep. Then he wakes up a short time later. Amy's no longer there. The family begins to search for her. They can't find her. And then that's when the nightmare begins for the family. And it's been a nightmare ever since. The docuseries, which premiered today, July 16th, 2025, is 3 episodes long. Each episode's about 45 minutes or so. And it gives a lot more information than I knew about this case. I had covered her case, I think, a few years ago. They had a suspect who worked on the ship, who's actually part of the band that Amy was actually caught on video with the night she vanished. Like, they were dancing together in the disco nightclub. There's speculation that Amy drunkenly fell off the side of the boat. Center of gravity, however, would say otherwise. There are people who believe she jumped from the ship. There is a belief that she may have been murdered on the ship. Maybe she was put into a suitcase and rolled off the boat. And there's also the theory that she was sex trafficked. In which, after watching this docuseries, I'm like, you know what? I kind of believe that theory. There are a few people who were interviewed in the docuseries that claim they saw Amy after she had been reported missing. And not sighting on the boat, but sightings in Barbados and in Curacao. And all of these witnesses that say they saw her, they're very believable. They're like well-standing citizens, I guess you can say. And all of them had nothing to gain from coming forward with their sighting. And all of the sightings seem to match up with the fact that Amy was likely being held against her will, being forced into sex work. They think that it's possible they have threatened to kill her family if she tries to contact them. And then there's the photos that surfaced. These photos came up about 6 or 7 years after Amy vanished. And basically these were from like pornographic websites and a couple images of a woman who looks just like this. They did the show, they did this like kind of crossover, like, you know, transposed it. I gotta be honest with you, that just might be her. They also have this fascinating segment where they talk about how a website was made for Amy Bradley's case by like a true crime person. And they've been able to take those IP addresses of every single one who visited the website. And what's interesting is on Thanksgiving Day, Christmas Day, Amy's mom's birthday, Amy's birthday, that website gets a lot of visits from one IP address. And they can tell that they linger on the website for like 45 minutes. Both from Curacao and from Barbados, the 2 places where she was last seen. That's where the IP addresses came from. And so there's belief that either the people who took her are visiting there because they feel guilt, or Amy herself is visiting that website. Now, because this all happened in international waters, there is, and this is, you know, Barbados and Curacao, they're not within our jurisdiction because she is an American citizen. They can't find out who those IP addresses belong to. They can't trace it. They can't track it. But maybe all of that is just a bunch of hogwash and people thought they saw her but didn't. They all seemed very well-intentioned. They didn't want anything for it. Her case, when they came forward with their information about seeing her, her case was not well known. True crime wasn't like this big entity that it is now. So there was no knowledge that you would become famous for reporting you saw her. But it is possible they just wanted to see her but didn't. And that she fell off that boat that night. Or she jumped. The docuseries, I think, really effectively walks through all kind of avenues. A lot of great interviews. It's a really well-made docuseries. I liked it a lot. And I learned a lot more about her case than I had initially known, so. But yeah, Amy Bradley is Missing on Netflix, premiered today. So watch it, will ya? Okay. I've seen a lot of comments about this guy. I've seen people make videos about this guy. And basically, I agree. So if you haven't watched the docuseries on Netflix, Amy Bradley is Missing, I posted a video about it a couple days ago. This guy here is interviewed throughout the docuseries. He was the cruise director, basically, of the cruise that Amy and her family were on. Now, there are people who are out there stating that this guy was probably involved with her being trafficked off that ship, as well as that other guy she was seen with on camera, that guy named Yellow. But I'm not going to sit here and accuse anyone of anything because, well, you know, lawsuits. But what I will say, very openly, and I'm agreeing with people here, this guy's a piece of shit. Hi, if you see this, you're a piece of shit. So, this is a docuseries about Amy Bradley. This is her docuseries. This is not a docuseries about the cruise ship. This is not a docuseries about this guy. But this man has the nerve to go on her docuseries about a woman who has vanished off the face of the earth. She may have been sex trafficked off of that boat that he was running. And this motherfucker has the nerve to say, life goes on. Cruises have to go on. He said, well, we can't, make announcements over the PA about this woman who's missing on our cruise ship. That'll upset all the other guests on the ship. Oh well. Wouldn't you think if maybe there's someone on your boat who is maybe committing some kind of foul play, don't you think that people on that boat would maybe want to know? Or maybe, just maybe, they can say, oh my God, I saw something happen. He basically says, what do you want us to do? Gee, by golly gum, I don't know, look for her? Ask everyone and anyone if you had seen anything? Not, well, she's missing, by the way. Here's how you do the electric slide. This guy's like cracking jokes during his interviews. He had the nerve to come onto this docuseries about this missing woman and basically say, what are you gonna do, huh? So what she goes missing on, he doesn't have that accent, I don't know why I'm doing that. What are we gonna do about it, huh? Oh, I know. I'll have the staff search every room for her. Also, I'll have the staff search their own rooms. That's like a police force investigating their own police force for wrongdoing within that police force. This dude was so nonchalant about this woman going missing on his cruise ship. He didn't seem to care whatsoever. He actually has the nerve to basically disrespect this woman while talking about her disappearance. Why the fuck was he even interviewed? For what? For drama? I don't get it. I hated this man. I hated him. Honestly, this kind of behavior, I understand why people are accusing him of being involved in it. Absolute human piece of garbage, if you ask me. Anyway, if you haven't watched the docuseries yet, go watch it. It's on Netflix. It's great. Fuck this guy. The Idaho 4 case is a prime example as to why and how the internet can be a truly horrible place to exist. I just finished watching One Night in Idaho, The College Murders, the 4-part docuseries on Prime Video, not a paid sponsor, about the Idaho 4 murders. Let me start by saying that this was a hard watch. This was a really hard watch. I was not expecting it to have the emotional gut punch that it did, especially in the 4th and final episode. And I think that's because this 4-part series really focuses in on the victims and their friends, which is how it should be, and way less time on the killer. The show also primarily interviews family and friends and like a couple news reporters, but no police, no detectives, no FBI, no lawyers are interviewed at all. And keep in mind, this case happened in 2022. It's still fresh in everybody's minds. And so when you see these families and these friends telling these stories and they're just like so emotional and they're crying, you can't help, I would hope, but feel that same sadness. The one thing it doesn't really do is it doesn't really show the crime scene really at all. And I think that's because they were filming this before Bryan Kohberger's trial started, and there was a gag order in place. So that's actually why the police couldn't be interviewed for the docuseries. If you didn't know, Bryan Kohberger, by the way, he did it. He's the guy. He killed them. He's been convicted. He's now been sentenced to life in prison without parole. He did it. I'll get back to why I'm angry in a second. But they obviously talk about him in the series, and they show us, how and why he became linked to this case. What people on the internet need to understand is that Bryan Kohberger's name wasn't just plucked out of thin fucking air. They found him because of the evidence from the crime scene. But yeah, so there's not a lot of evidence shown, anything like that. We don't see any police interviews, which if you know me is typically the stuff I like to see, like, the crime scene photos, the interviews, but this docuseries was kind of the exception for me. I liked this. This was really well made. Are they definitely withholding stuff from the docuseries? Of course they are. Because again, the trial hadn't started yet when they were doing this. And I think I've seen that kind of complaint made about this series is that, well, how come we didn't see everything? Well, because we couldn't. Which is my biggest gripe is that why wouldn't they just wait then? Why not wait until the trial is over, how all of that evidence is now fair game, and then make a 5th episode or something? So that's my big thing is if you just waited a little bit longer for this. Now as to why I am mad. We on the internet who tell true crime stories, I feel like there should be a code, that there should be a moral obligation to be as truthful as you can possibly be. I have gotten things wrong before in the past, of course. Everyone who posts videos about true crime cases, they've all gotten things wrong before. I've been yelled at by family members in emails and DMs, understandably. I have learned a lot from victims' family members. This docuseries shows several TikTokers, YouTubers, Instagrammers, whatever, who were so blatantly terrible in accusing the surviving roommates, literally saying that they did it. They killed them. And other friends were interviewed in the docuseries about how they were accused. The boyfriend was accused. This friend at this frat was accused. This guy in a fucking hoodie outside of a goddamn food truck, oh, he's accused. Not by police, by all of us. Well, not me. I didn't talk about this case when it was happening. This is another prime example as to why I don't cover cases that are freshly happening, because I would rather have all the correct information before I talk about it. There are exceptions where I will post a video about a case that just happened because there's enough information that the police have released publicly to make a video and, possibly to help catch a bad person, because that's the goal. But the amount of people they show, and it's a small amount compared to the actual number of people who did this, who just blatantly just accused the wrong people, spun out conspiracy theories, were complete and utter lunatics without any care in the world for the victims' families, and the people they're now victimizing by blaming. Why didn't the two roommates, why didn't they hear the murders happening? Guess what, folks? Crazy shit happens all the time. Well, one of them saw something. How come they didn't do anything? Why did they wait until noon to call 911? Do me a favor. Put yourself in their shoes, if you can. You maybe see a shadow of a person walking in your apartment. You live with other people. Maybe you hear a sound or something. Oh, that's kind of weird. But when you go to bed and then wake up the next morning, you're not going, oh man, I should probably go see if my roommates were fucking murdered upstairs. That's not how normal people think. These are like 20-year-old kids. For fuck's sakes, I have covered cases, like for example, a very popular one, the Ketty Cabin murders. 4 people were brutally murdered in the Ketty Cabin murders. I mean, it was brutal. They were beat, they were tied up, they were probably screaming. One of them was kidnapped and killed later. And just down the hall were, I think, 2 or 3 children who were asleep in their room who didn't hear a thing. This was a much larger property than the Ketty Cabin. It happens. People sleep through shit. And your first instinct isn't going to be, I bet you my roommates are brutally stabbed upstairs. I should go check. You can have a bad feeling, which is what they did. They text their friends, hey, something feels wrong, can you come over? And that's why it took until noon. But the amount of people on the internet, especially here on TikTok, who are like, no, that's not possible. Those 2 girls were in on it. They did it. And by the way, none of these fucking people who have accused all these other people have ever apologized. As a matter of fact, they still run with the shit. A lot of them do. They're on here like, well, no, I'm right. Brian Koberger, not the killer. I would say that you should feel fucking ashamed of yourselves, but I don't think you know what that even means. When I get something wrong, and like I have a family member who is very angry at me, I feel fucking horrible, and I delete the video. And if they want me to repost it with the correct info, I do that. To sit here on the internet without any actual information, because let's face it, we're all just people in our houses. We're not cops. We're not detectives. We're not investigators. Just because we watch and tell true crime stories doesn't make us fucking experts. Have armchair detectives solved cases in the past? Of course they have. But this is an example of how fucking horrible people can be, and how wrong people can be, and how detrimental that is to solving a case. You're sending all these fucking theories and conspiracies all over the place, which will hinder the investigation. Now they're having to explore different avenues that literally are nothing, wasting their time, and in effect, letting the killer get farther and farther away. Not only that, but you are creating new victims. Every person you falsely accused and refused to apologize for accusing, who are still saying, well, they probably had some involvement, you fucked their lives too. They're innocent. They're gonna have a hard time now getting a job, getting through school, making new friends, showing themselves on the internet. Some of these kids very tearfully said at the end, we can't go on the internet anymore. We had the victim's brother, his twin brother. He said, I deleted TikTok, I deleted Instagram, I deleted everything because I can't see all this shit anymore. We have an obligation to be factual as best as we can, with no ill intent to get information wrong. We also have an obligation to be respectful. Like, we as the internet have ruined the lives of all of those who were falsely accused. And that's fucking sad. That's really depressing. And I'm glad they showed all of these creators' faces in this docuseries. Now, I guarantee you, those creators, I'm sure most of them are like, oh, yes, I'm in the docuseries. More people coming to my page now. And that's all they care about. It's just engagement, views, You're not doing this for the right reasons. You're doing this for you. You're not doing it for them. You can lie to yourself and tell yourself that you are. You're not. Well, Mike, you post videos about true crime stories every single day. You're getting views. You're getting paid for all this. It's true. I am. But you know what the goal is? I cover unsolved cases primarily. I'm sure you probably have noticed. I have this lofty goal of telling someone's story, and maybe just one fucking video, it helps lead to someone getting arrested. It helps lead to someone getting found. That someone sees a video I post and says, oh my God, I have information. And then they call the number I provide to tell police. I have a very lofty goal as well of I would love to be rich enough that I can create my own fucking foundation where I could literally help supply money to families who need to do, like for cold cases, money for body exhumations, DNA testing, basically an organization to create resources for family members who need help with their loved one's unsolved case or missing persons case. That's just a dream I have. It's a goal. Will I ever get there? Probably not. But that's why I tell these stories. Because I like to think that I care. Am I perfect at this? Absolutely not. Like I said, I am flawed. I have made mistakes before, but I feel like shit when I do. Those online personalities who are going to see themselves in this docuseries, they're going to go, yes, fucking great. Even though the information they're saying is completely wrong, and it's information that's ruined people's lives, they're not going to care. They'll go, fuck yeah, I'm in it. Look, I've seen my face pop up on like 48 Hours and other like news broadcasts talking about a true crime story. I've seen my face pop up. I've heard my voice pop up. But I'm not going to come on here and say, oh, I'm in this, I'm in that, I'm in this. Because it's not about me. It's not about you. It's about them. It's about them. This is a very long video. I do apologize, but I had a lot of things to get out. Highly recommend this 4-part series on Prime Video now.
So I love this comment because it's incredibly accurate. So that internet speculation almost gave Kohberger a defense. Read an article that he planned to put blame on the roommates. So this is all with regards, if you click the comment to go back to my video, basically recommending the Idaho 4 docuseries, One Night in Idaho. And I ranted a lot about how awful content creators, social media influencers can be in true crime cases, which came out in full force with the Idaho 4. Blaming the roommates who survived, blaming people from a frat, blaming some dude wearing a hoodie outside of a food truck. And also, where the murders happened, it was a popular hangout spot. It was at times referred to as a party house. People would come and go, and that was sort of like the norm. So it's entirely possible that the roommates might have seen something or heard something and went, ugh, whatever, it's just, one of them. They're not going to think, oh, my roommates are being murdered right now, because that's just not a logical thought that we would have. The internet, people came on here and ran with conspiracy theories with no evidence. They dug so deep into their conspiracy theories that they were presenting it almost as fact, when in fact the things they were saying were not fact. We've gotten to a point in society, thanks in large part to the internet and apps like TikTok and YouTube, where people, everyday people like myself and everyone else out there who has, who creates content, a lot of those people come on here and present themselves as if they are an expert, when more often than not, they aren't. They're just some random dude in their house, just like me. I'm not an expert. I'm not a detective. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a PI. And neither are 99% of the people who run with conspiracy theories blaming everyone under the sun for a quadruple homicide when in fact they have the real killer. Brian Kohberger murdered those 4 people. There were 2 survivors in the house. Guess what? It happens. There have been many stories where people have been murdered inside of a home and other people are just down the hall sleeping and never woke up. I'm a Southern California native. Okay, I live in Arizona now, but I lived the first 18 years of my life in SoCal, in San Diego County, specifically Oceanside. We had earthquakes all the time. I slept through a 5.0 earthquake in California when I was a kid. Didn't wake me. They were like, everyone's like, holy shit, there's a huge earthquake. I'm like, oh, really? I had no idea. It's possible, right? People sleep through things. So this is such an accurate comment because when we, as social media content creators, whatever we want to call people, when we say things and try to present them as fact, and if you are an influencer, I do not consider myself an influencer whatsoever, but when you say those things and you're presenting yourself as an expert even though you're not, now the whole internet is out there watching you say these things. And then there are going to be a whole bunch of people who believe what you say as fact. And then it spreads like wildfire. And then you ruin the lives of innocent people without a care in the world. Because 100% of the time, these people don't apologize. They stick with it. They still say, no, something doesn't sit right with me. Fuck you. Innocent people blamed for that quadruple homicide. Imagine being in their shoes. Imagine some dude on the internet or some lady on the internet saying, you killed those 4 people. And now you have the entirety of the internet, that creator's, swarm of followers also blaming that person.
What they don't realize is that when you do these things, it goes out into the public, and then someone like Bryan Kohberger can take those ideas that you say that are unfounded with no proof, and now you've created reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt for the actual killer to get off, to be acquitted. Because now they're like, well, shit, why didn't the roommates wake up? Why does this frat person blah, 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 blah? Look at that. Hey, jury, guess what? It could have been this person. It could have been that person. And then someone like a Bryan Kohberger is found not guilty. I mean, he was found guilty, obviously. But, he could have very easily been found not guilty by reasonable doubt. And then, because of the internet, a killer, an actual killer, would be out there roaming the streets again, murdering more people. And that person's out there killing, and then all these other people who have not been accused of being a murderer, and half the internet thinks they're a killer even though they're not, now they can't get a job. Now they're getting thrown out of their school. The people won't date them. People give them dirty looks. They spread more rumors. And you know what that leads to sometimes? Those people who were falsely accused, they killed themselves. Or they drown their sorrows in alcohol and they become an addict. Maybe they get into the drug world to try to get rid of that pain, that emotional pain. And therefore the internet has created more victims in this case, any case. And content creators, influencers, they don't care. Most of the time they don't care. It's about getting views, getting paid for those views. Yeah, obviously it's nice to get money, but maybe try being ethical when you do it. It sounds kind of stupid, but because it sounds so dramatic, but we as content creators, especially in this realm, in the true crime realm, there is an obligation almost, obligated to speak the facts and not run rampant with your personal thoughts. You are not at the crime scene. You have not spoken to the authorities. You have not spoken to the families. It is just so goddamn frustrating. We have an obligation to be truthful, to only speak in the facts that have been presented, and not running off of those facts and going in some crazy fucking direction. It pains me when a family member tells me I got something wrong. I hate it. Not them. I hate that I got something wrong. Because these are real people we're talking about. Real human beings. Not just the victims who were killed, not just their families, but the human beings that the internet accuses of being a horrible murderer. And just collectively, we as a whole, okay, I'm not perfect, right? I have absolutely made mistakes. We have to do better. We have got to do better. Did you know Open Water was based on a true story? You do now. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of the Lonergans. Viewer discretion is advised. By the time this case occurs, Tom and Eileen Lonergan have been married for about 10 years or so, and I believe they were living in Texas. And something they both loved doing was scuba diving. And scuba diving is exactly what they were doing in January of 1998. It was January 25th, 1998 in Australia. The couple had gone there to travel through Australia and also do some scuba diving. They booked an expedition here on the outer edge. They would go about 40 miles offshore of Queensland in Australia, and this is near the rim of the Great Barrier Reef. When the expedition was over with, everyone would get back onto the outer edge, the boat, except for Tom and Eileen. None of the boat's passengers and the staff aboard this boat noticed that Tom and Eileen weren't on the boat, and they just took off and went back to shore without them. As a matter of fact, it actually took 2 full days for anyone to do anything. This was because on the boat, they found a bag they would quickly identify as belonging to Tom and Eileen. That's apparently when they realized, oops, we might have left them out there. And so obviously the authorities become involved. They search the edge for any more evidence. They don't find any. They go out to the area where the expedition took place, and they searched and they searched and they searched. They searched, obviously physically in the water. They also searched by air to see if they can see them. Nothing. In February of 1998, a wetsuit basically washed up on shore, and it was found on the shores of North Queensland. There was barnacle growth on it. There were some tears in the suit, which looked like it had maybe been ripped by a coral reef, because, that stuff was pretty damn sharp. But they identified the wetsuit as belonging to Eileen Lonergan. In June of 1998, more of their gear washed up on shore. And then one more thing washed up on shore, which they found to be Incredibly disturbing. So I guess, divers will use these slates in order to communicate to one another if they're underwater. And so this slate washed up on shore, and it read this: Monday, January 26, 1998, 08 a.m. To anyone who can help us, we have been abandoned on, and they think it said Agincourt Reef by MV Outer Edge, 25th January 1998, 3 p.m. Please help to rescue us before we die. Help. This was written by either Eileen or Tom. The haunting final message of a couple who would never be found. And of course, this is when the speculation and the rumor mill began. There were these wild accusations that the couple had planned and faked their deaths. However, the couple has never been seen anywhere by anyone. Their bank account information, which still had money in it, money they would have wanted to use, had not been touched. And that's when people said, well, they probably did this then as like an insurance scam. However, there were insurance policies on them that had never been claimed. Authorities uncovered, I guess, some diaries written by Tom Lonergan that indicated he may not have been, mentally well at the time. The people who read it said that Tom was looking for a quick and peaceful death, that this was a murder-suicide. The thing is, though, is that no one can confirm this story. No one can really confirm any of these accusations, these conspiracy theories. All they know is that a couple from Texas traveled to Australia. They went on a scuba diving expedition. Somehow, some way, nobody recognized the fact that the two of them had not gotten back on board. No one knew for 2 days later. That's the biggest indication right there that they didn't plan this. They were left behind. Furthermore, the wetsuits were found. That slate with that haunting message was found. Everything indicates that the couple likely died out there in the middle of the water. The question, though, remains, how did they die? Well, speculation is that there's no, drinkable water for them. Even though they're in water, they can't drink that water. They could have been dehydrated, extremely exhausted from having to tread water. They didn't have anything on them that they could really float on. The dehydration would eventually turn into disorientation. And at some point, their scuba gear came off them, which would create more issues of being able to stay afloat if they were treading water for a long period of time. So the belief is that eventually they would become so exhausted that they couldn't tread water and they drown. There are also sharks in the water. There is some pretty big speculation that the couple, maybe one of them or both of them, had been attacked by sharks and killed. But the truth of the matter is that they have no way of knowing. Their bodies have never been found. No part of their body. The scuba gear does not indicate any bite marks from a shark, so they can't even confirm that that's what happened. So this guy here is Jeffrey Nairn. He was the captain of the vessel in which the couple disappeared from. He would end up being charged with a form of negligent homicide there in Australia, and he would go on trial. They're not saying he deliberately killed them and he did this deliberately. It's just extreme negligence to not do a head count and to not realize you were missing 2 full human beings. How could a person be that incompetent? How did nobody else notice? But in the end, he was cleared of any wrongdoing. He owned the expedition company, and they were also fined. And now, of course, it is required to do head counts. About 5 years or so after the disappearance of Tom and Eileen Lonergan, the movie Open Water was released. And it's basically the exact story of what happened to Tom and Eileen, except in this case, they do really work off the idea that they were attacked by sharks. Considered by many to be one of the better shark movies, next to Jaws and The Reef. Which, by the way, if you are seeing this, since I'm filming this all during Shark Week, on Friday, July 25th, 2025, I have a video posting on YouTube about the true story behind the movie The Reef. So if you do not know I have a YouTube channel, it is definitely there. It's linked in my bio, linked to my link tree. And yeah, check out that video that's posting this Friday. But sadly, whatever happened to Tom and Eileen Lonergan will likely remain a mystery forever. Was a satanic cult responsible for the murders that happened in this house? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Pam and Eric Ellender. Viewer discretion is advised. Pam Ellender was born on December 1st, 1965, and this was in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Throughout school, she was a cheerleader, she was homecoming queen, she was someone who was described as always being happy and bubbly. After college, she would meet this man, Eric Ellender, who was described as a very bright and up-and-coming businessman. After they got married, they moved to Sulphur, Louisiana to be close to Pamela's parents. About a year later, she gave birth to their baby girl. Eric would end up working for Pam's father, and everything in their lives were going great. Until February 11th, 1991. After not hearing from them for a while, some folks went to their house and discovered that Eric and Pam were both shot dead on their bed. Their 18-month-old baby girl was alive and unharmed. They also noticed that their car was stolen. The crime scene showed shotguns on the ground, and it was determined that it was one of Eric's own shotguns that was used to kill them both. There were some indications of a robbery as well, but the house wasn't damaged or seriously rummaged through. Just a day later, Chris Prudhomme, an 18-year-old, was arrested in Baton Rouge. This is because he was caught driving Eric Ellender's stolen car. In that car were 3 other people with him. Chris immediately confessed to the murders. He even wrote out a letter saying he enjoyed very much killing of those 2 individuals. 17 days later, he was found hanging in his cell. He was rushed to the hospital, but would soon be pronounced dead. Pamela's parents felt that there were likely more people involved in this crime, so they hired a private investigator. The private investigators, discovered that Chris Prudhomme was a part of a group called Skaters, which stood for Satan's Kids Against the Establishment. The private investigator found some members of this cult and managed to interview a few of them. One of these members revealed that there was this big meeting the morning after the murders, basically about who's going to take the fall for these 2 killings. And essentially they decided that Chris Was she a Black Widow, or were these just a series of tragic events? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Raynella Leath. Viewer discretion is advised. Raynella Leath was born on October 25th, 1948, and she was born and raised in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. By the late 60s or the early 70s, she would become a registered nurse, and in 1970 she married her first husband, Ed Dossett. The two of them would end up moving onto a large farm property, and they had 3 kids. Sadly, by July of 1992, Ed Dossett was in the late stages of terminal cancer. On July 9th, 1992, Ed is actually found dead inside one of their horse corrals. It appeared that Ed had been possibly trampled to death or blunt force trauma was there. In the initial part of the investigation, they determined, or they noticed, that Raynella had done, I guess there was 2 life insurance policies on Ed, and they were done fairly recently. But that wasn't enough to say like she did anything to him. And ultimately, Ed's death was classified as accidental. 6 months after Ed's death, she marries again. This time she marries David Leath. David Leath at that time was a retired barber. On March 13th, 2003, Raynella calls police to say that her husband has been shot. And by the way, all of this is happening in Tennessee. When police arrive at the scene, they do find the gun that was used in the shooting. It was kind of underneath David's hand, and they realize that 3 shots have been fired and there were still 3 live rounds inside. So you can kind of see the positioning of his arm, and the gun is right there. I can't obviously show it in full TikTok. But at first glance, it appeared to be a suicide. Now, David gave no indications that he was anywhere near that kind of thing. Like, he seemed to be in really good spirits. And Raynella, she swore up and down that he did this to himself. He had to have. She didn't do it, she said. But there was something really suspicious about all of this. Like I said, there were 3 shots that had been fired from that gun. But were they all fired during this event? Well, yes. There was 1 gunshot wound that went through, I guess like the headboard. This was a separate gunshot than from where the bullet entered him. They found another gunshot through the mattress nearby where David was laying. And then the fatal one entered his head. This is the prosecutor essentially reenacting everything in court. But they would charge Raynella with murder for murdering him. That she must have fired the first shot, missed, fired the second shot, but think that there was a second shot that actually hit him. And then she just quickly fired a third shot, not realizing she hit her husband. However, she kept denying, I had nothing to do with this. He did this to himself. So going a little bit backwards to her first husband. In 1995, after her husband was already deceased, she found out that her husband was having an affair. She found out who he was having an affair with. It was a woman named Kay, and Kay was at that point in the middle of a divorce with her husband. Well, Raynella goes to, I guess, where these two are living, and she just starts firing gunshots at them. Thankfully, Raynella was a bad shot and she didn't hit anyone, but she was charged with attempted murder. Raynella ends up taking a plea deal for a much lesser charge and she does not get sent to prison. When Raynella is charged with murder for her second husband, they decide to reinvestigate Ed's death. They uncover the fact that Ed had very, very high lethal doses of morphine in his system when he died. And that could have only have been administered to him by someone else. So in 2006, she is now charged with administering an overdose of morphine. And then she wasn't actually charged with the murder of her second husband, David Leath, until 2008. By 2009, she goes on trial. Doesn't she kind of look like, I can't remember the actress's name. Fiona Shaw. She plays Aunt Petunia. Anyway, she looks like that, like identical. But her 2009 trial ends in a hung jury. She goes back on trial for the second time in 2010. Now, her defense switches things up because in the first trial, they swore and they said she was innocent, she did not do this, and that they contested that David shot himself. In this second trial, the defense no longer believes that. They now agree with the prosecution. David Leath was murdered. There was more than enough proof to show that this was not a suicide, and they went along with it. And while it was a murder, Raynella had nothing to do with it, they said. Someone else had to have done it. The jury had a hard time believing that, and they found her guilty of his murder. Once they found her guilty, they decided to drop charges related to the first husband's death. That's because she was sentenced to a minimum of 51 years to life in prison, meaning if that stood true, she would never get out. She would continue to appeal her conviction because, again, she swears up and down that she did not kill David. Her defense team finds that there was judicial misconduct in her second trial. The judge apparently was on drugs, I guess. And so the conviction was overturned. And initially they were going to go on a third trial. But this time the courts looked at everything and they said, could the evidence actually show without beyond a reasonable doubt that Raynella was the one to shoot her husband? Again, they're still saying someone shot him. He did not do it himself. Well, the courts this time said there just is not sufficient evidence to suggest that she was the one to actually do it. Therefore, they will not be going forward with another trial. So in 2016, 2017, all the charges were dropped. She was released from prison, and now she is free as a bird. One husband is given an overdose of morphine. She then she fires 6 or 7 rounds at this person who she believed had an affair with her first husband, and they all agree that she did that. Then her second husband is shot and killed in his bed. Even she's saying it was murder, but it just wasn't her. All I can really say is that she is an innocent woman. That's all I can say, legally speaking. Did anyone really get justice in this case, though? I don't know. The family would agree to release her killer if he led them to her body. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Rebecca Beard. Viewer discretion is advised. Rebecca Beard was born in February of 1964, and I know she had at least one sibling, a sister. And when this case occurred, she was living in the Freeport, Texas area. In 1986, Rebecca is a 22-year-old who is working at a car dealership there in the Freeport, Texas area. Rebecca was also a mother to a 2-year-old daughter. And in March of 1986, she would fall off the face of the earth forever. That night, Rebecca Beard was at a club in Freeport, Texas called the Excalibur nightclub. She was seen leaving the nightclub on her own. No one seemed to be following her, and Rebecca never came home. Rebecca has never been seen since. She would be reported missing very quickly by family, and a search for her began pretty quickly. But unfortunately, they were coming up empty on everything. This is the suspect closer to now. I don't have a photo of him back in 1986, but this is Paul Gayland Taylor Jr. His name was given to police really early in the investigation, but they had no proof that he had any involvement in whatever may have happened to Rebecca. But for reasons that I can't seem to find, in 1995, he ends up basically confessing to killing Rebecca. And so he is arrested and charged. Now, initially, he tells police he hid her body in a canal. He led them to that area. They searched and they searched and they searched. They found nothing. He was lying. Or he just simply did not remember. Without a body, it's pretty difficult to get a conviction in a murder case. They did have a former cellmate of his, and I think a couple other witnesses who would tell police and go on as a witness at the trial to state that he had confessed to murdering her, and he seemed to be almost giddy about it. He said specifically he shot her in the back of her head inside of his own home. What transpired, though, from when she left the club to when she was shot, I'm not sure. So somewheres around the time of the trial, it would be learned that Paul hired a hitman to kill a witness. This was a witness who was going to testify against him at his trial for the murder of Rebecca Beard. He got caught for this, and he was sentenced to 25 years in prison. He then goes on trial for the murder of Rebecca Beard, and he is found guilty, he's convicted, and he is sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole. All the while, Rebecca is still not home. She has not been found. As the years go by, they continue searching for Rebecca. Paul then comes out and basically says, okay, she's actually buried in this certain area. And at that point, EquiSearch is brought in to help searching for her and doing the digs. This is in 2022. I can't find any news articles beyond 2022 about what they found, but my assumption is they didn't find anything. And so either Paul lied again or he just does not remember exactly where he put her. Rebecca's family actually offered this man, because he was actually going to be up for parole very, very soon. Her family told him, we will agree to have the courts release you immediately if you take us to her body or if you tell us where she is, which is, that's huge. That's not something a lot of, families would be willing to do. But more importantly, they want their loved one back. They want to be able to put her to rest. But again, either he lied or he just does not remember, and so that deal has not been fulfilled. I believe he has been denied parole, and he is still in prison. I don't know if the deal will still stand if he does eventually tell them where her body is. I don't know. I just hope that this man isn't just out here essentially emotionally torturing her family, toying with them. But as of today, in 2025, her remains have still not been found. There might be someone somewhere out there who maybe this guy told where she was buried. Maybe you've been afraid to come forward for whatever reason. If you know something, you have got to come forward to tell police to help bring Rebecca home. There is a very good chance that someone out there knows where she is. If that person is you, please contact the Freeport Police Department at 979-239-1211. His death may have faded into oblivion if it wasn't for these bizarre notes. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Ricky McCormick. Viewer discretion is advised. It was June 30th, 1999, about 20 miles outside of St. Louis, Missouri, in a vacant field. The body of a man was found. The body would soon be identified as a 41-year-old man named Ricky McCormick. When he was discovered, his body was already in a pretty severe state of decomposition. So they believed that there is a chance his death may have just occurred naturally. However, they also cannot say how he died. They don't know. And police who have been investigating this case have this gut feeling, this instinct that Ricky died of foul play. They just don't have proof of that. Ricky McCormick was born on June 14th, 1958. From a very, very early age, Ricky seemed to struggle with learning. He did not do so good in school, and he would end up dropping out of high school. Kids would say that Ricky was sort of like an oddball, especially like during recess or, when lunch break or something. He would always kind of be by himself. He told people really bizarre, random stories, and that seemed to go into his adult life as well. He had seen a psychiatrist, and according to, I think, his mother, the psychiatrist said that Ricky essentially has built a brick wall in his mind, and that Ricky was just refusing to break that wall down. Something to also note, which is very important here, is that according to Ricky's family, Ricky could barely spell. He didn't really write letters. He wasn't good with writing. He wasn't good with math. Ricky kind of always just lived off in his own little planet, kind of just on his own. There were people who believed that he may have been suffering from something like schizophrenia. In 1992, 34-year-old Ricky McCormick got into some very serious trouble with the law. He had been arrested and I think charged with statutory rape because he had fathered 2 children with a girl who was about 14 or younger. So he was sentenced to prison for that, and then he was released. When he was released, he got a job here at this gas station in St. Louis, Missouri, in which he became tangled up with the illegal dealings of this gas station's owners at the time, brothers named Juma and Baha Hamdallah. They had both had very sketchy past. They had gotten into trouble with the law in the past, and it's believed they dealt drugs. And there are people who believe that they used Ricky to traffic those drugs out of state. According to one of Ricky's girlfriends, he had gone to Florida on random occasions, and these little trips were always never explained. But it is believed that the Hamdallah brothers had sent Ricky to Florida to, sell pot. And these 2 brothers weren't exactly the kindest, friendliest people. If you wronged them, something could maybe happen to you. Is that what happened to Ricky? They have no idea. Ricky, being essentially a transient with some severe mental health issues, not being treated, his death could have very easily just sort of faded away and nobody would have really known if it wasn't for these very strange notes. And this is why Ricky McCormick's case is so well known. Pictured here is the actual note, one of 2, at least, found in Ricky McCormick's pockets when his body was discovered. This is the first one, and this is the second one. These 2 notes make absolutely no sense. Again, Ricky McCormick was not a speller. He did not get a very good education. He did not know how to spell really well. I mean, not like any of these words are actually spelling anything, but he didn't physically write out letters. He wasn't good with it. And these notes consist of a lot of letters and other potential symbols, and it baffled the police. They thought, what the hell is this? This isn't something Ricky was capable of doing, was it? So they sent these notes to the FBI, who have the best minds on the planet for cracking codes, because it's believed that these are cryptic codes. But what were they saying? The FBI has never been able to figure it out. This elite group of code breakers have not been able to figure this out. And so it got to a point in 2011 when that's when the public was made aware of these notes. The FBI put these notes out there and said, if there are any amateur code breakers out there, skilled code breakers out there, please look at these notes and tell us if you can figure it out, because we are at a loss. And officially, still, nobody has cracked them. This is a truly bizarre aspect to this case, because even if this is just nothing, if it's just nonsensical letters written down, it's widely believed that Ricky himself wasn't really someone who possessed the ability to even do this, but he also could have. Some people said that this was just his own way of reminding himself to take his medications. Other people close to Ricky said that he had been known in his past to actually write out codes like this. Now, those people who said they saw these notes in his past still didn't know what the hell they meant, and they don't even know if Ricky knew what they meant. But it adds this incredibly strange layer to this case, and this is the sole reason why his case is so well known. But at the heart of this case is a man who was killed. And with him being, a previous convicted felon who lived this very transient type lifestyle, people thought he was weird or crazy or schizophrenic. It's just like people would not have really cared. But those notes made people care. His death, which again has never been labeled officially a homicide, it's also never been officially labeled a natural causes. This is an undetermined way that this man died, and his body found in a very desolate field, 20 miles away from where he typically roamed. There is a very strong chance somebody killed him. Was it to do with those two brothers with dealing drugs? Very, very strong possibility. However, there's no proof. Did Ricky write those notes? Did somebody else write them and put them in his pockets? Maybe the killer. Do they have anything to do with this case whatsoever? All of those questions remain unanswered. Someone, somewhere out there, has got to know the truth about what exactly happened to Ricky McCormick back in 1999 in St. Louis. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the death of Ricky McCormick, or you can decipher this note or this note, you are asked to please come forward. You are asked to contact the FBI. The FBI's website actually says you can contact them by sending them some kind of mail to the FBI Laboratory, Crypta Analysis and Racketeering Records Unit at 2501 Investigation Parkway, Quantico, Virginia 22135, and you put attention Ricky McCormick case. You can also contact your own FBI office and they can direct you where to go from there. If Ricky deserves justice and you know what those codes mean, please come forward. Was this the boy that vanished 11 years prior? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Robbie Romero. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time this case occurred, Robbie Romero was just 7 years old and he lived in Santa Fe, New Mexico with his family. Robbie was one of multiple siblings, and all of his siblings are pictured here in a later photo. Robbie was described as just a really good kid. He was your typical 7-year-old child. Loved playing, loved his siblings, just loved life. And then one day, he was gone forever. That day was June 7th, 2000. The 7-year-old boy had gone to a friend's house. When he was done playing, he began to walk back home. But 25 years later, Robbie has still never made it home. After searching the neighborhood, after searching their own home and calling the friend's house, they could not find Robbie, so he was reported missing to police, and the police and the community gathered together to look for the 7-year-old boy, but unfortunately, they had no immediate luck. On June 14th, 2000, police would actually search the backyard of the Romero home. They would dig it up, but they found nothing, no trace of Robbie. On June 15th, 2000, Ronnie Romero, who was Robbie's older brother, was arrested for completely unrelated charges. While he's in jail, his girlfriend calls police and says, "Ronnie confessed to me that he killed his little brother." This then leads to police searching the Caja del Rio landfill there near Santa Fe, New Mexico. After an exhaustive search, however, they found no trace of the boy. Ronnie then speaks to police himself, and then he says his girlfriend was the one who killed his little brother. He tells police that the girlfriend had struck his little brother accidentally with her car. and that she then put the body of the young boy in her trunk. She drove around just sort of aimlessly before dumping him in a dumpster. This then leads them to a second search of the landfill, but again, they find nothing. They would actually search this landfill for a third time in 2006, but again, nothing. Working off leads and tips, they would also search Fenton Lake nearby, and they would, search it thoroughly, but again, no trace of Robbie. In September of 2000, the brother, Ronnie, had apparently failed multiple lie detector tests with regards to his missing brother. Now, eventually, Ronnie is convicted of those completely unrelated charges, and he was put into a treatment center. It's around this time that the family actually ends up filing a lawsuit against the Santa Fe Police Department. One or two of the detectives who had been assigned to this case were either fired or demoted. There is allegedly evidence that they had mishandled this case from the very beginning, and that their initial, jump into this case was not one of, we are determined to find him. It was sort of like a nonchalant beginning of this case, while the community and the family are just immediately into looking for Robbie. In 2002, there are some human remains found nearby in Santa Fe, and at first people thought maybe this is Robbie. It was not. In 2002, Robbie, his father, died, never knowing what happened to his son. In 2005, Ronnie takes another lie detector test. He once again fails. Had been violent with this family, threatening a family member with a knife at one point. He also allegedly attacked a police officer. He violated the terms of a house arrest that he was placed under, so then was put into an actual jail or prison. He is then eventually released, but immediately goes back into prison for violating his parole once again. In 2008, they searched the backyard and the surrounding area of the Romero house again. This time they find bones, but it was the bones of a family dog. In September of 2008, Ronnie Romero dies in prison, and whatever information he may have in his head about his missing little brother, well, he took that to his grave. 2011, a potential humongous breakthrough happens. This young man here goes to police in Santa Fe and says, I think I might be Robbie Romero. He apparently grew up in Utah, but had been living in New Mexico, or Santa Fe specifically, for some time. He would tell police that he couldn't remember his childhood. And at this point, he is 18 years old, and his name is Robert Terrazas. So they do a DNA test to see if he is the missing boy. He is not. And the case, once again, deflates. The only actual person of interest or suspect they ever had in this case was Robbie's brother, Ronnie. You had him saying that his girlfriend accidentally killed him. You have the girlfriend saying that no, Ronnie was the one who killed him. If you have two different people who are saying they are aware of a crime, just that the opposite one of them did it, it's hard to think and go, they didn't have anything to do with this. Because they're pointing fingers at each other. That to me tells people that they know what happened to him. But what was it? And most importantly, where the hell is Robbie? His family deserves to have him home and lay him to rest if that's the case. I think ultimately they do believe that foul play occurred here, they just don't know what. Someone, somewhere out there, has got to know the truth about what exactly happened to 7-year-old Robbie Romero back in 2000. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information, please call 505-428-3710. The following story is considered one of the most horrific shark attacks in recorded history. And this is Worst Animal Attacks number 1, Shark Week edition. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured here was Shirley Ann Durden of South Australia. At the time of this story in 1985, she was a 33-year-old mother of 4 children. On the afternoon of March 4th, 1985, Shirley and her family would go to Peak Bay in South Australia, which apparently is near Port Lincoln. Now, Shirley, her husband, and a friend of theirs were kind of halfway out in the bay. They were snorkeling for scallops. Their kids were there more towards the shore, just playing in the water. The waters that the 3 adults were in were only about 7 feet deep. The 3 adults then decided to swim back to shore. Shirley's husband and the friend made it back to the beach, but Shirley did not. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, a 20-foot-long great white shark leaps out of the water. and then it lands back in the water right near where Shirley is. But then the shark leaps back out of the water, and it happens to grab Shirley right by her waist, and she goes up in the air with the shark. When they both land, the shark bites her directly in half. Her husband, her friend, and her children witnessed as blood basically sprayed out of the shark's mouth, and they momentarily heard her screams of horror. Her husband and friend tried to swim back out to see if there was anything they could do, but it was obviously far, far too late. The shark had then grabbed her and literally just bit her head right off. So by the time the husband and friend got out there, all they saw was just her headless torso floating in the water. But that would not be for very long, as the great white shark then leapt out of the water again and grabbed her torso and swam back into the ocean. This shark had completely devoured the 33-year-old mother. There was nothing left of her. This was actually the first great white shark attack in Australia since 1974. These types of attacks are not common at all. As a matter of fact, by 2020 numbers at least, shark attacks unprovoked happen only about 50 times a year across the entire globe. Why this particular great white decided to attack her in such shallow waters, it's not really known. But something we always have to understand is that to the sharks, this is their home. We as humans are swimming in where they live. But regardless, the attack of Shirley Ann Durden was just one of the most horrific to ever happen. She was murdered in broad daylight, and nobody has been caught. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Smita Amin Patel. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time this case occurred, Smita Amin Patel was 35 years old. Her and her husband, who would go by Jay, they were originally from India, but came to the States to basically live the American dream. And they found themselves in Neptune City in New Jersey. I never heard of Neptune City before. That sounds like a cool place. But they opened up their own little convenience store called Little Brown Jug. So Smita and her husband were co-owners. From what it looks like, they were really well respected in the community. Everyone knew them. Everyone loved them. They were always so friendly to the customers. But one day, someone was not so friendly back. It was the morning of March 22nd, 1996. Smita was inside the store, and she was working there alone that morning. Her husband and their son were actually all the way back in India. They were vacationing and visiting family. It was a few minutes after 10 o'clock in the morning. A customer walks into the store and sees a horrific image. Smita was on the ground, covered in blood, and she was unresponsive. The customer makes a panicked phone call to 911 to report what they've just seen. Neptune City police arrive and they confirm that there is a body in this store, and unfortunately the woman is already deceased, and she would soon be identified as 35-year-old Smita Amin Patel. They would later determine that she had been stabbed to death. Now, I know they have enough information to say that this attack happened between 9:50 a.m. and 10 a.m. The call came in just a minute or so after 10 o'clock in the morning. I don't know if there is CCTV footage, so I don't know how they narrowed down to that specific 10-minute window of time. I'm guessing they probably interviewed other customers who said they were in there at this time and, she was there fine and alive. But there really isn't much information about the circumstances of all of this. There really wasn't a whole lot published about this case. Meanwhile, Smita's husband and their son gets back into the States. They land and they are met with the worst possible thing. That is when he found out that his wife had been murdered, and he couldn't even tell his son. He was in such shock, and there's just how do you tell a little boy this? But this is her husband, and he was just immediately went from vacation mode to the worst possible thing that has ever happened in his life. His wife and his business partner brutally murdered in broad daylight. That's the other crazy thing about this, is that this happened in the morning. I don't know if anything was stolen, so I don't know if they know if this was a robbery. I was watching a news clip, though, and one of the detectives stated that they don't know why this happened. They don't know what the motive was. So from that, I could infer that likely nothing was stolen, because they would probably list this as a robbery that turned to murder, a robbery gone wrong. They haven't stated if they feel that maybe Smita was directly targeted. Did they know that her husband was in India and that she was going to be at the store on her own that morning? Unfortunately, I don't know, and I don't think the police really know either. And because of the lack of evidence, because of the lack of anyone who actually saw or heard this attack happen, which is just crazy unbelievable, but that's the case, unfortunately, Smita's case goes cold very quickly. There is a recent article I saw from March of 2024 that stated that they have basically begun to re-examine Smita's case, that they don't really feel like her case ever truly went cold. It's just it kind of went dormant for some time. They were just waiting for new information. And it sounds like, her husband is grateful for the work they have put in on this case. And if, he understands that without evidence, without any witnesses, without any video footage or anything, it's going to be a very difficult case to crack. But it is still possible. This is in 1996. This wasn't that long ago. Just a little under 30 years ago. And the police have come out and said, we need the public's help. We need something. Maybe you were in the parking lot that morning and you did see something. But maybe you got spooked. Maybe you got afraid. You don't want to get hurt yourself. You don't want anyone to maybe find out who you are, where you live, and retaliate against you. Well, it's 3 decades now has gone by. And if you are still nervous or you're still scared, that's understandable. You can call and report information anonymously. The goal here is to get Smita justice. Her son grew up without her. He'll never get his mother back. But he and his dad can get justice at least. And that's the next best thing. The store looks just like this. It's still there. It's still called Little Brown Jug. Her husband still runs the store. He is determined to find out who killed his wife and why. But he wanted to keep the dream going, not just for him, but for Smita and their child. He has not let it discourage him from still continuing to operate his business there. And honestly, I think that's really commendable. And so he deserves answers. And someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth. And perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the 1996 murder of Smita Amin Patel, please call 800-533-7443 or 732-455-0117. Those are directly to the detectives. But if you want to remain anonymous, you can call 1-800-671-4400. Please help Smita and her husband and their son get the justice that she very rightfully deserves. A space shuttle simulator ride at a theme park in China would have a catastrophic and deadly accident. Hello, true crimeers. This is another Deaths at Theme Parks. Viewer discretion is advised. The theme park is located in overseas Chinese town East, which is in Shenzhen. One of the rides that they had there was called Space Journey. The concept was that you were going to be pretending like you were on a space shuttle going into space and traversing the universe. It's one of those indoor rides that has like an 80-foot screen. Kind of like, Star Tours and the old Back to the Future ride at Universal Studios. So there are these little cabins which can hold 4 people each, and this whole thing essentially spins and kind of goes up and down while you're looking at the visuals, so it's simulating like you're out there in space. Well, in June of 2010, all 11 of the carriages were full of people. The ride had been functioning just fine all day long and had had no issues previous to this. When the survivors of the incident said they all of a sudden saw a power cut and then heard a loud explosion and possibly a scraping sound. So basically what happened was the pods carrying the people, something malfunctioned and the entire thing collapsed in a free fall and it fell 50 feet. This is a video simulation of what they say they think happened. It's pretty freaking fast. See, then it scrapes along the walls, and then it fell. Yeah. Needless to say, this was an absolute disaster. They were lucky that more people didn't actually get injured, but there was still a pretty large toll. 10 people were severely injured from the fall, but sadly 6 people would lose their lives because of the fall. When you're in this metal pod that's basically spinning super fast, and all of a sudden you free fall 50 feet, landing on the hard surface below. That's a pretty horrific way to go. The investigation into it said that there was not any human error in this, that it was some kind of mechanical malfunction. From what I understand, the ride itself obviously closed permanently, but I do not know if there were any lawsuits filed and or if money was awarded. Usually there is money rewarded in situations like this, but also usually that stuff is kept pretty private. But falling 50 feet in a metal box going that fast, that had to be absolutely horrific. It may have taken over 30 years, but her killer was finally captured. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Stephanie Watson. Viewer discretion is advised. Stephanie Watson, she was actually born Stephanie Wilbert. She was born on July 3rd, 1955, and I believe she was born in Pennsylvania, but when this case took place, she's actually living in Maryland. Stephanie was described by everyone as a really fun-loving, very independent woman. She loved to laugh. She had a wonderful sense of humor, a beautiful, striking blonde. She made friends really easily. And she was a really loyal friend too, because she even had friends that she met way back in when they were kids. Stephanie graduated high school in 1973. And as an adult, she was always a very bang, bang, let's get this done kind of person. If she wanted something, she went for it. Stephanie had been married on, I think, 2 occasions, and that's how her last name became Watson. But at that time, she was no longer married when this case occurred. Now, Stephanie wanted to start a new chapter, a fresh life, if you will, outside of Laurel, Maryland, where she was living. And she worked as an emergency room clerk at a hospital, and she had one more shift before her new chapter would begin. Stephanie lived here in this apartment building in Laurel, and on July 22nd, 1982, she left her apartment. She was observed walking out of the front door, got into her car, and was going to head to her work at the hospital. But something happened. Stephanie never got there. Stephanie was never seen alive again. The following day, Stephanie was actually supposed to be going on a trip to Ocean City with her cousin. And so once Stephanie was not responding to anyone and they realized she wasn't home, they reported her missing. And that's what they also found out at that point, that she never got to work. Something was obviously very wrong here. Not only was she scheduled to go on that trip, but she actually had a plan to move to Texas. That shift at the hospital that she was supposed to be going to that night was her last shift. 4 days after she is reported missing here at this apartment complex, which is not where she lived, her vehicle was found. It was this 1981 Chevy Chevette, and something when they found it, the wheels were caked in mud. But more alarming, when they looked inside the car, it was a bloodbath. They described it as just being covered from front to end in blood. It had been caked into the fabric of the seats. It was all over the windows. It was everywhere. And this was obviously not a good sign. But Stephanie was not found with the car. Fast forward 6 weeks later, a high school student contacts police to say that he saw a suspicious-looking man wearing big rubber gloves throwing something that was in a baggie into this wooded area. So police go there. They find a partial skull. That skull still had its jaw intact and the teeth were still there. They were able to get dental records of Stephanie and confirmed that that human skull that was found, a portion, was Stephanie. However, the rest of her body was nowhere near. We would begin to search the entire area looking for the rest of her remains. We actually look in the background there. That little side right there is actually the apartment complex where her car was found. But they never found any other portion of her body, ever, even to this very day in 2025. Unfortunately, the high school student that saw that man put the skull into the wooded area, he did not get a good look at the man. He gave his best description, but he saw it from afar, and he didn't see the face. Police did have a suspect at one point, but that suspect had died in a car accident soon after this, and they really didn't have much else after that. And Stephanie's case just goes cold. There's no witnesses that come forward. It happened in 1982, a few years or so before DNA became an actual tool that investigators used. That being said, they stored and preserved all of the evidence with her case, which takes us all the way to 2013. At that point, they were able to confirm that the majority of the blood found in the car was Stephanie's. They used, I guess, some of her family members to get that match. And then they found additional DNA that did not match Stephanie, and this was belonging to, at that point, they determined a male. And so in 2013, they take that DNA of that male, plug it into the database, and they get a match. It belonged to this man here. This is what he looked like closer to the time this case happened. This was a convicted rapist named John Ernest Walsh. In 1969, John Walsh had kidnapped, raped, and assaulted a woman. He then ran a second woman off the road, attacked her by slitting her wrists and her throat, but it sounds like she lived. He was convicted of those crimes in 1970. He actually received a 72-year prison sentence, but because of our wonderful system, he was paroled. He was released in 1980. He had been released into a treatment center, which after, I guess, a very brief time there, they said, yeah, he is reformed, he can go back out there. Then, about a year and a half later, he does it. He was not reformed, he was not better. He abducted, raped, and murdered Stephanie Watson. Turned out that Walsh had returned back to prison in 1989. That's because he, one, broke parole, and two, he failed a drug test while out on parole. And that is actually where he was, in prison, when the DNA finally got a match. In 2016, he pled guilty to second-degree murder and false imprisonment with the Stephanie Watson case. So he was sentenced to an additional 33 years on top of the sentence he was already serving. I don't believe he has the option for parole. John Walsh was 71 years old when he was convicted of Stephanie's murder, so the odds are is he will never be free again and he will die in prison. As to what exactly happened, I don't know if he ever actually said the circumstances, but it doesn't matter. He kidnapped her, likely raped her, and killed her. He's also never said where the rest of her body was. To this very day, her body is still out there somewhere. That great ocean of bodies that have never been found. It's really, I don't know, it's just so, it's eye-opening when you really think of it that way, of how many bodies are out there still, buried underneath God knows how much dirt. Some of them might be poking out of the surface, but no one finds them. They're in big piles of trash in city dumps. They're in the ocean or a lake somewhere. It's just so sad that there are so many families out there that don't have them, that don't have their loved one back. And so many of these people, like this John Walsh guy, could say where she is. But he's a piece of shit, so at the very least, Stephanie Watson and her family were finally able to get the justice she very rightfully deserved. He has been missing since June, and the family is asking for your help. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Stephen Blaylock. Viewer discretion is advised. Stephen Michael Blaylock is 41 years old, and he lives in McDowell County in North Carolina. Stephen is an amputee. He had one of his legs amputated, and he required his motorized wheelchair to get around. Stephen had hit a bit of a rough patch, it sounds like, just before this all happened. But Stephen, when it comes down to it, is a father. He is people's friends. He is someone's son. It sounds like he had been kind of bouncing around from different homeless encampments in that area of North Carolina. The last time anyone can recall seeing Stephen was on June 9th, 2025, so a little over a month ago. And he was seen in a homeless encampment on Bambi Drive in Marion, North Carolina. Like I said, he required a wheelchair to get around, and his wheelchair was found at that encampment, but he was nowhere to be found. So now the family is asking for the public's help for any information that can help bring their loved one home. Stephen has several tattoos on his body. They specified one of his tattoos, he has the number 828 on the inner part of his right arm, and a tattoo of praying hands on his left forearm. Stephen is a white male. He is 5'8", weighing approximately 190 pounds. Again, the wheelchair he requires to move around was found without him anywhere near it. He is known to have kind of bounced around to different homeless encampments in Marion, but I believe they have searched all of those, to my understanding. But someone somewhere out there has got to know where he is or what happened to him. Hopefully he is safe and alive out there somewhere. His family just needs to know that he is safe, that he is okay. So if you have any information on what may have happened to him or where he is currently, please contact the McDowell County Sheriff's Office at 828-652-2235. They also gave an extension number to that, which is 1226. Bullets were firing everywhere outside the Empire State Building, and 2 men would die. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Stephen Ercolino. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this case, Stephen Ercolino was a 41-year-old businessman. He actually lived in Union City, New Jersey, and he was the vice president at a company called Hazan Imports. Stephen was described as a very outgoing family man. He had a very big and at times loud personality. He was very gregarious. He could get a temper from time to time. Around the time this case occurred, he had been in this sort of like on-again, off-again feud with a former co-worker of his. A man named Jeffrey T. Johnson. Jeffrey Johnson had been laid off from his job around a year or so prior to all of this occurring. He had been working as an apparel designer there at Hazan Imports, but he was laid off because the company was in the process of downsizing. Jeffrey, however, over the course of the next year, would still go to work in his business suit they don't really understand why he was doing that, but he was creating an issue. Prior to him being laid off, Jeffrey and Stephen had been in this kind of feud. They had numerous altercations. The two of them had actually filed several harassment claims against each other. Jeffrey Johnson at one point threatened to kill Stephen. One time, Stephen in an elevator was provoked by Jeffrey, and he grabbed Jeffrey by his throat. And then in another incident, Jeffrey told Stephen, "I'm going to kill you." This was all, they had this feud because apparently Stephen did not want to promote this apparel design that Jeffrey had come up with. And it just caused a horrible relationship from that point moving forward. But once Jeffrey was laid off, they thought, okay, that's the end of that. Unfortunately, it was not. It was a Friday, August 24th, 2012, 9:03 a.m. on the 33rd Street side of the Empire State Building. Jeffrey Johnson had been hiding behind a van, and he was lying in wait. He was waiting for Stephen to walk out, and Stephen did. This is, I guess, CCTV from the incident, but once Jeffrey saw Stephen, he lifted a gun, pointed it right at his head, and he pulled the trigger, causing Stephen to collapse to the ground, where Jeffrey then stands over him and fires 4 more shots into Stephen's body, killing him. Stephen would soon be pronounced dead at the scene. Jeffrey Johnson had managed to get himself away from the scene. However, there was a construction worker who saw this all happen, and he followed Jeffrey. And the construction guy told some officers on the other side of the Empire State Building, "Hey, that guy just shot someone." At that point, Jeffrey overhears this. He turns around and he takes the gun back out, and he points it at 2 of the officers. The officers who initially tried to get him to put the gun down, he wasn't going to do it. And so they both fired upon him, bullets just ringing out everywhere. Jeffrey would then collapse to the ground, and he would be pronounced deceased as well. Jeffrey had no criminal record. By the people that lived with him, he was described as a really nice, caring guy. Seems like it's always that way. And they quickly ascertained that he did this because he was pissed at Stephen. He hated Stephen for not going along with this clothing idea. Now, 9 other people were injured during this incident. There were 3 innocent bystanders who were shot by the bullets that the police officers fired. Those 3 people, however, they would be rushed to the hospital and they would be fine. And then there were like 6 or 7 other people who were injured, I guess, from like debris that came from the bullets when they hit things. The entire incident between the police and Jeffrey lasted 15 seconds. It didn't sound like Jeffrey was planning to leave in a body bag that day, but that's exactly what happened to him. So no legal justice will ever come. However, that's technically not the end of the case per se, because the 9 total bystanders who were either shot or injured that day, I believe some of them have tried to file lawsuits against the NYPD as recently as 2017, but it doesn't sound like they've been very successful at that just yet. The police officers that day fired a total of 16 bullets. One fired off 7 rounds, and then the other officer shot 9 rounds. And, even though they weren't killed, they still suffer from severe trauma from that incident. Understandably so. But in terms of the main event of this, an innocent man was murdered in cold blood. But at least his killer can't hurt anyone ever again. Disappearing off a cruise ship just seems fucking baffling to me. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Tammy Grogan. Viewer discretion is advised. Tammy Grogan was a single mother living in Toledo, Ohio, and she had a 14-year-old son named Jimmy. Okay, so this is where it gets kind of convoluted. So Tammy's Aunt Deb, who Tammy hadn't seen for a very long time, kind of came back into her life. One day, Deb gets a phone call from a young man that she used to babysit. That man was 25-year-old Craig Morgan. Tammy said, "Hey, Deb, why don't you go ahead and invite your friend over?" So she did. Now, this is when Jimmy was a little bit younger, but Jimmy and this new person, Craig Morgan, they struck up a really quick friendship for some reason. Craig Morgan had a lot of money. How he had all that money, no one really truly seems to know. Craig would shower Jimmy with gifts, as well as Tammy, as well as Deb. But it got to a point where Tammy was like, "I'm really uncomfortable with how close you are to my son," understandably. So Tammy would tell Craig that, "Hey, listen, you can't be a part of his life anymore. We're going to need to kind of like separate us from you." Craig apparently wasn't super happy about that. But at some point, Craig purchases tickets to a carnival cruise called Imagination. He himself doesn't go on the cruise, but he invites Tammy and Jimmy and Deb to go on the cruise. So, Jimmy, Deb, Tammy, Tammy's mother, they go on the cruise. Unbeknownst to them, Craig also gave tickets to two other people. His own sister, Rebecca Morgan. Rebecca also had her ex-boyfriend. His name is Robert Pantoja. Despite all of this, everyone seems to be having a great time on the cruise. Tammy was last seen at approximately 1:30 a.m. on September 10th on the cruise. When they went to her cabin the next day, she wasn't there. Tammy's mom wakes up the next day really groggy, not sure how she even got to her own bed that night, but she's not a drinker, so she was very confused. Now, they claim that Tammy must have just found herself a guy on the ship and she'll come back later, but she never did. And it took them 24 hours to report that she was missing. A thorough search of the ship, she was gone. When the FBI got involved, they noticed there was a glass in Tammy's room, so they checked it. In that glass were traces of Rohypnol, otherwise known as the date rape drug. After Jimmy gets back to his apartment he shared with his mother, he noticed it was broken into and items were stolen. Police would investigate Craig Morgan's house. They found some of the stolen items in his home. But again, he was not on the cruise. Tammy was eventually declared dead, but she's never been found. And nobody has been arrested. But the family thinks Craig orchestrated her murder. Hello, true crimerers. This is another Deaths at Theme Parks, and today we are going to SeaWorld, Orlando, Florida. Viewer discretion is advised. So this will be the second story about a death related to Tilikum the orca, but today's story does not involve a trainer. It does involve someone who actually broke into the SeaWorld park after hours. At around 6 o'clock in the morning on July 6th, 1999, SeaWorld's staff and trainers would enter the park. The orca trainers would arrive at Tilikum's tank. Tilikum was considered one of the largest orca whales in captivity. The orca was tragically involved in at least 3 deaths of human beings, and actually became the subject of the film Blackfish. That morning when the trainers got to Tilikum's tank, they noticed a nightmare. Draped over the back of the whale was a man by the name of Daniel P. Dukes. He was very much deceased. Daniel had broke into the park after it closed, stripped off all of his clothes, and decided to go skinny dipping in the orca's tank. Based on the autopsy, it appeared that Daniel had been thrown around the tank because he had a whole bunch of trauma, physical bruises and whatnot to his body. So they think that he may have been thrashed around by the whale. Allegedly, the whale also bit off Daniel's genitals. But what caused the actual death is really unclear because there was just so many injuries. In one story I read that they found water in his lungs, which could imply that he drowned to death. So the whale may have brought him underneath the surface for a long period of time until he drowned. But quite simply, Daniel Dukes was tortured. The trainers there tried to get to the body, but it took them several hours to do that because Tilikum kept swimming around with it on his back. Now, it is of my opinion that the whale should not be blamed for this. These whales, these animals, are held in captivity. They're taken out of their natural habitat and put in a tank for our amusement. I will fully admit, I love SeaWorld. I love going to see the animals. But I also hate the fact that I enjoy it, and I hate the fact that these places exist. It's like a crazy conundrum. But to the whale, they're prisoners. And then you're just throwing some strange man in the water all of a sudden. I don't know. I do feel horrific for what that man went through. It was a terrible way to go. I just wish both him and the whale just weren't there. He says he shot a cat, but was it actually his child? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Tommy Gibson. Viewer discretion is advised. By March of 1991, little Tommy Gibson was just 2.5 years old. He lived with his parents and his sister in Azalea, Oregon. This is him pictured with his father, Larry Gibson, who was actually a deputy sheriff there. There really isn't much to say about Tommy, because he only got 2.5 years of existence on this earth. And to this very day, no one truly knows what happened to Tommy. But the details, according to Larry Gibson, are as follows. It was March 18th, 1991. Larry Gibson, this is a recreation, walks out of their trailer home and sees little Tommy Gibson playing right there in front of the house. According to Larry, he tells his son, "Hey, you stay right there. I'm going to go on my jog through the woods. So don't you go anywhere, 2.5-year-old child." He says, "Your sister will be out here in a few minutes." I'm guessing that Tommy's mom was also inside the trailer, but I don't know for sure. Larry Gibson then proceeds to go on his normal jog throughout the wooded area surrounding their home. During this jog or run, he said he saw a stray cat, and stray cats were a big issue there near their home. Larry, who brought his .45 automatic with him on this jog for some reason, and he began to shoot at the stray cat he saw. He then sees that same cat scattering away, and so he realizes he missed the cat. Now, to fast forward just a little bit here, eventually when police were searching this area, they did in fact find a dead cat. Cats apparently got shot out there all the time. That's a whole other thing. So at this point, this is where I'm kind of confused, because Tommy's mom, Judith, says that she heard the sound of a screeching cat, she heard the sound of a gunshot, and then she also says she hears her son, Tommy, playing on the front porch still after that gunshot. Larry continues on his run and jog because he just assumes he missed the cat and the cat's just going to be out there somewhere. He returns home 47 minutes after he left to go on the jog. When he walked inside their trailer, Judith said, "Hey, have you seen Tommy? I haven't seen him." He says, "No, last time I saw him, he was playing on the front porch." Judith tells Larry that herself, their daughter Karen, and her brother, who was also there, they searched for Tommy. However, they had no luck in finding him, so they go back inside the trailer and sit down. I think there was their assumption that maybe Larry picked Tommy up and took him on this jog. But Larry told them, "I never take Tommy on the jogs with me." Larry's behavior becomes very strange, because at this point, they're going to be reporting Tommy missing to police, the sheriff who he works for. But instead of going out there, Larry just goes into the home casually, gets undressed, takes a shower, gets changed into his sheriff's deputy uniform, and says, "I'm going to go to work." What? Your 2.5-year-old son is missing, and you're just like, I'll go to work. He actually says to his wife, "There's really not much we can do right now." What are you even talking about? He actually gets to work, where his work, because at this point his work had found out that his son is missing. They're like, "Turn the fuck around, go home. What are you doing at work?" He tells his boss, I came here because Tommy I think he might have been abducted. And so I came to work so I can check the nearby rest areas, which is like 2.5 miles away. What the This guy is not keeping any story straight whatsoever. The FBI becomes involved. They then interview Larry. Larry says to the FBI, that on the day in question, he never left his home. But then the FBI found out pretty quickly because I guess there's records of the mileage of the patrol car he used. And they said, well, there's no way you stayed at home. We can tell by your mileage that you left. So then he tells them the truth. Oh, okay, I did leave. I needed to go look for my son. About 7 weeks go by, and the FBI, who still has not found 2.5-year-old Tommy, they confront Larry and they say, listen, we are very suspicious of you. They tell him, because eventually Larry, he tells the police the story, the FBI the story about how he shot the stray cat. That's when they go out and they found a dead cat. They just can't confirm if it was the cat he was talking about. They say to him, listen, we think you fired the gun trying to hit a cat, but you accidentally somehow hit your son. And that instead of owning up to it, you put your son's body probably in the trunk of your patrol car, which would explain why you got into your car after taking a shower and went to work. The reality is they think he did that because the body was in the trunk and he wanted to go dispose of the body. Larry then finds out that a neighbor by the name of Jeanette Klein had gone to police to say that she saw a suspicious-looking vehicle on the day in question. In this recreation, she was driving, and this is down the path from where Larry and Tommy and all them lived. She saw this sort of beat-up, kind of yellowish white truck, and there appeared to be 2 people in it, and that she saw this truck pulled into the driveway area that would go to Larry's house. Once Larry finds out about the story, he tells police, oh, my daughter Karen has a story like that too. And so after he tells this to the FBI comes to talk to Karen, who's just like a 4 or 5-year-old girl. Well, she says, kind of nervously, oh yeah, I saw like a yellowy white truck pull into our house and one of them took Tommy away and they drove away. However, when she was first talked to by police, she never mentioned anything like that. It wasn't until after Larry found out about the other witness's story that she told this story. The FBI believes that the 4-year-old girl was coached by her father. Larry was fairly active in the search for his son, after all of this. He swears up and down he is innocent. He had nothing to do. He did not accidentally kill his son. He did not intentionally kill his son. He didn't kill his son at all. But at this point, the FBI are very suspicious of him. They can't find evidence of this truck. They don't find any other witnesses. The only person who truly had the means to do this was the last person confirmed to see Tommy alive, and that's his father, Larry. Larry resigns from the sheriff's department in early 1992. He and Judith and Karen move out of state. Within a few years or so, Larry and Judith get a divorce, and Judith and their daughter Karen move back to Oregon, where all of this happened. Once they were separated, in 1994, their daughter Karen tells police the actual story. She says she watched her father Larry beat Tommy to death. She said she saw her dad hit him so many times, and then her brother's body just turned limp. She says she saw her dad put her little brother into a black trash bag. And then she saw him put the trash bag in the trunk of his car, his police car. She says he told her, don't say anything to anyone, because if you do, they'll take me away. According to her, she also says he threatened to kill her too if she said anything. It also comes out that Judith was physically abused by Larry. She also had been given threats by Larry. Other witnesses would come forward to state that shortly around the time that they got divorced, Larry threatened to kill Judith because of the divorce. This was actually overheard at church. His half-sister then comes forward to police to state that Larry tearfully confessed to killing Tommy. They also had evidence that he was repeatedly abusive to Tommy. Larry Gibson is then arrested and charged in the murder of Tommy Gibson, who has still never been found. His daughter testifies against him at trial. His ex-wife testifies against him as well. Larry Gibson is found guilty by a jury of his peers of manslaughter. This is because they did not have any physical proof that he actually killed his son. There were so many different stories as to what happened that day that they really couldn't pinpoint exactly what happened. And without Tommy's body, that's also a huge hindrance. And so really all they had were just the testimony. And because of that, he was only sentenced to 3 years in prison for the murder of his 2.5-year-old child. He has obviously since been released from prison and went about his life. He apparently lives in Montana now. You always kind of hope that people like this see videos like these. Hi, you piece of shit. I genuinely hope Tommy haunts your nightmares every single night. And little Tommy has never been found. No remains, nothing. And 3 years is all his alleged killer got. Tommy deserved justice, but justice is not what Tommy got. I killed my fucking wife for you is something that's a part of this case, not something I've ever said. I just watched this docuseries called Trophy Wife, Murder on Safari, and it's actually available on Hulu. This is not a paid sponsor. It is a 3-episode docuseries, which seems to be kind of like the trend now. Each episode being about 45 minutes long. I had never heard of this case before, which is actually kind of crazy that I've never heard of this one before because I live in the Phoenix, Arizona area, and Larry and Bianca Rudolph had built a home in like the Paradise Valley area here. And this murder happened in 2016. Although she wasn't killed here. Bianca Rudolph died in a shooting event while on safari in Africa. Initially, the death was ruled an accident and, possibly also a suicide. I'm not really going to go into most of the facts here just because I would definitely encourage you to watch this. But there are obviously some issues with the fact that they said that she could have done this accidentally or suicide. It was done by a shotgun. And based on where the bullet entered, it would have been physically impossible for a person, especially one of her size, to have done that. And so eventually the FBI becomes involved because these are American citizens and she was killed in Africa. And so it's a federal case. And they end up charging Larry Rudolph with the murder of his wife and his lover, Laurie here, as basically an accessory or as someone who maybe helped plan this murder. The biggest evidence presented at trial during his case was there was a witness at a local bar in Phoenix, Arizona, who overheard Larry Rudolph scream the words, "I killed my fucking wife for you." And he was saying it to Laurie because she was his lover. And the funny thing is Larry and his attorneys never denied he said that. They actually admit he did say that. But again, I would recommend you watch the docuseries to get more on that. The first 2 episodes really is very detailed look into the life of Larry and Bianca. More so Larry's infidelities and how much he just really isn't liked by a lot of people. He was a dentist for a very long time. He had his own dental practices. He was the president of some hunting society. They show a lot of dead animals in this, which I understand it's a safari thing, but I didn't like seeing that. But yeah, Larry was painted as kind of a shitty dude, because he is. But it's a lot of build up just to kind of understand the person he is and the situation with him and his little side piece, Laurie. There was another aspect of this that I almost threw up a couple of times. So Larry, at one point, while on safari somewhere else, he had lost the tip of his thumb. And they actually show the image of his thumb, literally the tip of it hanging off and just sticking still to the other part of his thumb. It was just at a 90-degree angle, just But this man had the nerve to say that a crocodile bit off the tip of his finger. A crocodile. What? You went, "Rah!" Nibble, nibble. Okay. No, I'm not going to have the rest of it. And so there's speculation that he committed insurance fraud because he got insurance for it. At any rate, I like this. I actually like this a lot. I thought it was a really compelling story, but it had a more lighthearted feel to it. I'm not sure that's the best way to describe it, but this also really gave me Michael and Kathleen Peterson vibes. The Staircase case. Rich, eccentric type husband, having affairs, wife is killed in an accident. As I was watching this, I'm like, oh my God, this is really similar to that story. The big difference, though, is that Michael Peterson, there was a lot of physical evidence as well as circumstantial evidence. The evidence against Larry here was admittedly very circumstantial at best. I still think he was guilty, personally. Do I think the mistress had anything to do with it? I don't know. You decide. Both of them are really not pleasant people, though. But yeah, it's called Trophy Wife, Murder on Safari. It's on Hulu, so you can watch it there. It's 3 episodes long. Check it out. Tell me what you think. All right. My ux is flummed, okay? I am flummoxed right now. Just now saw this comment for the first time because someone had responded to it, and I just so happened to see the little notification pop up. This came from a video that I posted back in May. The comment, I think, came from June. And what are we doing here? What are we doing here? This is Donna Jones. December of 2009, Donna Jones was found tortured and murdered in the basement of the home she lived in with her husband, Mark. Her body was found on a mattress made out of couch cushions. Roughly 40% of her body when she was found burned. That's because her husband, Mark, doused her with boiling water. She was burned, she was scalded, she was beaten, she had broken bones throughout her entire body. She had been shot with airgun pellets, and ultimately she died of septic shock because her burns weren't treated. The person who did it was her husband, Mark Hutt. He called 911 11 days after she was doused with boiling water. They were able to determine that she was not deceased until roughly 12 or 13 hours before they found her, which means that for 11 days, she sat there on that mattress, burned, beaten, with broken bones, air pellets in her body for 11 days. Tortured. And you have to say, anyone who knew Mark knows he has a heart of gold. He made one mistake in his life, and she didn't make things easy for him. Always two sides to every story. I don't have nice things to say. One mistake? One. Let me repeat. Doused with boiling water. Beaten. Many bones in her body were broken and fractured. She had several pellets from an air pellet gun lodged in her body. She died slowly of septic shock because those burns weren't treated. And she didn't make it easy on him. I don't care if that before all of this, she kicked him square in the nuts. There is no justification to torture and murder someone. This wasn't self-defense. This was murder. That's not a simple mistake. That's a choice, a decision. He had 11 days to call 911 to get her help. If he had done that in just a few days prior to when he actually called 911, she'd be alive, more than likely. I am amazed. I don't care what the other side of the story is, because I know her side. Tortured, beaten, murdered. Clearly, he does not have a heart of gold, because anyone with a heart of gold wouldn't do that to another human being. I am so fucking... I don't even have the words. And there are still people out there who wonder, why women, from that whole, the bear question, why they choose the bear. Well, it's because that men, they kidnap, they torture, they rape, and they murder women. It's not all men, yeah, no shit. But it's a lot of them. A comment like this is... I don't have any more words, but I can't imagine someone defending the person who tortured, beat, and murdered me. It's just unbelievable. Hey, which one of yous puts the cyanide in the Tylenol pills? Was it you? Yeah, I'm looking at you. So I just watched this on Netflix, another true crime docuseries to recommend. It's called Cold Case, The Tylenol Murders. It came out in May of this year. I'm a little late to this one. So the docuseries, which is 3 episodes long, each episode's about 40 minutes long or so, and it tells the story of the 1982 mass murder of people in Chicago, Illinois by being poisoned with cyanide that had been put into the Tylenol capsules. Fun fact, the Tylenol poisoner is the reason why you have these what feel like sometimes impossible to get off your bottle seals. These exist because of this story. I usually just take a fucking knife and I just stab that shit and I carve it out. And then you gotta pull out that big old giant thing of cotton. And then most of the bottles you get have that little plastic seal around them and they're like glued shut. So like, because of this case, your medications, rightfully so, are hella protected. Anyway, in 1982, these 7 individuals initially died from poisoned Tylenol capsules. 3 people from the same family died within like a 24-hour period. So the docuseries goes into the investigation of, well, was this done at the, the factory where these bottles were put together. Specifically, they investigated Johnson & Johnson to see if there were people who worked there who were deliberately doing this. Johnson & Johnson was like, oh, we don't even have cyanide in our facilities, which turned out to be a lie. But they also determined that the pills had been, because they're those little capsules, right? You know, these ones, so the person who did this unsealed them and put in cyanide and then sealed them back up. You were able to tell because I guess the cyanide left a brown ring around the white portion of the pill. And so they believe that this person had entered this random drugstore, a couple random drugstores, either stole or purchased the bottle of Tylenol, laced a couple pills from each one with cyanide, and then put them back on the shelves. Now, this was before there was no protection on these things. It was just a bottle, you open it, boom, there's the pills. No plastic wrap, the boxes weren't glued shut. So very quickly after this, that's when they developed the seals and everything. But then a few years goes by, and another person or two is killed by cyanide in these laced pills. But this time they were in the sealed bottles. So that's when we're like, wait a minute, it has to be done at the manufacturing place then, because how did this happen? And that's never been figured out. They do talk about at least 2 different suspects. They show CCTV footage of one of the victims buying the poisoned bottle of Tylenol. I don't want to show it here, so I want to encourage you guys to watch this. This is not a paid sponsorship, by the way. But in that CCTV, you see this man from afar kind of looking daggers at this woman who's currently buying that bottle of Tylenol. This guy with the beard. The 2 suspects, who were very valid suspects based on the evidence they had, also both had beards and looked like the guy in that footage. They also have no idea if that guy had anything to do with it. But there is belief that one of these suspects definitely did this. However, they have never been able to prove it. There's a big, wide list of people who say this guy had nothing to do with it. Other people are like, yeah, he had everything to do with it. But the fact of the matter is they've never shown or proven who did this. It is one of the most probably well-known unsolved mysteries that there is. And it's also super terrifying because this was happening to random people. They weren't being targeted. It's just whoever bought the bottles of Tylenol that were laced with cyanide. That's who the victims were. They don't know why this happened, what the person's motive is. Was it just chaos? Was it just to strike fear in the American public? Nobody knows to this very day. This is also why I almost never buy pills that are like this. I mean, if I have prescriptions like this, there's something I can do about it. But when it comes to ibuprofen, Tylenol, whatever, I try to get the solid pills because I don't know if anyone's fucking with that shit. And if the solid pills kill me from cyanide, well, then they know it comes from the factory who made them because, well, you can't open those pills and put shit in them. Anyway. Cold Case, the Tylenol murders, now on Netflix. 3 episodes long, not a paid sponsorship. I would definitely say, check it out. It's good. His body was found scattered in pieces in the woods. 28 years later, his murder remains unsolved. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Wayne Trickey. Viewer discretion is advised. So this case primarily happened in the small community of Joyce, which is in Washington State. That is where 55-year-old Wayne Trickey was living, or he was living nearby. He had been living in a hotel called the Pershing Hotel. Wayne was born in 1944, and he was actually a twin. When he was about 5 years old, he actually became disabled from spinal meningitis. And when this case occurred, he was actually on Social Security. Wayne was described as a really kind and caring person, loved by everyone. He enjoyed hanging out with his friends, but also he enjoyed being alone. Wayne was not the type of person who would just, go with some random stranger anywhere. He seemed to be pretty protective in that he only would go with someone if he knew them. And then one day, he vanished. Wayne was reported missing on September 2nd, 1997. He fell off the face of the earth, and that concerned everyone because he would speak to his friends on a daily basis. I guess he went and hung out with his friends every morning, but one morning he didn't show up, and so he was reported missing. Family and friends searched the area for him, but were having no luck. But then, on October 26, 1997, their search would end. The partial remains of Wayne Trickey were found in the woods, and his remains were scattered. They said there was a lot of animal activity in the area, and so that's the reason why, more than likely, why his body was not intact fully. The location of where he was found, which is shown in this picture here, was a very secluded area. Wayne was also not the type of person to just go into the woods and go on walks, but especially not find himself in a very densely wooded, area. From what I understand, his head was not with the rest of his body. but I do believe it was recovered at a later time, not too soon after his body was found. And so at that point, the investigators were hesitant to call this a homicide because they weren't sure yet. But his friends and family, they all knew that this had to be a murder. Someone killed him. Foul play was absolutely involved. And eventually, the authorities there in Washington would finally come to that conclusion as well. They announced that this was now a homicide. How he died, though, they have not released. He was identified officially by dental records. I don't know if they found any kind of substantial biological or any kind of evidence on his remains or near him. I don't really see much mention of that. So the last time Wayne was seen, he actually had cashed one of his Social Security checks. He had told people, that he earned Social Security money because of his disability. And so there is that possibility that, did he cash that check? Did he tell the wrong person? And they killed him for that money. It's entirely possible. They just don't know for sure. There was no money found with him. But again, his remains were found over a month after he disappeared and animals had gotten to him. Wayne had no enemies. He was loved by everyone. He was known in the community. He was a gentle soul. He was kind and caring. He was a genuinely good person who never got into any kind of trouble. And so why would someone murder this man? That's a question that remains to this very day. This didn't really happen all that long ago, if you think about it. It's been about 27, 28 years. Whoever may have killed him could very well still be alive out there. Or even if they aren't, someone knows something. And if that killer is dead, now is the time to come forward. If you need to remain anonymous, you can. Someone, somewhere out there, knows the truth about what happened to Wayne Trickey. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the murder of Wayne Trickey, please contact the Crime Stoppers out there in Washington at 1-800-222-8477. He was struck by a car near this intersection, and he has yet to get justice. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Zachariah Higley. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time this case occurred, Zachariah Higley, who I guess would just go by Zach, was 28 years old, and he was at the time living in New Orleans. However, he was planning a move to Kansas City to be closer to his family. He was working at a Bourbon Street burger and sports bar, and that's where he was on the 4th of July of 2014. So Zach leaves his work, and he is now walking home, and he is walking across the intersection of North Claiborne and Orleans Avenues. And in this intersection, as he was crossing it, which he was doing so legally, and all of a sudden, a dark-colored vehicle just ran right into Zach. Zach obviously, flips and falls to the ground, severely injured. The car doesn't even stop. It just continues driving. And it was more than obvious that he was hit. Zach was alive when the ambulance arrived, and he was taken to the hospital, but a few hours later, at approximately 6 o'clock in the morning, Zach Higley was pronounced deceased. And now his family is desperate for justice for Zach, understandably. This was a murder. He was killed. I always seem to get this weird vibe when it comes to hit and run cases that people, for some reason, and first of all, they're not highlighted enough. And I feel like they're not treated as actual homicides, you know what I mean? But it is murder. This is murder. It needs to be called what it is. One person drove a car into another person, and that person died. Murder. His parents would say that, Zach, he struggled from time to time throughout his life. He grew up in a military family, so they were constantly moving around, and it was hard for Zach to adapt. That being said, Zach was still able to make a lot of friends, and he was a really well-liked guy. Despite any struggles he had, Zach always found a way to get by. Another sad aspect to this case is that his family did not even know he had died for a few days. Zach and his parents would speak on the phone every single day, and Zach had told his dad, I'm planning on moving, to Kansas City to be closer to family. Everyone was really excited about that, and then they all of a sudden weren't hearing from him. They would call the New Orleans police to see we need to report him missing, what's going on. The police told the dad, he's probably just out partying, it's fine, he's young. And I guess it took about 10 days for the New Orleans police to finally agree to do a missing persons, case with him. His parents printed up all these flyers. They were going to travel to New Orleans. They were going to put those flyers everywhere. And obviously there is a big discrepancy here because I guess they weren't aware that it was the same person who had been struck and killed by this car. So his dad goes to New Orleans, and that is when he finds out through the coroner that actually your son, he's dead. He told him he had been struck and killed in an intersection, and we don't know who did it. And obviously he's like, well, why did anyone, like, how was this not connected? When I called to report that, I can't find my son, can we file a missing persons report? How did no one make the connection? It's insane, but eventually they figured it all out. And his dad had to drive all the way back home and tell his wife, Zach's never coming home. And now the case has just remained dormant, cold, unsolved. I don't have information as to whether or not they have any kind of like camera footage. I know nowadays there's cameras all over intersections and everything, so I don't know if they have that info or if they can see the actual event on camera. And all they really have in this article is, because there's really nothing published about this case, is that it was just a dark colored car that struck him and continued to drive by. And this was in the middle of the night, so it was dark. And unfortunately, all the family can do now is wait for someone to come forward, because that's probably what it's going to take. It's not going to be physical evidence. It's going to be a person saying what they know. There may have been more than one person in that car that struck him. Maybe you feel that because you were in the car, you would be in just as much trouble as the person driving. I can't say whether or not you will be. But if you are out there and you are seeing videos about Zach, and you know who was driving the car that hit him, please know you can report information anonymously. You don't have to say who you are. They just need to know the name of the person who did this. Give them that at least. Zach was someone's son. He was family. He was someone's friend, someone's boyfriend, a person, a human being whose life was stolen from him. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. There is also a $5,000 reward. If you have any information on the vehicular homicide of Zach Higley, please call 504-822-1111.